Hello everybody, welcome into the Asia-Pacific RMR here for the Perfect World Shanghai Major. I am Scriv, going to be joined by Cody on the other side of things here, of course, and we are getting into the meaningful games now, the nitty-gritty as I like to say. It's a couple of knockout games to kick the things off, and then of course we move into the qualification games for the latter part of the day. So a long old day here, Cody, for sure, but every single game going to matter now in one way or another, and yeah, I think we are very much ready for the excitement. How did you feel about how things went down yesterday?
I mean, it was no hold bars in those BO1s, wasn't it? And now the chains are truly off, because you lose these opening BO3s in the lower bracket, you're done, and you need to win those upper bracket BO3s and get yourself to the major. I mean, yesterday was great. We saw 4 fantastic BO1s with obviously a pretty dramatic upset in one of them, that being the FlyQuest versus Talon game. Talon besting their marsupial compatriots in FlyQuest and sending them down to the lower bracket. A team which we kind of expected to be that second qualification alongside the Mongols, but of course not to be. So they've got a little bit of a harder run through the lower bracket. Our upper bracket, though, is looking pretty damn stacked. Teams that we kind of expected to win on the other 3 games, the Mongols besting Alter Ego, the DRILLAS Lynn Vision game being very, very close, but only Pixel's side taking the victory there. And their Rare Atom making very quick work of GR, sending those down to the lower bracket. So yes, our 4 games today, 4 BO3s instead of the 4 BO1s we had yesterday. Alter Ego, Lynn Vision, GR, FlyQuest. Then we have MongolZ versus the DRILLAS and Rare Atom versus Talon. In that order, bloody hell, I'm surprised I got that right.
Yeah, there you go, mate. There you go. Paying attention, I suppose.
I've had my Weetabix.
Yeah, well, indeed. 12 o'clock in the evening, you've had your Weetabix to start off the day. But we are here for the Counter-Strike, of course. And indeed, some really, really good games, I think, coming out yesterday. As you say, the DRILLAS Lynn Vision one, I think, sort of stands out for us, right? And it's cool that we're sort of splitting the games up a little bit here as the commentary team, and we're able to follow the same squads throughout, so we can continue kind of giving you those storylines. GR's maybe the real disappointment. I think I could have certainly seen an upset in there because of the BO1s, right? Talon, credit to them, they've played very well. They have actually come in as, you know, one of the lower seeded teams, so it is fair enough that they're able to take down FlyQuest, but GR just really did not give us anything at all, which is a bit unfortunate, because there were a lot of people coming into this that were like, you know, keep an eye on this team. They play in some pretty difficult conditions usually in the online situation, you know, 90 to 100 ping quite consistently, and yeah, I guess coming down to 5 ping was a bit too crazy of a change for them.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing into the disadvantages of having 100 ping on a server, and then you go, oh, actually, they're in the room next to us. There's no real excuse now. It does kind of fade away. It's a shame, considering what that was. That game from GR, would have expected to see a little bit more from them, but I suppose this is their first LAN event, so maybe first event jitters, who knows. But that game is for later. We've got to draw our attention to our very first BO3 of the day, and we're going to be saying goodbye to one of these teams early doors. It is Lynn Vision, the hometown heroes, versus Alter Ego, a squad filled with experience. Kind of, I don't know how to really put it together for this Alter Ego side, but let's look at Lynn Vision. This is a squad which in recent time has come under a little bit of fire with a couple of changes that they've made to the roster. You've got a Fufu and Flying coming in. They've been in the squad for, I think it's 5 months and 2 months respectively. And then you have a couple of question marks about how they've been performing. And then your attention's drawn straight over to the highest HLTV rating player in Zaka, where he's just absolutely farming anytime he's on the server, but almost has to do too much heavy lifting to have to bring the rest of Lynn Vision up to his level.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man, you can see the stats here. They actually looked pretty good yesterday from an individual sort of standpoint. We did have a few question marks around some of those names, like you say. Zaka was a big part of keeping them in the game, but I think a lot of what happened against DRILLAS was not really can they shoot back? You know, is the statistical advantage going to be there? It was more just sort of that team play element, which is what we tried to give them going into the game, and then they let us down a little bit there, and it took a long time for them to wake up and get going. And they do, I think this is something that they struggle with as like a team ethos when you watch them in ECL, right, which is their sort of high level local league within the Asian region. And sometimes they can play against a team that you're like, okay, I've never heard of any of these players. They've come in from the open circuit of Asia, right? Like, no one's ever heard of these guys, and they will lose a map. And it might be quite one-sided, because I think they just kind of don't give that respect across, and I think that's what's happened against DRILLAS yesterday. So they did get a wake-up call within the game. They did very well to try and bounce back, but obviously wasn't enough there in the BO1. Then we had the Alter Ego side. They actually played first yesterday against the MongolZ. I think they maybe did ever so slightly better than we would have expected from them. You know, we had the conversation going into it, didn't we? Are they going to get more than 5? That was our sort of convo, and they ended up getting more than 5. They actually looked okay in a few of the rounds.
Yeah, and in that game, 13-8, losing out to the MongolZ, which, look, you can't expect to come into this besting the MongolZ, considering how strong they've looked in recent form. I mean, we're looking at a MongolZ squad who just came off the back of the Thunderpick World Championships and besting some of the best teams in the world. And then Alter Ego, this team kind of built around national treasures, Bentet being arguably the best Indonesian player, Freeman, one of the best Hong Kong players ever to touch the game, and then Zion as well. Arguably the last chance for Korean Counter-Strike, as everyone else flopped the nest to the anime version in the recent times. So this is a last hurrah for this roster, and especially for Zion as well. We touched on it yesterday. After this, going off to national service, military service, back home. So he really wants to kind of push hard here, and it'd be an amazing story for him to be able to make it to the major with this squad, get that sticker, and kind of get his name in the shining lights on a major stage. But there's way too much toted against them at this point. They've got an incredibly hard lower bracket. Now that FlyQuest are down there as well, I think it's going to be difficult for any of these teams inside of this lower bracket to be able to deal with the competition, the level of competition that they've got here. But they've still got to put one foot in front of another, and they've got to take down local opposition in the form of Lynn Vision first. And honestly, if they can dig deep and bring some of that level that we saw against MongolZ and some of those 8 rounds that they're able to secure, they've got a decent chance against this Lynn Vision roster.
Yeah, potentially, right? There was, a lot of force buy rounds won out by Alter Ego is something to consider, but I think that they did look like they had a little bit more coordination to them than we were expecting. This is what we're sort of wanting to get into, though, of course, is the veto that Mirage banned away, obviously, by Lynn Vision. On the other side of things, though, in terms of the officials, it's a little difficult to tell where Alter Ego are going to go with things. The Ancient comes out. The Dust 2 from Lynn Vision's been a map that they've been playing quite a lot recently, and again, to a pretty good level. And then the Nuke is the decider. I think, taking a look at where it goes, maybe Lynn Vision would have preferred a Vertigo here, just because Alter Ego don't have any like official reps on the map, but obviously Alter Ego get that final decision. So I think it's kind of tough against a team like Alter Ego. What maps are they good on? Are they just going on the recency bias? They obviously played Ancient yesterday. We can't really say for sure that it's like, yes, one team has clearly won the veto here. I think Lynn Vision will be comfortable on all the maps. Alter Ego, the onus is more on them. You know, how are they going to look here?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the biggest downside is that, at least from recency bias for Alter Ego, they've got 100% win rate on Mirage right now, but they will never get that through against Lynn Vision, who has it on perma. And we had this yesterday as well, where they just weren't afforded this opportunity to be able to play what is arguably their best map. It is always just getting banned out. We may not get an opportunity to be able to see them play it, which is a shame. So Ancient, Dust 2 and Nuke is what we're going to be seeing here. Dust 2 was always going to be the pick there for Lynn Vision. There was an argument that Alter Ego might respect ban it. This is the Lynn Vision squad that went the distance against Na'Vi in Pro League. I mean, this is a squad that is very regimented on Dust 2. And hell, the map's been in the scene for decade, if not longer, basically in its current form. I think the biggest change has been, they've opened up the skybox and you can jump up short now. It's crazy. It's a new game. It's a new map. No, it's the same old Dust 2. And if you've been playing the game long enough, you're going to have some form of skill set there. So that might play into Alter Ego's favour. The fact that Alter Ego are a little bit of this unknown quantity as well, because they haven't played any officials bar that single BO1 yesterday with this 5-man setup with Dobu coming into the roster, then maybe they've got something up their sleeve to be able to just Bessel Envision here and there. But honestly, from the way that they were playing yesterday, it still looks like that Dobu connection in the roster is just missing. He was being caught out in certain angles or kind of being left out to dry when he was holding onto a single bomb site himself and just getting absolutely demolished by Senzu. Now, is that Senzu playing out of his mind? Probably. It's Senzu, for crying out loud. But it could also be that this homogenization of bringing in a player from a separate squad that you played with once before hasn't actually worked out as best as the Alter Ego lads would have liked. But who knows? Ancient is going to be familiar territory for both of these teams, though, so it could dictate the pace of this entire BO3, depending on what Dust 2 will serve us as well. Looks like just setting up the server right now. It looks like someone spilled a drink, which is also a classic early morning start in at a LAN.
It's true. It is
Causing
true.
a little bit of drama.
You know, the hotel vibes are kind of cool, but I think it can obviously be a little cozy at times, so that might be part of it as well. Although that being said, I don't know what they usually do about drink situations. You know, like,
it's a good question.
Do you have them like an open top, or does it have to be sort of safely put away? Yeah, well, because you don't want to be holding the game up.
No, true. Everyone's actually down to contract got to drink out of the Counter-Strike tea mug that they all got given. Just fill that up to the top. You've got to drink out the spout.
Doesn't sound too bad. Okay, well, I don't know about that. That sounds kind of crazy. But, you know, just like full teapot in middle of the game, you know. Yeah.
Oh, God.
But yeah, the games were a little slow to move yesterday, I think, certainly getting the infrastructure going. And we here, you know, at the behest of Perfect World, getting things set up. And I think I know that they run things and whatnot, but on this kind of a scale, I think it is always going to be difficult to run a tournament. And the first couple of days can be somewhat of a challenge for sure. I
mean, the sheer amount of players that are on site right now as well, right? Because not only is the Asian RMR kicking off, but you've got the Americas RMR starting today as well. So you've got all of the Americas teams there, like ready to kick it off. You've got all of the Asian teams battling for their tournament lifeline. So, yeah, there's a lot of spinning plates for sure. Either way, we are going to be kicking this one off. It's Alter Ego starting on the T side, Lynn Vision Gaming on that CT. They looked pretty handily in those pistol rounds yesterday, but of course, going up against the Mongols, it was always going to be an uphill battle. Are they going to be able to convert these rounds early on? And dear Lord, mid-control has been completely lost. Lynn Vision have just let them in full CT control, and Dobu is going to be the first one to fall.
Yeah, it's a very similar approach to the pistol yesterday, by the way. So I think that Lynn Vision have watched and have indeed learned. 2-on-2, though. Making it work a little bit better here, the Alter Ego side of things. No 9-10 in their way to find a quick two-piece. And Bentet, that is the big frag. Down to just Westmelon here. He's now been spotted out. I don't know that he's really going to be able to work his way in. I think there's a kit dropped on the site itself, but surely now that he has been found, he's going to really struggle to make this work. But a clean kill onto Bentet brings it down to the 1v1. Where's he looking? Where is his final player? Doesn't rightly know. Not got a lot of time to work with. And, well, Shine's played it very, very well. Hidden super far back. Kit has been retrieved. Smoke is a little desperate, but I think Shine's got this one in the bag. Just play that time and finds the head for good measure. Alter Ego will kick things off.
It came down to the IGLs in that one. Alter Ego do manage to find that round. Yeah, it was a nice little hold there from Sign. I mean, him just locking up in the corner and being like, no, I'm going to wait on you. Potentially seeing the kit drop on the floor as well, knowing that, okay, this is going to be the only chance to have in the round. I think if that smoke was covering onto the bomb a little bit more, he might have just jumped on and stuck it, but you need to clear that CT angle and just hold it off just in case. The complete lack of information there from Lynn Vision did not work out in their favour. Buy up here from Alter Ego, and we're seeing absolutely nothing here from the CT side other than a 5-man commitment over towards that A-bomb site. Bentet's going to be the only person holding ready, potentially waiting for this, and well, if he goes for a swing, his rifle out, it could go very wrong. But AK in tow, here's the steps, does get overwhelmed by Westman, and that is going to be one of the 2 AKs, or one of the only AKs, sorry, recovered for the CT side. 2 Galils and 2 MAC-10s remaining. Alter Ego just looking to bolster up that economy a little bit more and potentially grab that AK back into their own hands.
Yeah, kind of a big deal, I think, finding that AK. In the same vein, Alter Ego do not want to lose any more players. So, yeah, Lynn Vision should be able to get away with that AK, and Alter Ego going to have to watch themselves ever so slightly. Just the little things, isn't it? You know, that AK isolated by itself. There is potential for the damage, you know? There's scary stuff now.
I almost would have liked Bentet to just fully commit onto that angle as well. Like, we saw him jiggle peek the first, find that opening kill, and just get him. Like, it's evident that there's going to be more bodies there if you've seen no information towards B and you spot out at least 2. So just go for the swing. Hold down left mouse click and just see who you can span down, because even if you find 2 there, then it's a little bit more of economic damage over towards that CT side, bit of kill bonus as well, but does only get 1 for his troubles, and, well, is now down onto that lowly Galil. Util to boot across the board for Alter Ego, though. Lynn Vision going to be repaying it back in kind as well, as they bought up the rifles. Find that first CT round. A lot of early util to be able to hold off and stave this push on to that B-bomb site. Dobu is going to be the first base that they're going to see. Flying in the corner, taken down. Spam from Zaka, and he's not going to be good for any of them. It's Westman who has to pick up the pieces there, taking down Dobu and Zain. Has to fall back as he's low on HP and low on bullets in the mag. Bomb does get planted in this 3 versus 3. It's a pretty decent post-fight setup for them as well.
Yeah, I like where they're at for sure. Alter Ego. Oh, swinging in. It's Freeman to find the 2-piece. Very well timed. And unfortunately for Lynn Vision, they try and make the play, trying to get themselves into this map, but it just falls flat there, moving through the smoke. I think they probably had to save. When that smoke goes down, it feels, you know, not very nice, I suppose, is a good way of putting it. A safe way of putting it, but you do just have to kind of stomach it from time to time on the Lynn Vision side, unfortunately.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
It's been a bit of a one-man show on Lynn Vision right now. You got Zaka flying on 0 frags, Fufu on 1, and Westman on 5. The primary fragger and leading from the front from an IGL perspective as well. Amelia also joining them on the single fragging department. So a little more work needed here from Lynn Vision, but of course the economy has not been really in their favour for most of these rounds. That previous one was the first one where they had a real buy, and well, honestly, it went worse than their force spikes.
Okay, let's see. There's a bit of something to work with into this round for Lynn Vision. Can they make anything of it? Amelia going to eat so many nades and will be left pretty low. Even lower now. Taking a MAC-10 bullet as well, but no early kill quite yet from Alter Ego. I think they themselves are also tentative. You know, these are the types of rounds where a team that potentially has just run at their opponent to kick the tournament off now is like, well, we're sort of in the lead. We have to be able to play from that controlling position, and they're not quite familiar with it, so just taking it slowly.
Not looking to overextend here. They recognise what sort of position they're in, right? They know that they've got the economic advantage here. That's why we're seeing Dobu go onto that MAC-10 just to be able to bolster up some of that economy. Knows that head armor probably hasn't been afforded on most of these players, and well, he's made the right call. Westman the only person with it. Of course, saving the previous round along with that M4. Might be able to get ahead of that Molotov inside of mid and cause some drama inside of Donut, but he's been hurt. He does manage to find Dobu, but a swing out onto this A-bomb site. Bentet finding one. Fufu and flying with the pistols doing work. Shine now in a 1 versus 4. AK in tow. This is the perfect round for Lynn Vision to be able to get them back into this game. With Zain being dropped down even further, these USPSs can do some damage, but it's actually the rifles recovered from a Fufu that manages to find that final kill, and Lynn Vision get themselves on the board. A nice setup there, much more regimented from this CT side. Honestly, more of what we expected from them in these first five.
Really well played. I mean, you can kind of feel the vibe going into that round, I think, was slightly off from Alter Ego. Just such a thing, I suppose, as too much respect. Maybe not even respect, though, just sort of like doubt in themselves. And yeah, Lynn Vision are going to capitalize on that. They can smell the fear. And a really, really nice find from them. A massive boost to their game. We'll see if they can, well, convert things. And before even, you know, setting up the round massively, it's a burst forwards here from Alter Ego towards the B bomb site. Good number of bodies here for Lynn Vision as they will try and hold things down, but it's actually going south. I figured they'd be in such a good spot to stop them rolling in, but not the case at all. The AWP is here a little earlier than they expect, however. He drops 2, including the bomb. Freeman continues being a nuisance, pushing in, looking for those lurk plays, and it is all down to a Fufu who's been spotted. Freeman takes him easily, and a brilliant few rounds this guy is having when it matters.
The first 2 frags on the board there for Zaka, and they were influential, but maybe if he finds a third there, this round is completely different. Lynn Vision, it looked like the retake was clean, but Alter Ego just ready, prepped for it. Akit didn't manage to find a frag with the AWP, and this is something that I think is going to be quite important for him. Finding and building up that confidence a bit with the AWP. We know he's their primary AWPer, but yesterday, honestly, dreadful showing against the Mongols. We need to see more from him. And if he can get started early on here, then maybe we see a different side to him. Maybe. See some flourishes of greatness with that weapon in tow, but none to be found as of yet. So force buy here for Lynn Vision. Zaka once again on the AWP. See if he can make anything stick. It's a pretty respectful setup here from Lynn Vision. This 3-man stack towards A, and now they're beginning their rotation into mid as well, completely giving up that B bomb site. Potentially a very good read here. The back of Westmelon. Bentet just holding, waiting for the util to be able to expunge onto the bomb site. He's going to be playing entry here with the AK as well. Molly goes in, and just ahead of it is a Fufu. Going to start burning away, down 17 HP, and does get traded out straight away by Zine. And now with the bomb being planted, Dobo on the back lines as well isn't going to be able to find anything. Lynn Vision got to make a retake stick once again, but it looks like the calls that have been made to save Scriv. It's over and done with once again before the round even really started in the retake.
Yeah, just spotted out on the backside, really. Yes, Dobu goes down, but he sees them for his teammates, spotting at least 2 there, I believe. So, yeah, it's enough information that Lynn Vision just do not fancy their chances. Alter Ego looking pretty legit here. Some very, very nice rounds. Really well put together. Sort of the scaling into the bomb sites is very, very gradual, not rushed at all. They seem to have capabilities on either side of the map as well, which is a pretty big deal. And Lynn Vision are struggling to just make themselves known. I think this is a really similar repeat to the game against DRILLAS as well, that they didn't quite get themselves going until it was perhaps too late. Need to wake up against Alter Ego here. I think we're in timeout territory, to be honest. Yes, they're having saves and stuff like this, so there's a bit more time to like talk things over for the next round, but I think they do need to take some time, especially if this one doesn't work out. It is most certainly a timeout required.
What we called out yesterday as well is that their CT side was certainly lacking against DRILLAS. I don't know if it was the B bomb site that was their problem or the A bomb site, but something just wasn't clicking. Sure, they were able to string together those first 3 rounds, but after that, it was the DRILLAS in the driver's seat. So a bit of a different change of pace here from Lynn Vision. A bit more an aggressive stance towards this B-bomb site, and that's what I like to see. Westmelon position going to be revealed as he begins spamming. Zaka finding one, with Westmelon picking up one of his own as well, with the spam onto Dobu. Bentet with the trade, but to open up this A-bomb site once again. And this is something we've been seeing just completely abused round after round now, is there's no aggressive hold on this A-bomb site. We're seeing Alter Ego almost gain it completely for free once they find that opening pick, but Amelia, all the way from CT, is looking to change that. Swings on through, but it's Westmelon from Donut, who managed to find that final kill. It's a great retake, but they keep putting themselves in these really awkward positions. I need to be seeing more of them actually holding, committing to this A-bomb site instead of just this solo lurking player who just fades away in the first few seconds of the round.
Yes, indeed. I think, things looking good ultimately. Unfortunately, I think we've had a little bit of a dropout in the game there. So back to us for a moment while we get that one sorted. But, there's worse times to drop out, I suppose. The round was over. We knew which way it was going to go. I think Lynn Vision, one of the things that they do have to step up with, I think you're kind of hitting the nail on the head with it, really, is the fact that they have to up the defense, have to lean into those individuals and a couple of those fraggers that we know that they have. Alter Ego at the moment playing like they are that better side, the firepower is on their side, and sometimes you're going to start to believe it. And Lynn Vision, again, there's a lot of conversation around wherever they kind of look, it's like, oh, well, they're missing a star rifler, they're missing someone to join Zaka, and maybe it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy if they're not careful. So that certainly feels like part of the approach, the wrong approach at the moment that they have in the early stage of this game, but hopefully things can pick up, because that round was a good example of those names getting involved a little bit and taking over the round.
I just think it comes always at that one step, that one beat too late at this current moment, right? Because I understand that, yes, great, the retake was nice from Lynn Vision, but allowing it to get to that point where it's, oh, we've been completely smoked off and we have to push through smokes in CT and through Donut for us to be able to have an opportunity to be able to retake this A-bomb site, is like, guys, you can be locking down this site. It's been round after round at this point. The Alter Ego are probing and kind of testing you here, and you've not really risen to the challenge. I would love to see maybe this two-man setup over on A, but being a little more forward. Hold it towards Big Box, and maybe someone a little bit more aggressive in Donut as well, with someone inside a red room, just bolstering that up a little bit more, because B-bomb sites seem to be a little bit of a lock at this point. You don't need to be concerned about that. You've got your two-man hold, but yeah, just sort out your A site, lads. Like, this is where you're getting punished right now. So almost a blessing and a curse that this timeout tactical gets called. Maybe they can reset their mental just a little bit, and Lynn Vision hopefully looking to get back into this one and pull forward ahead of Alter Ego, but only time will tell.
Well, indeed, yeah. I think that, kind of on your point of like the A-bomb site, it does seem like Lynn Vision are trying to find the balance at the moment. The A site tends to be a very retakeable bomb site, and I think that that's potentially indeed what they're going for. But yeah, you have to find this balance of having a presence and not giving them too much space, or even that it's like they take the bomb site, fully concede, and then you can fully retake. I think we've seen them catch themselves a little bit in between two minds of like, are we stepping off or are we fighting for control, and not everybody on the same page, which again is a spillover from that game against DRILLAS. It felt like not everybody was on the same page. So I think they kind of have to come together again quicker than they did yesterday. Maybe it is a map dependent thing, but I think that for me and what I've seen of Lynn Vision over the years, even with some of these players, is the fact that sometimes they can just be a couple beats off and they have it in them, but they're maybe a bit lazy, right, to bring it out, which is fine in your domestic competition in the league and whatnot. When you're towards that top end pretty consistently, you're kind of a shoe-in to qualify for the playoffs. But if you want to be making the major here, I think you need to be on that sharp game round after round after round, which is a lot to ask, but that is the high-level competition we're playing at.
Yeah, this isn't your regional ECL group stages. This is, hey, by the way, if you lose this best of three, you're out of the major cycle. There's a lot more on the line here than, oh, we can make it to playoffs. It's, yeah, you can make it to playoffs of a bloody major in Shanghai. Like, it's the level's a little bit higher here, right? And I would love to see Lynn Vision kind of dig a little bit deeper into the strat book of, hey, we've been a team for 5 months together now, and they're going up against, yes, like quite quite experienced players on Alter Ego, but they're not experienced together. This Dobu has just been added to this roster seemingly randomly off the back of Atox, who's been playing and pracking with a completely separate team for quite a while at this point. We cut back into the game, and it looks like a couple of rounds have passed since that. Lynn Vision up a couple, and well, while they are going to be fading away and losing this round against Alter Ego, yeah, they've clawed it back a little bit. It's 6-4 as of right now. We are trying to fix the true overlay. I think we're going to be audioless for a couple of rounds, but for the time being, you can listen to us. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Fixed. Second I call it out. Problem solved.
Lovely stuff. But yes, obviously some struggles here, just I think with the layers of obscurity in terms of the connections and whatnot. So, you know, apologies about that. A few rounds missed out. Lynn Vision obviously closing the gap. But we check back in at an interesting point because Alter Ego have managed to sort themselves out and retain their lead at the big moment here. Amelia pretty damn blinding towards mid, as is Afufu. Bentet with the two-piece. That's gone horribly, horribly wrong. And thus, Alter Ego looking pretty damn good once again. A bomb site should be right for the taking here. Zachary is around, so you've just got to keep your eyes on him. But ultimately, numbers looking very, very good here for the T side.
Yeah, Nate goes in CT to be able to clear that smoke, but Bentet doesn't seem to be too worried about it. Spamming on through, allowing the position to be revealed, but knows there's someone lurking back there. There's a monster in the cupboard and is about to start jumping onto the bomb site. This time, though, Aid Kit comes out on top in the Orc for York battle. Finally activating, coming alive, and leaving flying the remaining CT lonely player into the server in a 1 versus 4. Economy is not looking too great for this CT side, so could actually see an argument where he saves here, but completely sideswiped by the over-aggressive Dobu. Works out in that Alter Ego favour as they take a 7th, moving in to the end of the first half. They're looking to push as deep as they can if they can get this 8-4 scoreline and then continue this momentum at the beginning of the CT side. Alter Ego looking to take this game almost as quick as we began it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, really, really excited for how things are going to pan out here. Another play towards middle Bentet. Only one for him this time, but I think he'll still be happy with that. Nades come in. However, they're faking things out, really. Trying to draw presence away from A once again. Alter Ego. They're enjoying the A-bomb site. Lynn Vision maybe not so much. And yeah, it continues being a pain point. And I think we have a little bit of like, while it's working, we go A, and then they've lost a couple of rounds here or there. They've gone back to B. They'll win that one out. Ooh. However, flying catches them, pants down. That is not a pretty sight at all, but flying capitalizing massively, looking to keep this round going.
Finding 2 of his 3 kills in this round. He's been slow to get started, but if he can clutch this one out, find these 2 remaining players, I think all can be forgiven. A swing there from Zine as he picks up Amelia. A-Kit needs to find this shot, hits on one, but does just run out of time. Flying sticks it and finds that 5th round for Lynn Vision. Drawing it a little bit closer now, but these rounds, once again, coming down to this retake, almost needing to be perfect. And honestly, for Lynn Vision, they were. They were very clean retakes that we were seeing over on this A-bomb site. But as we were kind of harking on about, it's the preamble before that point. It's the, okay, what sort of position are we in for us to be able to get to this retake? Is it a 4vx? Is it a 3vx, for crying out loud? Which was a time and time again structure that we were seeing. Well, Envision just having to save. Either way, we don't have to be asking those questions for too much longer as we swap over sides. Envision going to be taking the T and Alter Ego on the CT. Momentum still firmly with Alter Ego at this point. Yeah, just a big long E-hold by flying there. He's like, I'm just going to hold this. I'm just going to win the round. For the love of God, don't swing me, please.
Pretty big do or die moment here, it feels like, for Lynn Vision, Cody. They have to pick up where they left off. Alter Ego with a slim lead. Their map pick, of course, and it does seem to be a map that they have worked on pretty heavily. I do really worry about the Dust 2, you know, even before the Dobu era, if we can call it that. They weren't really much of a Dust 2 team, so yeah, Lynn Vision should be able to take them to town on that one. Having a map in hand will definitely help. Freeman has had a pretty quiet finish to that first half, but an explosive start into the second here with that headshot. Meanwhile, they have pumped the brakes here. Lynn Vision just holding off, not wanting to lose anybody else, trying to bait Alter Ego out a little.
Yeah, Smoke's almost forcing that as well, right? They've blocked off the two main sight lines. Really want to be taking a long-range fight against these USPs, if you can. Bentet has read this quite well. Just be able to get that red ring control. Not going to be able to deal any chip damage or take down anyone as they begin their rotate towards this A-bomb site. Design holding onto this A-bomb site solo right now. Does manage to find the fellow IGO of Westman. The long-range tap from Freeman does take down Flying. And now everyone else going to begin activating from that CT side as well. Bentet and Freeman finding frags of their own to take Alter Ego into an 8th round. They are commanding this one so far. Lynn Vision, in that game yesterday, their T side was substantially better than their CT. Their playbook clearly deeper in that aspect. But it took them way too long for them to be able to come back into it. And we're seeing almost a replay of that map yesterday, where it wasn't until their opponents were pushing double digits that they were like, okay, we have a strat and we're just going to be able to get back into this game now. But at that point, it was too little too late. They need to start winning rounds now. I think if Alter Ego get to double digits before Lynn Vision get to maybe 8, this game, this map, might be all said and done.
Yeah, no, you are right. You are right. So Lynn Vision not making life easy for themselves thus far. The Asia-Pacific RMR. Shine up high, ready and waiting for the action to come his way, but they are not moving a muscle right now. Lynn Vision hoping that they have the action come their way. So, you know, there's going to come an impasse at some point. The T side will have to get moving to make this round possible, but, you know, with nothing brought up, you don't really expect anything out from them. Maybe even just one kill would be quite good for them. Shine on the aggressive angle. It's all a bait and switch and money being made. 4-piece for him, in fact, on the hunt for the ace now.
A-Kit needs those frags. He's not going to let his fellow teammate find the ace. Needs to bolt it up a little bit. Been a little bit of a lost unit in this game. We were talking about him struggling to really make an impact in the game yesterday. Playing these angles which haven't really given him the opportunity to be able to shine as much as we would have liked to see him do on that T side. Maybe the CT is going to change that. Pretty bog standard setup here. Shine, however, though, dear lord, that is aggressive. Potentially a misread on the economy as well, because he just fully ran into 5 players all toting AKs. Mollies and Util going to be thrown onto this bomb site, shutting out the CTs, and Bentet up close and personal with this MP9 is looking to deal some damage. The high rate of fire weapon. Freeman with the M4. Jump around the corner for Bentet. Both finding frags. Westmelon trades them both out though. Dobu and A-Kit now in this 2 versus 2. HP advantage. Well, there goes that. A-Kit just needs a couple of bullets through the smoke to be able to deal some damage. The angle's simply not there. Can the T's ensure that this round does not slip away from them? A-Kit needs to clear every single angle known to man, but looks like he's gambling incorrectly at this point, as main is where the T's remain, and they all fade away from the bomb site. It is going to be another round on the board here for Lynn Vision. Great push from them, but with a misread, I would say, from Alter Ego. We saw that very aggressive push from Shine. We look at him, he's up close and personal, famous of all things. It's definitely not where you want to be. Caught your trousers firmly around your ankles. And he does get punished for such escapade. 9-6, your current scoreline.
Yeah, I think he certainly expected more of a B play. Yeah, no. It's a little unfortunate. Maybe go for that kind of thing if you had some more support to just slow them down, but obviously there was no one left on the site is the big problem.
I think he was the only person there. Wasn't he? Just him on the A-bomb site, that was it.
Yep. So, not the best. We got the B-rush coming in. Westmelon to open things up. Dobu is close with the MP9 here, but only one from him. Obviously not going to be enough. It really all does come down to what Bentek can do. Only one for him, but Shine's managed to find a kill sort of lurking around at the back there towards lane. So, bring it down to the 2 versus 2. They're trying to isolate the AWP. Easier said than done. Amelia all alone in the clutch situation. Smoke going to dissipate. Not ready at all. Shine's played a really nice round there. You see where that X is just outside a cave. That's where he gets his kill. And instead of following the path, he immediately reset to try and join with his teammates. So very, very well played. A cerebral move from him and potentially a redemption from the choice made in the previous round that potentially ended up costing them. So Alter Ego immediately bouncing back.
So much fragging potential from both of these IGLs. Shine sitting at 16 frags, Westmelon at 15 himself. Far ahead of the team surrounding them. We are not going to be seeing a tactical timeout here from Lynn Vision, and this is something that we were touching on yesterday. One thing that you pointed out that you quite like about a lot of the teams that you commentate and you watch is, well, early tactical timeouts, like kind of resetting that mental early doors. Once again, for Lynn Vision, we aren't seeing that, though. We're seeing quite a late timeout. I think it was a similar sort of scoreline yesterday in which they took their first timeout against the Drillers. And don't get me wrong, that timeout was influential. The second they took that, that's when they were able to chain together a number of rounds. And, well, if memory serves, off the back of that, they went into a very aggressive A-kit off the back of a similar sort of force. And it caused a hell of a lot of trouble. Let's see if they're going to do the same sort of thing. So far, so good. Might even look for some form of mid-control as well. Bentek is going to be looking to hold them off for as long as possible, though, inside of mid. And does begin fading away to Donut. Here's all of these steps, and here comes the backup. Westmelon picks up one in the form of Dobu, and now the push continues over towards this A-bomb site. Util absolutely everywhere, closing off every angle, every facet of the bomb site, but it's Shine from the backlines. Gonna be able to take down 2, but completely blinded, falls to the wayside of a Fufu's Molotov. The taps through the smoke, simply not gonna be enough right now. Bentek, audio cue given up, but they're not gonna be able to get off the bomb. Need to just stick it. A Fufu trades it back straight away. Now on this 2 versus 2, go for the bomb plant. And we freeze for a moment.
Yes, I think we might have lost things again, unfortunately. So
I'm gonna look at HLTV. I'm gonna see if I can.
Yeah, I suppose so. Just sort of see how things pan out. Apologies for that once again, folks. Yeah, it's a little bit of a difficult one, of course, because I think could potentially be a game-winning round for the side of Alter Ego if they take that one. You know, just puts them in such good stead. But we will be left to conjecture, unfortunately. But there you are. Hopefully not going to be waiting too long before we get back into things.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed.
Oh.
I think we are back into it now. There we go. And it is this the previous round? Wait, did they
No,
relocate over towards the B-bomb site?
I think we're in. I think they may well have done, yeah. It looks that way
rotate.
with a plant as well. So all good. I feel like we are back in. Zaka ready on the edge of this smoke, a pretty big smoke, to be honest, to just fully slow them down. You can kind of see Aid Kit panicking and not really sure if they want to go in for this. I don't think they have a kit available. Oh, they do actually, yeah. There has been one retrieved here by Aid Kit, and he will find that trade. Pretty important he did so. Unfortunately, they were in exactly the same position, just slightly further down the bomb site. Unexpected kind of angle there from a Fufu, and Lynn Vision with a round that keeps them alive in this.
Yeah, Fufu did an amazing job over towards that that A bomb site. We might even see glimmers of it here, where Bentek was able to find that opening frag to be able to stop the bomb getting planted, but from that point, did just have to hold those lurking angles, and he did exactly that. Fist bumps across the room. That's what you like to be seeing. We are going to be about game audio while we get this fully fixed, but at least we got the lovely visuals of Counter-Strike on your screen, which is honestly most important bit. Buy here is not great for Alter Ego. I mean, look at it. You've got an MP9 on Bentek. You've got a CZ for crying out loud on Sign, and everyone else in Dobu and Freeman on those upgraded pistols. Same cannot be said for Lynn Vision, though. Off the back of that tactical timeout, not only do they secure the round, but they secure the economic fortitude as well when they have the AKs across the board and only a little bit in their back pocket for future rounds. But if they can convert this one, they're looking in a very good position to be able to chain a number of rounds together.
Yeah, one would expect. But we have seen Lynn Vision kind of struggle in these situations across the course of the tournament thus far. So just got to be careful. Everybody seems to be a little weak against those force buys, or maybe indeed the region strong at them. Whatever the case may be, full respect being shown here. Lynn Vision winding that clock down. Shadow spotted. Bentet knows what's coming. It is a bait and switch setup here. Only one for him. Amelia there with the second kill is kind of the big deal, really. Still got aid kit on the Deagle, but he remains alone all of a sudden. Lost his teammates, lost his own life, and Lynn Vision play it very, very well there with the A-hit.
We're seeing almost a carbon copy of yesterday now. That timeout seems, in of itself, regimented. If we go down to a 10x map deficit, let's say, then we take the timeout, we reposition, we reevaluate how we approach this A-bomb site. And A, once again, is going to be the target for Lynn Vision Gaming. They know that from at least a economy standpoint, they're in good stead to try it. And we jump forward in time, just a brief couple of seconds, as the bomb goes down on A, this post-plant set up in a 5 versus 5, with absolutely nothing to speak of for Alter Ego, who are hunting ghosts at this point. Flying, though, very much real. As he takes down A-Kit, the backup here from Amelia. Round is all said and done. Even a single frag here for Lynn Vision. Sorry, for Alter Ego would be good. Do manage to find Amelia, but I don't think that they're in a position to be able to recover the AK now. It's getting juggled all the way back. No rifle for you, Double-Elimination. Does Lynn Vision take themselves a 9th?
Yeah. This is where they start to tighten up, though, looking very, very good, and something that they do well because of their experience and because of their sort of international games that they've played against that sort of higher level of competition. Yep. Is performing well under the pressure. I think they perform very well when things get a little tight like this, and yeah, already looking very, very good for me. So Alter Ego, it's now on them, and they will become a little nervy. I think they have to watch themselves and potentially create something in this next round.
There's an important point to mention as well, right, is the fact that this Lynn Vision side, at least in recent history, has not looked great, but it's on an international scale. You've seen them inside of Europe for a long time now, playing in CTTs, playing in your pro leagues against tier 1, high tier, tier 2 opposition. Whereas Alter Ego, I want to see who they've been playing against. Like, let's be real. They've been playing domestic scene Counter-Strike for a long time now, and well, hell, they even had a couple of months off to prepare for the RMR. So from an official standpoint, not much to really tote there. Lynn Vision, certainly more experienced side, and they are looking to flex all of that experience here and now, digging deep to bring themselves back into this game. And this round is the linchpin for sure. They're set up towards this A-bomb site once again, Util being committed. Shine and Bentet holding on to this A-bomb site with their lives right now. As the Util begins to fizzle on in from this T side, how are Lynn Vision going to execute?
The big question, Aid Kit finds a kill in Red Room there. Lynn Vision pulling away here, but also going back in. So they themselves maybe don't even know how they're fully going to approach things. 3 bodies ready to go on the A-bomb site as well is not a great look. We all saw that angle yesterday. Amelia trying to find the... Oh, top of her head. There it is. At least the information is there. Teammate will use that to his advantage. Bentet traded immediately. The AWP not really in position to stop anything, so the bomb will go down. Will they give it a go here on the retake, I suppose, is the big question. Dobu is around on the extremity. It's not bad for the 1v1, but when there's 2 coming at him, no way he's going to win that. So it will be a save for the remaining 2. Then Vision even things up.
Yeah, this is such an important save. Alter Ego's money is completely in tatters at this point. All they have is this AWP and the M4 for potentially the next 2 rounds. When it comes down to how much they want to commit here, I mean, hell, if Zach is able to find even one of these kills, I would even say that the half would be Lynn Vision's, but not to be the case. AidKit does escape with his life, even though he's on 22 HP. Freeman alongside him as well. A lifeline has presented itself with these 2 weapons, but it's still going to be difficult for Alter Ego to do too much. We're seeing similar sort of fallings here, as we saw from Lynn Vision in this retake scenario over towards this A bomb site. The early aggression is simply not something we're seeing from the CT side. They're allowing their opponents to be able to gain that control. And yes, while you've mentioned a number of times that this A bomb site is arguably one of the easiest ones to retake due to how many angles there are, it's still something where you wouldn't really want to be put into that position in the first place. In an ideal world, they aren't on the bomb site, they aren't planting the bomb, and you aren't having to retake. You've already solidified yourself as the owners of that area of the map, and it's just not something we're seeing from either of these sides right now. And it's an adjustment maybe I'd like to see. Alter Ego maybe chuck someone in the face over towards A. Have this set up one onto tree for the backup and one over towards big box. Maybe post someone up in mid as well with Bentet and just seeing if he can fight anyone instead of holding back into Donut. It's a force buy here on the remaining players of Bentet, Dobu and Shine, with an M4 and an AWP to be able to bolster it up. It's 10-10, our scoreline level. Lynn Vision looking to take the lead here in map number 1.
Bro, there's one guy throwing nades on B, and he's drawn all the attention apart from AidKit. So, you know, you just left this guy out on an island. That's the A-bomb site gone again. They have no visual information to work with and are just playing a really loose game. So another retake going to be required when you're on the lesser weaponry. It's not going to be easy. One of the plays of all time gives Westmelon 2. And Freeman now, kind of that last hope, not going to happen. Dobu too far away from things. But yeah, I kind of see it in this round. You're on the low buy or whatever. But as you sort of talked about, if you're going to buy into things, you do have to have a game plan. For me, both teams, you've got a lack of mid aggression, a lack of lane aggression, and they're just not conditioning anything. You know, they're really, really playing to the tune of the other team. And unfortunately for Alter Ego, they're right at the tail end of the game now. They cannot afford to let Lynn Vision take control.
It's a nice frag from Dobu, but it's traded straight back from Zaka. I like that you called out the lane aggression as well, because this is something that we were highlighting yesterday in that MongolZ game against Alter Ego. That Techno was able to find so much space purely just by being that solo lane player and just being thorn in the side, both on the CT side and on that T side. And maybe lessons to be learned from both of these 2 teams on the server right now from the way that he plays that. Have your extremities player locate over there. Be that pain in the arse, essentially, to your opponents and make them have to respect it. As of right now, Alter Ego are respecting absolutely nobody, but way too much. There is never someone over towards lane, and they're always committing at least 2, maybe 3, hell, even 4 players to a B-bomb site that doesn't get presence. This round so far has been the exception. We're finally seeing some aggression here from Lynn Vision over towards B and mid. Shine finally takes a fight, does find a Fufu, but it's traded straight back by Amelia because there's no one else to back them up. This 3-man setup over towards this B bomb site is going to come head-to-head against Freeman and Dobu, who are now already falling off the bomb site off the back of only seeing Amelia inside of mid. They've given up the bomb site once again. AidKit's this random anomaly that they don't know anything about, but even if he just finds Amelia, he should be coming to his team, and he is. He is now saying, guys, the A-bomb site's completely clear. Please do not give up on B as of yet. But now the double backs come on in. Lynn Vision and Amelia ready to deploy on A. Oh my god, AidKit, how have you missed him? Amelia's looking for someone. He's looking for ghosts. He's hunting down anyone that he can. He rips the head clean off the shoulders of AidKit, and now the A-bomb site's lost. Lynn Vision are in the heads. They're reading the tea leaves. They can see the future of what Alter Ego are going to do. And as of right now, all they can see is victory. It's going to be a 12th round on the board here for Lynn Vision, and Alter Ego have thrown away what was a huge lead.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal. Really just sits together as, you know, very, very, very telltale kind of round, I think. Lynn Vision are tapping into that higher plane that they're capable of. And yeah, it's very, very clean Counter-Strike, finding those gaps, communicating very well, and that is something that Alter Ego are lacking. They will manage to mount together a pretty nice save in the end, I guess. But ultimately, this is looking like a Lynn Vision Ancient here, and then that Dust 2 coming up next is very, very scary.
I would care more about Alter Ego finding those flags if Lynn Vision didn't have 13 and 14k on the players. Like, legit. Like, obviously, Lynn Vision don't go for that push if that's the case, but, like, it's too little too late at this point from Alter Ego, I'm feeling. The buy here is certainly not as advantageous as they would have liked. We're seeing 3 premium rifles and MP9s, and yes, while damage has been done with those, it's certainly not the weaponry that they would have liked. Bentec was off the bomb site already, and Zine needs to execute Westmelon, and he's not able to do so. Drops him down to 26 HP, and that's all she wrote for him. Westmelon, angle being held, apparently jumping in the air is the new strat here to be able to find out A-Kit as he picks him out the sky. Clay pigeon shooting this time round. They need the backup. They need to come through. From a kit perspective, there's only 2, and that's on Freeman and Benta. They need to be the faces that execute onto this bomb site, and they're all coming from CT. A single choke point that can be shut down by Amelia at a moment's notice. They're deploying here. The spray comes through. He takes down 1 onto Dobu. The second he swings on out, he needs to be able to get the control, and he does, to be able to spray down A-Kit, who's sold onto the bomb site, and a Fufu executes Benta on the spot. It is Lynn Vision's map. Somehow from the depths they dig deep and tap in to that extra level of competition that we know that they can provide. But Lynn Vision, we know you're the Lions, but for the love of God, stop playing with your food. Win these games early.
Yeah, there's some clear issues, I think, from the Lynn Vision side of things. They are on that kind of extremity of like, are they going to qualify? They could qualify, but we don't quite want to give them the full sort of congratulations ahead of time as we may have done with teams like MongolZ and, you know, wrongfully so it would seem FlyQuest. But yeah, they still play a very, very good T side. That was the case yesterday as well. And I think it does just come down to being able to control the game, being able to take the fights into your own hands, really. On the CT side, not quite sure whether it is the retakes, whether it is just a lack of presence. Maybe, again, like the whole LAN conversation, but I think they are throwing themselves into a few of the rounds, right? When it comes to the retake, should potentially be saving a little bit more and trying to make early aggressive plays happen. Just not quite in their DNA. But T-side, really, really good. And that continues to be the case for them. Unfortunately for Alter Ego, they were in a winning position for me and they let it slip away. So no timeouts really expended. No, again, adjustments coming in. So both teams, communication-wise, and I think discipline-wise, struggle in different parts of the game, and it's just unfortunate for Alter Ego that for them it's right at the end.
Yeah, Lynn Vision, you talking about the timeouts, I think Alter Ego maybe took one. I think Lynn Vision expended a strong majority of all of theirs towards the tail end there, but it definitely spurred this round that you're going to be seeing now. It was Alter Ego secured this one, taking us to a 10-6 scoreline, and then the first timeout came out for Lynn Vision. It was off the back of a force they were able to convert that, which rotated them back over towards that A bomb site and really put the thought back into the mind of Alter Ego that they could slip up here, and damn right did they. Lynn Vision then chained 7 rounds in a row to be able to take this map, their opponent's map pick, notably as well of Ancient, and close us out on a 13-10. This is identical for what we saw against the DRILLAS yesterday, in which they went down when their opponent went to double digits, took that timeout, and began coming alive once again. Of course, into DRILLAS, it didn't work out in their favor, but the Alter Ego side clearly didn't have that oomph, that second level of reinvigoration that the mainly European mix of DRILLAS had yesterday. That moves us on to Dust 2, being Lynn Vision's map pick, a map which, as we touched on in the pre-game, is a very strong one for Lynn Vision. While you might look at their win rate in recent history over the past 3 months and be like, oh, it's only 50%. But then you compare the teams they've been playing against, taking a very close map against Na'Vi, of all people, at last Pro League, and then playing it domestically and internationally as well against some quite high-level competition. if I'm being completely honest, this should be Lynn Vision taking this series 2-0 and having basically an early day and heading out and chilling and working out how they can dig even deeper for tomorrow in that next best of 3. But I've been wrong before. I could be wrong again. We're going to be chucking to a very, very short break. And when we are back, Alter Ego are looking to grasp hold of this series and see if they can claw themselves back into this and take us to a map 3. But Dust 2 presents itself for us first. Lynn Vision versus Alter Ego after this.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot it.
Is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, boys and girls, to the Asia-Pacific RMR here for the Shanghai Major from Perfect World. And after a pretty sloppy first half there from Lynn Vision, a revitalised side comes back in the second half to be able to secure that first map of Ancient 13-10 against Alter Ego. Now Alter Ego, with all their experience of years of playing, need to dig deep to be able to come back on their opponent's map pick of Dust 2 to be able to ensure that they are not thrown to the wayside and banned out of this tournament 0-2 early on as our first team eliminated from the entire RMR cycle. My name is Cody Cast, joining me is the lovely Scriv, and well, as I mentioned, we've got Dust 2 coming up very, very soon. Give us a quick rundown of this map, Harvey, because, I mean, Lynn Vision historically have looked all right on this one, and there's not too much for Alter Ego to really look at, right?
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of those officials, Alter Ego have not really been approaching the Dust 2. It wasn't a map that I think they moved towards in the past either. So they looked okay, but, you know, they've played against teams that you potentially never heard of and only a couple of times. So, you know, their Dust 2 were not really all that excited about. On the Lynn Vision side of things, that is where it gets very, very interesting. I think they're trying to angle this as their pick, as their sort of upset map. Yes, the Ancient is in there with a little bit more in terms of the reps, but I think that's just because of the way that, you know, the region works. There's actually not a lot of teams that are liking the Dust 2 at the moment. So it is one that Lynn Vision have been working on. They have played it very, very recently on LAN as well, with some really good results there. So I think that they will be very, very ready for this map. And it is a map as well that the likes of Zaka can sort of take over the game. And again, he was a bit more awake, but I think AidKit's still not quite giving us enough to get excited about. So Zaka can absolutely abuse his sort of compatriot on the other side of things, and he has absolutely farmed on this map recently, actually putting up, I think it's worth mentioning, a 2.24 rating in one of the games played on this map. So, you know, he really does look good, and I think that he'll be the one to watch coming into this map for Lynn Vision.
Yeah, absolutely. You were talking about the fact that they've played, that Lynn Vision have played Dust 2 quite a bit recently in some of their events. So we're talking about Bromo and Atox in the ESL Challenger League. The fact that this is domestic competition in which they're able to win games 13-4, 13-8, respectively, against Bromo and Atox. This is a map in which this is just domestic competition. This is stuff that they shouldn't really be needing to dig too deep into the strat book for, because if you can do it essentially on a windy night at your local events, then you can do it at the RMR against competition, which honestly, from a skill perspective, is not that much higher. And I wanted to give a lot more respect to Alter Ego. I wanted them to have this amazing storyline where they went up against the Mongols. They were going up against the #1 seed in this entire event, coming in as arguably the bottom seed. And maybe they've been pracking at their boot camp, and maybe they could take that best of one, but maybes do not turn into absolutes. We're seeing that inside of the BO1, clapped by Mongols, and now a repeat of such as well. Lynn Vision looking to send them home early on, continue the hometown hero run for this Chinese squad. Fist bumps across the room. Can see people in the server. I think we're going to be kicking this one off relatively soon, Scriv. Listen, Lynn Vision, this is theirs to lose at this point. Zaka's putting in numbers. He was feeling really, really good in that first map. And if he's able to just do it again, I don't see a world in which Alter Ego are able to come back into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in full agreement. That first map had to go the way of Alter Ego in a number of different ways, really. I think because obviously it was their pick, because Lynn Vision have got the Dust 2 that we're now on. And then also, as the game went on, Alter Ego were in a winning position. So there's an awful lot there to get through from a mental perspective. So hopefully they can wipe the slate clean. Easier said than done for sure, but we kick off into the pistol here. Alter Ego starting on the CT side and starting with some aggression. It's not a bad idea. Bentek can't quite land the headshot, and it gives Lynn Vision the first.
Actually, sub 50% conversion pistol rate here for Lynn Vision across Dust 2 in the last 3 months, so difficult for them to be able to step up to the plate. Dobu going to be able to trade one back, taking out Flying, a Fufu there, but it's the IGL for Alter Ego stepping up to the plate once again. We didn't talk too much about Shine in the pre-game, but he was putting in work for Alter Ego, and let's see if he can do it again here. It's himself and Aid Kit in this 2 versus 2, and oh, Zaka, there you go. Stamp that one and send it home. A single bullet from the P250 to be able to shut down his opposing AWPer, taking Lynn Vision's pistol round 1-0.
We love a good fadeaway to close things out. Yeah, again, you know, Freeman pushing in with the Julies and everything. The ideas are there. It just feels like the Alter Ego guys got a bit of like server rust almost. There you go, in the slow motion it even looks quick. But yeah, I think there is some kind of issues for a few of the individuals not quite landing their shots, not quite consistent enough. And
that's being polite.
Well, yeah, exactly. It is obviously going to cost them as well if they're not able to capitalize, but the ideas are there and the confidence is there, which is good. So they're not just turtling into themselves.
No, absolutely. That is the important thing. That was something that we were seeing actually both sides on that CT side, kind of Veto, of potentially giving a little bit too much respect and maybe being a little bit scared to be able to take those opening jewels on the CT side, especially over towards that A-bomb site eventually. I know we've harped on about it for round after round, so it's interesting to see if the dynamic swaps here, and so far it looks like it is. We're already seeing some mid-aggression here from Alter Ego, getting up into the face of their opponent. This chip damage on the scout, and wow, it's the jump down from Zine and Dobu looking to do the damage, and it's the recovered AK putting in work here as well with the backup from Freeman. Flying close range with the MAC-10, but sideswipe straight away. Amelia inside of mid, the solo remaining AK looking to put in work. Molotov not going to connect onto his angle. Got 4 different angles to be able to clear here, and he knows basically where all 3 players are now, so can reevaluate how he wants to approach this one. Up on short, he knows that. Inside of lower, another. Inside of mid, the scout. It's only going to be the kill onto Bentet. That is converted. It's 1-1 now. Alter Ego, a fantastic conversion there. And oh, I don't think. No, the AK was grabbed from him. It didn't look like he was grabbing, but he grabs it at the final tick of the round. Clean execute inside of mid from Alter Ego, and much more aggressive as we were talking about.
Yeah, there's definitely some prep here. I think, you know, they are able to crunch really, really well there. Saw a number of moves coming in the pistol that didn't quite work out. Comes together much nicer there for Alter Ego, I think. So, there you go. Game on our hands. Vision not just going to breeze through this one, trying to make long work now. Shine does get one, instantly traded back, however. And that gives them some numbers. They're not going to get too giddy, not going to go ahead of things here. Dobu really does have to be careful playing with fire. It does depend. Amelia, will he check the angles here? It seems he's playing things safe. Going to spot him out. Oh my god, but it's the scout. It's the scout. You have to be sure of yourself, and look what happens. Dobu finds 3, wins out the round, essentially. If only Amelia had taken a moment to just, you know, switch to the Glock or just get the information and wait for your teammates to come around the corner. Could have been a real round-defining moment, as I guess it ended up being just for Alter Ego.
Yeah, the fact there was no real retaliation as well. Westmoreland does just get taken out of the round by a single bullet to make it. Yeah, we saw the re-rotate from long as well to be able to back up the T-spawn, but, I mean, it was clinical. I do hope we get to see it on the replay. I mean, it was a bit of a whiff from Amelia giving 2 opportunities, and Dobu was like, oh, it's pistols. Take you out of the rest. So, yeah, a nice one here from Alter Ego. Starting out strong. This is what we like to see from them. Their CT side in the previous was not too bad. As Lynn Vision digging even deeper into their playbook to be able to ensure that it did get shut down. Lynn Vision need to be the aggressors a lot more than maybe they would have liked. Holding inside of mid with Dobu, and it's just this crossfire being set up with A-Kit to be able to back up. So the sprays are there, the bomb gets dropped. There's nothing in this round at all for Lynn Vision other than the recovered AK. And okay, maybe there's a little bit more than I was giving it credit for. Single tap onto Zine, but with the Molotov going down, 35 HP to his name, only 7 bullets in the mag. my confidence begins wavering.
Close. Not quite able to find the spray down in the end. Yeah, even just one kill there would have obviously made things costly. Torigo actually starting to build up a really, really nice spot here. Plenty of money being made, filling out those money bags. So we'll see here if they're able to keep it going. Lynn Vision, of course, they have struggled economically for quite a while. Even into this round, it's not brilliant. But they will have a workable buy now, and, well, indeed, absolutely have to make it work.
A-Kit with the AWP in his hands. 4 kills to his name. Already a substantially better start than what we've seen from him across both maps on Ancient. Looking to continue this trend as round number 5 continues. It's Freeman to find that opening kill onto flying those, to be able to rip an AK out of the clutches of a Lynn Vision player. Dobu, aggressive angle on this corner, and hopefully he's far enough back, but that suppressor isn't swinging on through. Flash does go out though from Bentet. And the AWPer of Zaka taken down. It's an incredibly influential player to take out of the round. Hasn't really been able to get started so far. Dobu looking to repay the favour for his teammate. He plays Flash now. Bentet going to be looking for the head, but not able to find anything. It's Westmelon ripping it clean off his shoulders. Are they going to clear Goose? And as of right now, no. Dobu reveals his position, but not going to be good for the second. Not able to find anything here. Zain, close angle. Needs to be cautious about to spot out anyone on this bomb site, but Westmelon pushes on through to be able to rip him in twain. Now in a 3 versus 2, Freeman and A-Kit over on that B bomb site on an island, basically not able to commit into this round, and it's Lynn Vision with the full buy toting down mid. They secure A.
It will be that. Little chaotic, a few oversteps. Dobu taking the swing. Potentially not needed, you know, dedicate to the crossfire. Molotov did come in. It didn't quite reach him in the end. Maybe he thought it was going to. That's the moment for me that stands out. Lynn Vision, though, pretty simple stuff as they get that execute going. Zaka with a massive game so far, but not necessarily needed in this one. It is flying as well, I think, that we look towards as being a player that needs a bit more presence. So Lynn Vision not going to get away with these types of plays continually. You know, they're going to need that step up from the individuals that we talked about, particularly Zaka, who is yet to have an AWP in hand.
He's got his little brother instead. The scout's available. I think there was an AK on the floor, yeah. He was just going to sell that and recover that instead. Change of pace on the round, it would seem. Sign on long. Back up from Bentet as well. Vision needs to be cautious about taking that approach, as this is a very forward angle for Alter Ego, both over towards A-Long. And honestly, on Short and Cat as well. They've got this full setup locked down, and Lynn Vision almost a little bit worried of taking these fights. Not wanting to be overzealous and aggress too quickly. Happy to run that time down. Towards down the back of the mind of Alter Ego. Util being expended. Still quite a bit available for that CT side. Same cannot be said for the T's, though. They're running on fumes with 4 flashes, a smoke and a molly. As they begin positioning themselves over towards this B bomb site, they're gonna need to get back to him. Obi picks up a food, flying onto the bomb site, flies on to the bomb site and picks up one. With Amelia inside of mid, trading out Dobu, and with Bentet on the rotate from A-Long, he needs to do some damage. With the smoke being deployed, both in window and the Molotov going out, the bomb gets planted, and Lynn Vision look to hold on to this site.
Yeah, absolutely looking to even up the numbers. Aid kit in towards window, ready and waiting for a head. He spots one out, just can't land the shot. He's trying to buy time. Of course, there is that flank coming in. Fight has to be won. Moves forwards, but loses his life, as does Shine, all down to Bentet. I think they have a decent idea of where he's at this point. Kind of a wide swing coming in. Not much that he can really do other than the damage. The round itself is going to be won out. He'll keep the kills coming in, to be fair to him. Get that AWP and get the hell out of there, but Lynn Vision, they even things back up, and a B split to do it as well. They've not been massively popular since this new iteration of Dust 2 coming around. There's a lot of the high-level teams that have worked out some decent CT utility, actually, for that B bomb site, but we see Lynn Vision go for the B split, and they make it work.
Econ's not looking great for the CT side, and as such, tactical timeout being called by the Alter Ego lads. Getting vocal in the room. Communication is key in these situations to ensure that Barley can have as much say as possible. Gum going to be using this opportunity as well to be able to communicate with the squad. One thing that we potentially didn't highlight enough of was actually the dominance in that first map between Amelia and Westmelon. We mentioned Westmelon kind of leading from the front, but Amelia was up there with frags as well, actually top fragging the entire game. 20-16 was his end scoreline, +4 on his KD. Zion on the other side of things for Alter Ego, putting in the work. Seeing a relatively slow start for Flying, currently 0-6, moving into round number 7. Hoping to avoid that James Bond 007. Needs to have more of an impact. He was middle of the pack in Ancient, 13-11. Can he find at least one? It's going to be York right now. Aid Kit finds Westmelon. There goes your IGL. And Amelia closes the gap, but runs head first into an MP9, which punishes him for his hubris. Fufu looks to recover. Bentet on the off angle. Smoke goes down. Can he see above it? Doesn't look like it. Spamming away, and the molly completely shuts him down. Has to fall off. Fufu pushing on up. Aid Kit picks up one in form of a Fufu on the bomb site as well. And Zaka is nowhere to be seen right now. Drops over the York. Recovers his AK. Nade him through the smoke to see what he can find. Nobody home so far. Multiple angles for him to be able to clear, and as of right now, it's just shooting blindly into the night to see what he can find. Does take down Dobu. Looks to be able to reposition over towards CT as well, but the second that smoke dissipates, Aid Kit is there to shut him down. It's a 4th round on the board here for Alter Ego as they regain the lead. And Lynn Vision, a lot to be desired in that round.
Yeah, Lynn Vision unable to really get past the initial defense, as it were. And that's about as far as they got, was that second to last shot from Aid Kit. So much more prepared on the Alter Ego side for a hit. It can be a bit hard to cross in long. You got to be brave. You got to go for it, especially once you get those cross smokes down. And yeah, Lynn Vision, I think, a bit too much hesitation.
Westmelon, I mean, I kind of respect it, but edge of the smoke was not as deep as he expected. It does get picked off with ease. Fufu and Zaka, the only 2 players really committed into this one. Everyone else has forced one up, but I mean, it's not quite accurate to say that. Freeman completely blinded, still manages to find that kill. Flying picks up his second here as he swings on through to the site with that Tech 9. Bentet up close and personal by window. Needs to be cautious about getting overwhelmed by the barrage of bullets that can come at the hands of the Tech 9. Here comes some of that util that you were talking about, Script. I mean, mollies, flashes, smokes, you name it, being deployed right now. Bentet takes down one. Flying trades it straight back, but the backup is there from Zine, and it's a 5th round on the board here for Alter Ego without the bomb even being planted.
Going to be difficult for Lynn Vision. They are once again on the back foot, once again struggling to get into proceedings here. Seems to be the trend, you know, and not a very nice trend for them of this tournament. Really, really taking a long while, I think it is safe to say, to get into these games. And you know, you test fate a bit too much, it can come back to haunt you. That's exactly what happened against DRILLAS yesterday. It could happen here. We're still in the realms of knockout and the realms of a Alter Ego win, and they definitely are not going to go down without a fight. 1 kill in this round thus far for the Glocks is always nice. Any damage is good damage, as an old friend of mine used to say in this type of a situation. But Alter Ego doubling up. 16 now, looking really quite strong in those rifles especially.
Getting flashbacks. We're seeing an almost simultaneous setup as what we saw over on Ancient, in which Alter Ego build up this pretty large gap. Lynn Vision then have to reevaluate how they want to play this, take their time out, and start swinging back. But I mentioned it earlier, like, stop playing with your food. Just secure this one. It's a BO3 for elimination from the major. First one in Asia. And Lynn Vision do not want to be sent home this early. Utah being committed over towards the same side. Flash goes out, Amelia completely whited. No idea he got swung there by Zion. Westmoreland inside of mid trades Dobu as he gets a little bit too pushy. More Utah being committed here. Flash is working well. This is more like it. The great execute onto this A-bomb site. And now just Freeman left alone inside of mid and somehow gets that kill on Westmoreland. I have no clue how he didn't fire back. Looked like he ran out of mouse mat or something with his crosshair placement. Either way, 3 versus 1. Freeman could look to be able to push onto this one if he wished. Has that economic fortitude to be able to do so. But instead, just going to post up inside of mid. Wait for an over-aggressive push from an Envision player, which is never going to come. And save this. Or not. Or he's going to go for it. Never mind. They just push it. And flying is going to fall to the wayside. Zaka trades it straight back.
I'm not a big fan of that. They actually needed that drop.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Yeah.
Their econ was in tatters, bro. Like, what are they doing?
Well, I mean, you know, it's more Dobu's got no money here.
Yeah.
So Freeman needed to drop him. That's kind of the bigger thing, I think. Lynn Vision can afford it a little bit, but yeah.
They don't. Yeah, they don't have like a backup plan at this point, though. So like, if they lose here, yes, they will have some loss bonus to be able to, I suppose, force up if they really wanted to. But Zaka isn't going to be getting much kills if he finds a number of kills in this round.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely are right. I think there's potentially just the thought process for Lynn Vision. It's a bit more important to take guns away.
Yeah,
you know, a Galil is workable in this round, whereas a 5-7 less so. I don't think they would have had a full-on read on the individual econ, but
no.
All the same, it does kind of have an effect. But I'm in agreement. I think we're still, again, yeah, the level of discipline and all this sort of stuff is still not quite as high as we want it to be.
Mid control being commanded by Lynn Vision right now. As they reposition themselves over towards that A-bomb site. Pretty big commitment here from Alter Ego on this B site. We know that as we touched on, buy over to that side of things isn't great, but Dobu posted up close angle with that 5-7. Remaining bolstered up players in Freeman and Bentet. M4s, premium rifles surrounding it. But instead of that A positioning that it looked like they were going for due to their utility, instead they gain that full control of the CT. They spot Dobu as he fades into that smoke, and now they go for the push. And oh my good God, no one's cleared Bentet. And he takes down one with the backup there from Zion as well. This round has fallen away from them, and utility and economy be damned. Who cares? Alter Ego are going to be able to secure themselves a 7th here, with Zaka looking to save himself an AWP, but needs to be cautious on this backline. Can he wait until after time? Can Zion find him? No, he cannot. Gets dropped to 7. And it is going to be the AWP saved. Oh, it was close. Zaka almost taken down. But now he's going to be the only real weapon in this round, a round in which Lynn Vision just, again, waited way too long. It was 20 seconds on the clock when they begun springing into mid, and they were shut down from 4 different angles.
No CT smoke there is crazy. I don't know if that is just a misread of the resources and, you know, trying to stick to the game plan but lacking a smoke, or if something was failed. But, like, no smoke CT is just insane, to be honest. Like, when you're moving out mid like that, you see exactly what happens. Yeah, a desperate attempt. Especially to, like, move in with no smoke and then not really check the CT angle either. you know, yeah, just really not quite good enough. Lynn Vision punished for it. So I think they will be fully aware of the situation. They don't need us to tell them that they have misplayed in that round.
But we're going to tell them anyway. How dare you? They know that they can recover in this situation. This first half is certainly not going to go stable. Definitely going to be looking towards that CT side to be able to recover here. First half jitters once again from Lynn Vision. This is a little bit more of a deficit than what we saw, though. That first map. Can they pull something out of the woodwork here with this force buy off the back of the saved orb from Xhaka?
The big question, of course. Flash comes over the top. There's a player in pit. They've got to check him. They've got to do so cleanly. One for Shine is pretty good. Aid kit holding things down towards short. Does get traded, but the numbers are being thinned eventually. Slowly but surely. Xhaka threads the needle there, but Shine is the unstoppable player at the moment. And he will keep it going. He pretty much finds that kill. It's Dobu to secure it, but yeah, really, really clean stuff in the end from Alter Ego. 8-4. This Dust 2 that we were talking about being kind of a shoo-in for Lynn Vision at the moment, looking anything but.
It's a 7-5 half when Lynn Vision are on the CT side of Ancient. The T side of Alter Ego looked substantially better before the half. This time round, it's the CT side in which they're able to do their best work, gaining that lead. Statistically as well, Alter Ego's better side on this map is the T side. Again, we're talking about lower level domestic competition here that they're playing up against. So read into that as much as you will, but clearly a slightly more developed strat book on this T side for Alter Ego. Or just the AK buff, one of the two. Hey, it could be either. Lynn Vision looking for that. Honestly, that elusive timeout that we've come to know and love around about this sort of point. If we see Alter Ego pick up 2 rounds and go 10-4 and then they call a timeout, then maybe this is just like an insane strat from Lynn Vision where it's like, cool, we've seen what they can do in 10 rounds. Now we come back. But that is levels of copium beyond even I'm going to read into.
Well, we'll see. Not over until it's over. Flying. Taking a leaf out of the Alter Ego book here as he looks to get aggressive with these Julies, and he does so a little better. Just got to be careful. He doesn't bite off too much here. A bit more. Oh, and the pillar's work in his favor. That's the bomb spotted, so I think he will pretty happily take that information and pull back. It's all a bit of guesswork here. Freeman, looking the wrong way, and Amelia saves his teammate's life. That is most unfortunate for Alter Ego, but indeed serendipity for Lynn Vision. They will find themselves with a solid man advantage now.
Only taps here from A-Kit. Tries to pick a hole in this A-bomb site. Looks like the USPS is going to come out on top of the P250. A Fufu, close range, needs to be cautious about the high rate of fire of this block. He's snuck on up there, no clue he's here. Takes down 1, looks for the second, swings on back and picks up a 3rd. Bentet doing so much work as he finds 3. Over on 8. But now in this 2 versus 1, it would need to be the ace for him to be able to secure this round. Bomb, I don't think in tow, no, drops down inside of Cave. Single bullet onto Flying, needs to find the head. Can he get it onto Amelia? And no, it's gonna be the lower tons player. 2 kills to his name from that same position, saving a teammate and now saving the round for Lynn Vision.
Man, that was a bit scary. Asleep at the wheel there on the Flying end for sure. Bentet goes crazy. That 3-piece is out of this world for sure, and it's just a little unfortunate. Given a couple bashes at it, but could not find the head of Amelia. And yeah, that makes a big old difference. However, I was going to say maybe we see something here from Alter Ego potentially could have seen him like drop an AK or something wacky, but not really. Ooh, gonna make too much of it. He does have a deagle. That's what he's done. He's gone for the deagle thanks to the kill bonus. It does actually pay off. First head rolling in favor of Alter Ego leaves them with some control. They do have kind of a mission directive here if they so choose, but it's just all about figuring out where they want to go. Maybe make some money on this MP9, right? Would be nice. The round itself still looks pretty damn good for Lynn Vision.
Certainly still in the driver's seat. Even more so now as well, with Freeman falling. It's funny, he needs to be cautious that he doesn't get caught out here, and he does at the hands of Bentet. But this MP9 has almost been passed around every single player of Alter Ego at this point. Bentet already low enough off the back of those previous fights with Westmelon, so Afufu jumps on in and finds that kill. It's a 6th round here for Lynn Visions. They begin clawing this one back. Bit of a bonus round for them there as well, off the back of the MP9 frags. Builds up that CT side economy. Gives them that opportunity to have to buy up here and continue building up even more money in the bank. I mean, Afufu and Zaka, well, it looked like they weren't going to buy, but Zaka's like, actually, never mind, I want that M4. Oh, actually, just trades it to Westmelon. There we go. So it is very much a economy building exercise. Let's see what Dobu can do. Flash goes out, smoke on the corner as well. Thinking about swinging through. You can hear the spam of the M4, and he's just going to return fire straight away. No tracers, remember, on the M4A1S through the smoke, so purely off sense alone, he finds that kill. Bentet completely fights close range angle for the MP9. Does work once again. We've seen it come alive game after game now. Gun is so strong. Amelia close range, one bullet in the clip. Needs to be careful about how he wants to retake this fight. It spams through the smoke left, right, and center. Amelia not respecting his opponents right now, just looking to find anyone and everyone that he can see. Freeman picks up one, flying on Westman with the trade. A-Kit wants to get in on the fun as well, but the A-bomb site is not going to be lost anytime soon. Zine now on the rotate in this 1 versus 2. Eyes on Goose. Smokes soon to be dissipating. Needs to choose an angle that he wants to fight this one on. Needs to be cautious about the audio cues as well. Can pick up the bomb, but I think only a couple of seconds remain on the CT smoke as it does fade away, and Amelia looks towards CT, but I don't think he's spotted anyone out as of yet. No, he's got off scot-free. Zine somehow, like ships in the night, has rotated over towards this B-bomb site and knows both players are on the A site now. Rotates over, bomb on his back, gets it planted, and now Lynn Vision have got an uphill battle to be able to retake B.
He has certainly slipped through there. Could have a massive effect here. Kit available for flying. Brilliant round that he has had. Essentially bringing his team back into the argument. Shine hidden away. Here's all the footsteps coming his way. God, he's so very on it and not ready for him. Oh my, Amelia though. Massive kill, and has to be the player to highlight in that round, right? I think the comical thing over on A is that he's put bullets in pretty much every single spot that the T's were not in through those smokes,
yeah.
You know, hitting the walls and hitting corners, but just created so much space. The smoke is one thing, but, you know, just getting the shoulders out, as they say, and pushing in, having presence, slowing down the T's to allow teammates to come and join him, and, yeah, really well played. And then, of course, the most impactful kill of the round there at the end.
It's a back and forth affair over on that A-bomb site. Could have honestly gone either way. As a smoke flies through the air, we freeze and stare at Flying's lovely M4. And there we go, we're back into the round. Zaka looking for some form of mid-presence here. Flash goes, sorry, nade goes out to clear the smoke, but it doesn't look like it committed and connected into the smoke the way you would have liked. So nothing gained up inside of mid. It's a random shot flying through the air. A-Kit is going to use this to his advantage right now as the smoke begins to dissipate. Mid control completely lost from the CT. Zaka's had to fall back. Molly's going in to be able to block off any sightline that could be afforded. Wow, that's crazy that Zaka isn't holding CT right now. No one's holding CT or mid. Aidkit has completely slipped the net right now. Does anyone have any idea he's here? I don't think he does. Plat is there. Plat is open. The spam is there as well. But, oh, it is sloppy onto Flying. Flying picks up one onto Freeman as well. Westmelon on the double doors. Manages to trade one back, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Aidkit's still putting in work. No one's killed him. But Zaka finally, from CT, manages to shut him down. Dear Lord, that was way too much respect earned.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a pretty kind of conventional. He's never going to get away with that again. But usually when you approach mid, you go for that cross smoke, maybe throw a flash or something like that. And he's just taken a full gamble on the fact that it's like, right, if I don't make any noise, no one's going to pay attention to mid. That's usually how it goes, right? So he tries to get away with something like that. Unfortunately, there's not much that he can do with that, not much that the team can do with that. Needed him to clear out that B bomb site, but then you've got no cross smoke for everyone to join you, right? So it gets a bit weird as a overall team macro play. There's maybe not as much as you can do with it as you would think, unless I think he finds, you know, a super clean two-piece on the B-bomb site, which just didn't quite happen for him.
Yeah, I think that was the problem, right? Because there was two players on the bomb site. I think it was Westmelon who was rotating back through double doors the second that Aidkit jumped on through window, and he takes down Flying, and then he thinks, oh, guys, the site's completely clear, but doesn't clear Westmelon because Westmelon's holding that double doors angle and sprays down the rest of the team. So it was very much the timing working out in his favor and against him at the same time. Speaking about timing once again, inside of the corner, Westmelon almost played trigger discipline to perfection there as he hides in the corner, but Zion does manage to check the corner this time round. It is just going to be Aidkit once again, alone here. Only a single frag onto Westmelon to be found so far. It doesn't look like there's going to be much else, if anything, for him. He does have the bomb on his back, so could position himself over towards this A-bomb site if once again he can sneak on through, because the entirety of Lynn Vision Gaming are posted up inside a CT and not in a position to be able to stop him from getting out on site yet.
Yeah, we'll see, actually. This is where the new boxes might come in, if anyone's ready. If he goes for, like, sort of the safe plan. But he's, again, taking a few risks moving around the corners here. Will be able to get the bomb down at the very least. So, in isolation, kind of nice for Alter Ego. Taking another kill with him as well. He's got this smoke to work with. So, he might just get something else. Unfortunately, Flying comes around with good timing to deny that eventuality. All the same, as a moment, it's not too bad. But Lynn Vision really picking up steam here, of course. Yet to lose a round in this second half. CT side taking over. And they are looking to keep it going. The Dust 2 that we have spoke about, you know, really, really impressive in recent memory. And now it's starting to come out. Once again, Lynn Vision takes some time, but they are still able to deliver when the chips are down.
Thank God for them. That's where it most matters. You can arguably throw away the early round and not matter too much, but when you come down to it, the brass tacks is, hey, you need to get to 13, you need to get to 12 and 13 first. And on this current pace, they're looking to do so. It is what feels like, for the first time in a long time, a full buy from both sides. Economy is equal, weaponry is equal, and there's an AWP in the hands of Zaka and Aidkit as well. Aidkit, a player who has come alive substantially more in this second game than what we've seen in the previous two maps at all. 14 kills to his name so far. Bentet looking to do some damage over on this A-bomb site up short. But the fadeaway, Zaka is going to be safe.
A lot of smokes out here across the board, actually. Alter Ego slowing it down. Been going towards mid a lot. So I think even though this is a change-up and pacing slightly different, Lynn Vision will still be ready for it. It's a lot of pressure on Flying, unfortunately, does get overwhelmed. So yeah, Alter Ego have read that situation quite well, and the way that Lynn Vision have been playing things. They're not really dedicating a solid player into the mid position. They're playing like a 3-2 kind of setup, and in this round it has come back to bite them in the backside. Aidkit with the round-winning kill forces the remaining two to save. So yeah, Lynn Vision, a massive hole in their defense has just been abused. It takes a bit of time, but Alter Ego have figured it out.
Yeah, looks like Lynn Vision was semi-expecting someone inside of mid by the double doors. I don't think they were expecting Aidkit's AWP trained on the close angle, but hey, you got to prepare yourself for every eventuality. Torigo bring us back level 9-9. It's the rifle round in which they're able to convert a great split to this B-bomb site as they poke and probe A once again and then change their finishing point. With this, they look to regarner some control. From a CT side perspective, a little bit of a share of the love situation. Dropping rifles to your teammates. Making sure everyone's, you know, not got too much money in their back pocket for the next round. But still ensuring that everyone can have an impact inside of mid. Dobu and Aidkit, this two-man duo. One chuck in the util and one with the AWP. Able to do too much so far as the cross still happens on this B-bomb site. The CTs position themselves quite aggressively on Plat. Eyes on a Fufu, though, who, speaking about aggression, has pushed all the way through A-long double doors and holds, waiting for someone to swing into his crossfire. Bentet, trained on the angle, almost has an inkling that he's there. Might have heard an audio cue that someone was stepping up close. I'll put a thorn in their side about how they want to execute onto this round.
Torigo playing pretty well here. I quite like the passiveness that they've started to bring.
Yeah.
Really thinking about their movements. Very, very methodical here rather than a lot of the plays we've seen throughout this series from both teams, honestly, just being super bursty and all about grouping up and kind of the pack mentality. So this is nicer, but also more conventional out of Dust 2, right? You wind the clock down, you base some utility, and then eventually you make a bit of a play. Now, it is kind of a fake out, and thankfully, Westmelon here, we'll see what kind of effect we have. Afufu's come in from behind, he strikes at the perfect time from the longhouse to just distract things away. Amelia, you know, really left out on an island, clearly did not hear them moving in. Comms or whatever overtaking the game sound, and it nearly cost them massively. Bit of timing missed here, unfortunately. Only 10 seconds to get that bomb down, but they should comfortably get the plant. All the same, 2-on-2, where actually for Alter Ego it was very good for a moment. Freeman is here, but he's not quite set up. They overwhelm him. It's down to Bentet, legend of the region in the 1 versus 2 here. Trained in on the angle, clean spray down for the first, and he gets the second two. Bentet rolls it back to give Alter Ego 10.
Down to 2 HP, but he finds the 2K. Alter Ego commanding the lead there, and a round in which Lynn Vision realistically should have taken. And you talked about timing not being in Alter Ego's favour. Hell, timing not being in Lynn Vision's favour. I have no clue why Zaka decided that he needed to rotate and back up Afufu there. Afufu did all the work. He picked up 2 frags inside of mid, traded his life for it, and then Zaka was like, oh, well, I've been trained on this A-bomb site and locked it down with my AWP. Let me just lurk inside of mid and see what damage I can do. He did absolutely nothing. He got shut down. He traded the AWP for an M4, and I don't even think he got a bullet out the chamber before his head was ripped clean off. I think I would have preferred him to continue holding this A-bomb site. Lock it down. It was under lock and key, my friend. You didn't need to do any more, but it falls the way of Alter Ego. They take a tactical pause as they realise that something miraculous could happen here. Taking Lynn Vision's map pick, a map which, as we've toted time and time again, we've mentioned, this is a strong map for them. Load of history here between tier 1 opposition and local opposition as well. Wins and close affairs. It's aggression from Lynn Vision once again. This time, instead of respecting this A-bomb site, they are just positioning themselves over towards B, see if they can catch onto this gamble. With no information gained here at all, knowing that cave is clear, and hearing this util committed over towards long, I think the jig is up. They know they need to begin their rotation over towards this bomb site. The smoke goes down into CT to be able to block off that sight line. With a minute and 25, if Alter Ego want to change the pace and move back towards spawn, they can do so. They're going to have a fight on their hands. As this rotate from a Fufu and Zaka as they begin pushing on in is going to be brutal, but Dobu knew that someone might try this. Zaka's got off scot-free, still with the rifle in tow, and Zion on the close angle, taken absolutely loads of space, with A-Kit finding the kill onto Westmelon. Amelia close, looking for the Deeg one tap. Can he find anything? Misses the shot, has to fall back. There's only a pistol to back him up. And I think off the back of that as well, the round is said and done. If they were able to find something on this long angle, if we didn't have Dobu holding down the fort, then maybe Linvision had a chance. There was no way it wasn't going to back up this team that have taken a chance on him on loan for Atox. An 11th round for Alter Ego. 2 away from securing Lynn Vision's map pick.
I think that surprises us all, really. But a very well played round there from Alter Ego. Yes, they're against the low buy, but they know the onus is on Lynn Vision to do something. So they get their long control, and then they just chill. They just calm down, you know. I think that's something that they've done very, very well in this second half, actually, is realizing that, you know, the early rounds, the bursty rounds, didn't quite work for them. Lynn Vision happy to take fights. But when it comes to, you know, trying to get back into the game or figuring out the round, what's going on, they get very restless, the Lynn Vision side. They really do. And I think Alter Ego, that's a good, very simplistic kind of showing of the approach that they're now taking, which is a bit more strung out, a bit more thought out indeed. So let's see what Lynn Vision have got in the back pocket, just the top of the head there towards lower tunnels.
Smoke goes down, but the comm must have been there. The amount of rifles that have their aim trained down here right now. They're clearing every angle known to man. Westmelon needs to hit this double tap on the M4, but no, he gets more positioned. More space inside of mid, looks for the AWPer if he can find it. That's not to be the case. Dobu is going to be the face he sees instead, and he swings on in, ripping the head of Westmelon, who tries to get aggressive. A Fufu not punished this time round for his aggression. Instead, ordered that kill. Spams through the mid doors. A-Kit finding flying. There's frags all over the map. And as of right now, Lynn Vision don't know where to put themselves. Another kill for A-Kit. He's come into form in this map. Freeman picking up one more, and Zine making it a 12th for Alter Ego. Lynn Vision have a force, and that is it here. They need to be clean and consistent to take us to OT. They had their best opportunity in this round, and honestly, kind of squandered.
Yeah, to be fair, I think there was unfortunately a couple of moments where they've lost gunfights quite close. The timing's just not quite there. It's their first tack pause. Like, the mind
dude, I just spotted
boggles,
that.
bro.
What
The
on
mind
earth?
boggles. Yeah, absolutely wild. But I think they are, again, just realizing a little bit too late that things are not going well. But listen, man, they look very, very good at the start of this. They won 5 in a row. And, you know, some decent recoveries from them and whatnot on the rifles. Alter Ego, though, just changing up the approach, changing up the strategy. And it clearly has had a pretty positive effect. On that same thought, though, Lynn Vision potentially do have themselves to blame. When it gets like 9-7, 9-8, you got to take a time out then, you know, figure out
Just
around.
take a breather.
Yeah.
Like, just take 30 seconds. It's fine. Like, you've got a minute and a half in the back pocket to be able to do that with. Make sure you use it to the best of your opportunity. The Fufu close onto the corner. We've seen him get so aggressive on long, and well, this time round doesn't want to tempt fate all too much. We're seeing a shed ton of detail being committed here by the T side to be able to lock down these angles and be as long as not naked can see through there. No thermal scope on the angles that need to be cleared. To all of these angles that need to be cleared. So right now is committed onto the bomb site itself. Trained on Goose. Looking for some skeet shooting of someone up close. Nobody home. The rotates have come on through. There's a gap in that scope that could be abused here by Zion, and Looks like it might be. Wow, okay, Afufu's being able to cross, and I think he's spotted out information here. Might just want to play close onto the corner, knows that it's already been mollied out. They might think that, okay, they're running low on util, don't want to be wasting it here. That smoke's about to fade, and Afufu, I don't think, is long for this world if he continues peeking like this, especially not with a MP9 from long range. Tap's coming on out, I think it hits him, and it does. So does a chip of that Molotov. Zyme picks up the opener immediately. Going to be able to trade one back and a little bit more chip damage onto Bentep, but that's all we're going to be seeing so far. The spray is so clean here for Freeman. Zaka needs to go ballistic. Someone's been a little bit quiet in this game. It manages to find two. Now flying with the MP9. Such a tall order at this long range against two AKs. No util to speak of. Gonna try and reposition. Gonna go through CT to see if this will be the difference maker. See if a reposition with this SMG will do the work that he needs it to do. Bentep, aggressive angle inside of this smoke, waiting, holding, expecting someone there. He didn't spot flying. Oh, there he does. Now he does. Oh my God, I thought that was going to fall away from them. Alter Ego, they secure it. A very clean T side after a single timeout. That's all they needed. And they bring themselves back into this series as we move ourselves to a map number 3. We're going to Nuke of all maps.
Yeah, man. I mean, super surprising stuff. I think we figured that Lynn Vision would have that one in the bag. Potentially, they themselves thinking that the only people in the room, in the situation that did not feel that way, of course, was Alter Ego. And they have played a very good game there. As I mentioned a number of times, a great change up from them in that second half to just reapproach things and refine their way into the game. So yeah, very impressive as they, I think, have taken Lynn Vision to town on a map that looks really good for Lynn Vision at the moment. Zaka in particular, as we highlighted going into it, has had a fantastic run of games, and it just didn't quite happen for him in particular, but Lynn Vision as a whole. And again, they start from a weaker sort of point. They lose out the force buy here. We had this sort of weird situation as well. The early rounds just set the tone, and Lynn Vision are constantly playing pickup. And of course, that momentum, it's going to ebb and flow. It's going to bounce back either way, generally speaking, in a conventional game of Counter-Strike.
If I had to sum it up in a single word, I think it would be lackadaisical right now for Lynn Vision. They are resting on their laurels a little bit too much. I think they need to take this brief respite that they have between this map and the final one of Nuke to realise the position that they are in. If they lose this best of 3, hometown hopes of making it to the first Asian major are gone. You are eliminated. Losing out your best of 1 to DRILLAS yesterday was your lifeline. That was it. That's all you had. Now, moving into this BO3, we need to see you playing so much cleaner. And that's not what we're seeing right now. They're giving Alter Ego opportunity after opportunity. We know Lynn Vision can play better than this, and they're simply not rising to it. Alter Ego, they are punishing it, and they are taking every opportunity that's presented to them, as damn right they should. And they are, honestly, causing a pretty large upset to Lynn Vision at this point. We know they've looked a little bit rocky coming into this event, but I don't think people would have expected a 0-2 situation for Lynn Vision coming into this.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I mean, the third map now really does have an awful lot of weight behind it. I think that although they maybe don't play it as much and, you know, to as much success, the Lynn Vision Nuke has been pretty good in the past. So I think that domestically here against Alter Ego, I still would give it to them, but Lynn Vision continue just kind of disappointing and, you know, going under the radar. I think this is what a lot of people were talking about coming into the tournament for this team, is that yes, they've got a consistent core, they've got a great couple of players in there, but it just seemed to like really be their own worst enemy at times. And then they'll have these super effective rounds, you know, that we are very impressed by, that lead to a run of 3 or 4 in a row, but they just don't really seem to be able to replicate that, don't really seem to know where the wins are coming from necessarily, right? And it just leaves them in panicked situations quite often, actually.
Yeah, you've explained it beautifully there. Let's draw our attention to Nuke. So our third and final map that we have right now is a map in which, in current history, Alter Ego have played once, and they won it. that was against domestic competition. Now we're seeing a Lynn Vision side who have only played it 4 times in the past 3 months with a 25% win rate, their only victory being over Nexus, that being a 13-7. Everyone else has been relatively close, but they have lost it. Atox, Incilio, and even Heroic have bested them on this map. I think if a lot of people took odds and said, hey, what would be the third and final map of this? I don't think many people would have said Nuke. I definitely wouldn't have. And we're coming down to a situation where Lynn Vision are out of home territory. They no longer have a safe place to hide. Your Ancient is gone. Your Dust 2 demolished. And now you've been brought to the nuclear facilities of Nuke. Is this going to be the final closing moments for this Chinese roster? That is all to find out after this very, very short break. When we return, it's going to be Alter Ego trying to fight for that continued lower bracket run against Lynn Vision. Nuke is our battleground. Who's going to win? Only time will tell. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. We are into the third map here, of course, between Alter Ego and Lynn Vision to decide our first team that is going to get knocked out here of the Asia-Pacific RMR. This lower bracket is, of course, very, very harsh and pretty cutthroat. It's going to be difficult for the team that wins this to stay alive into the next stage, but they are just focused on what is ahead of them at the moment. We've got Nuke coming up, and I think this, for me, comes as somewhat of a surprise. First map goes the way of Lynn Vision. You expect us to go their way as well, but it didn't. And Alter Ego have actually played a very, very good game of Counter-Strike there. So I'm still on Lynn Vision's side, but they continue to let me down, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do it again here on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of Benta leading from the front there with Zion, who really reinvigorated that squad of Alter Ego to be able to claw it back towards the tail end. It was a string of 5 rounds on that T side that ensured that we were going to be going to this third and final map. We were touching on it in the kind of in the post map earlier before we tried to break that. I don't think we would have expected Nuke as our third and final. Hell, I don't think we expected going to our third and final map, let alone caring what map it was. But now actually breaking it down a little bit more, Alter Ego have only played this map once and, well, 0 times, of course, with Dobu in the roster. And Lynn Vision's history right now hasn't looked great on it at all. So, yeah, question marks around who's going to be able to take this one. I'm expecting, I don't want to call it Pugger's Paradise, but I do kind of want to call it a bit of an unknown quantity from both sides. What can we expect here from a Nuke? Are we going to have regimented plays and callouts? I'm not seeing too many pieces of strat paper laying about like we've seen from previous teams. A couple more in the Lynn Vision camp, which is semi-be expected than Alter Ego, but maybe this is vibe CS at this point.
Potentially. I think one of the things worth considering, I hear what you're saying, but those games that they have played have been against the international competition. There's a lot to learn from there. I think that they also are a team that have played a lot of Nuke in the past. At one point, we're talking a couple of years ago now, but at one point it was towards the top end of their map pool. They sort of like to bring it out once in a while, and it is a map that they fall back on in the BO3s in the deciding sort of situation. So I think honestly you might be pleasantly surprised by what Lynn Vision will be able to bring here.
I hope so.
Again, they have been inconsistent at best in this tournament, so it still feels a little dangerous to really give them the full benefit of the doubt.
No, for sure. I suppose the big game that people might remember regarding Lynn Vision on Nuke was that final map against Greyhound in the last Asian RMR for Copenhagen. That qualification game, but essentially knocked Greyhound off the map, out of major contemplation. They were able to secure that one 13-2, but the asterisk there was that you had Starry and G still on this Lynn Vision roster, and Starry was clear ahead of the competition. Anyway, here we go. Final map in this best of 3. Amelia is going to be able to open us up with that first frag, taking down Freeman outside. And the kill Berettas for Zaka are looking to do some damage. Chip down to 4 HP, and his head went clean from his shoulders. Doesn't seem to matter, as Flying a Fufu and Westmelon all get frags of their own outside, shutting down this Alter Ego push and ensuring that they win yet another pistol round. Lynn Vision lead into the second round.
Yeah, I mean, turning it around pretty quickly there. It actually looked quite good for Alter Ego to kick things off. But Lynn Vision couldn't convert the pistol last time around. You can see Alter Ego pretty confident from force buy. And actually, this is a pretty rare force buy situation for a T-side. A lot of teams would go for the early AKs instead in a situation like this. And maybe you can see why 8-Kit does drop down and ends up being a nuisance. Shine drops down, and should be able to get one planted, actually. So this is getting a little frisky out here. They've lost the danger man. That was 8-Kit. He'd recovered a rifle. Dobu's in a weird sort of bait spot. So this is an all-over-the-place round, as you would expect from a buy like this from Alter Ego. Shine, he wants a kill. He's trying to bait him in. He's guessed the wrong side. Didn't know Westmelon had crossed, and that's got to be that, surely. So Lynn Vision fend them off.
I mean, I would have understood if it was a sneaky push into decon, but instead it was, I'm going to stomp and swing open the door a couple of times, and maybe I can bait you into a swing. Did bait you into the swing, but a single swift bullet to the head is all that's going to be needed to be able to take him out of the round, and Westmelon says, actually, I'll take that Tech 9 into the future round. That might work out for me. Still rifles across the board here for Lynn Vision. Same can not be said for Alter Ego, as you correctly pointed out, Scriv. I mean, forcing into round number 2 means that, well, they're going to be on another force here if they really want it. We're going to be seeing 2 Tech 9s picked up by Freeman and Zion, respectively. And A-Kit says, nah, screw you guys. I'm going Hero AK. Let me do some damage. Players to be able to get the loot.
He's had a decent map on the previous, I suppose, so he's feeling himself. He is feeling himself. I think rightfully so. Why not? Give it a go. See what you get away with here. Oh, and there you are. Makes himself known. Pins Amelia down, and will give an advantage across here to Alter Ego, who now have breadth of choices. That was close on the low HP player. That was very close indeed. But they have actually made this work, just completely catching Lynn Vision off across the map. Maybe a chance of recovery here if Zaka can get anything done. 1 is obviously not going to be enough. I think that will be a save, so Alter Ego have managed to brute force this.
That was a sloppy round from Lynn Vision. I mean, it was great from A-Kit, don't get me wrong, to be able to find that opening pick, but it seems like Westmelon and Flying just die for, what, no reason at all? Westmelon just caught completely unawares inside of Vent. The biggest saving grace is that, well, Fufu gets to save his M4, but that is the definition of everything has gone wrong for Lynn Vision. They only get 2 frags, and it's only on people with techs. They've given over 2 rifles to Alter Ego, and A-Kit gets to keep his AK. I mean, there goes any questions or qualms that you may have had around Alter Ego's economy, because it's just been completely reset by saving these 3 rifles.
Terrorists win.
Let's see then. I like that Alter Ego have got it in themselves again. The force buys, you know, it's something that Tea Time in particular actually brought to my attention. Of course, going to be on the next BO3 about just kind of the effectiveness of force buys in this region and among the teams, and it's something that the Mongols have managed to pull out into international Counter-Strike, but we're seeing it really show itself here in a little bit of an ugly way at times, actually, with just the types of force buys that are being won. I think there is maybe something within the region where teams go, oh, they should be ecoing this round, and everybody switches off ever so slightly. Yep. And they did indeed get punished in the previous. Nice find from Zaka to open up, though.
It's a good call out about that being across the region as well, because it's definitely not this series that we've experienced that in. We saw it playing, and we saw it as well. So definitely something to keep your eye out for. No round is a completely lost round. Let's find that opening kill onto Benta. Another nade to be able to clear out the smoke, and a Fufu just continues his spray, both onto Zine and Aidkit, leaving Freeman alone on an island here. There goes any form of momentum they may have had. Lynn Vision once again flipped the switch and ensure that they are back to regimented Counter-Strike, with all 5 players remaining so far. Zaka found the opening with the AWP and is looking to find the final on Freeman as well as he begins his push over towards ramp. Buying this next round for Alter Ego is going to be a little bit scarce. Dobu's going to have some money. Bentet has quite a bit as well. A-Kit can bolster it up as well if he needs to drop some stuff over. So it's just Freeman and Sign who are really struggling for anything really meaningful. It's a real opportunity for a save there for Freeman. So if they do want to force into this one, it'd be sharing the love. Or just having 2 players on pistols and force up. But really nice nade control. That timing there. I mean, it went off. Bentet falls and then just through the smoke as well. Fufu putting in work with main being his domain. A timeout very early. Thank the Lord that we're seeing one early doors. I think it's finally setting in for both of these teams that what this single map means. It's essentially a best of 1 to keep your major lifeline alive.
Well, indeed, the stakes do not get much higher for these teams than that. Nuke feels like it has the weight at the moment. Some slip-ups in places already. Pressure getting to the players in vision. However, immediately back on. The rifles are different, so I think they will be satisfied with the approach. Try not to lose too many force buys, but when it comes to the conventional Counter-Strike and, you know, those replicable rounds is the big thing, they have looked a little better here. A lot of early damage comes in off the back of the nades, but a quiet round from Alter Ego to start.
Last 3 months across big events. Still an innately CT-sided map. 57% of the weight on those CT sides, 42. So a couple of rounds here and there for Alter Ego in this first half doesn't mean that they're completely out of contention as of yet. We've seen massive turnarounds happen time and time again on Nuke. And if history likes to repeat itself, as we know it does in CS, can't start counting them out of this one as of yet. Still owed doors though, round number 5. Be a damn good show. Bentep finds that second kill in the round. Westmoreland taken out instead of a Fufu holding on to main this time. They trade positions. Zaka inside the fence, looking to execute here and now. It's Fufu and Flying who are doing all the damage to lock down this bomb site. Zaka finally deploys, but essentially a stolen kill at this point. Everyone else has already secured the bomb site. Lynn Vision take themselves a fourth. Alter Ego simply not ready for the hold.
Yeah, no utility to break them through. The lack of sort of automatic weapons as well going to have a negative effect. But again, there are some moments in there where Alter Ego proving themselves as capable. I think that they are fighting back well, but you can see Lynn Vision just sort of in their element, man. Easy CT setup. Lots of space to take fights. Not as much rotational play required and whatnot, so they do look a little more comfortable here. From a CT perspective, quick burst comes out, nobody goes down. There will be an up-top kind of move. Alter Ego towards Hell, trying to make something happen here. The tech for 2, Zaka. Hello, sir. That is beautiful stuff. He will stop them in their tracks, and that should be indeed no real damage done to the Lynn Vision defense.
Talked about Immediate liking that Tech 9 earlier and picking it up for future use. Handed it over to the Orpa, however. Ho ho ho, you put a deadly weapon into those hands. He's good for the Orp, he's good for the high rate of fire pistol as well. Very, very clean from Zaka. Do manage to take him down with the Orp recovered. Hasn't really lost out any econ. Net worth essentially the same. And with that CT side economy really, really building, if Alter Ego don't start chaining a couple of rounds together here, Lynn Vision are in the driver's seat to continue pushing further and further ahead. Need to see a big moment from Alter Ego now. It's outside presence for Bentep. Looks to be his aim, and well, he's done that. Now in secret.
Aid kit. Door is open here. He's got the bomb. Just actually watch out a little bit. But ultimately, he can spam away and try and find that first frag. Nothing panning out for him. A uncharacteristically quiet round here. A minute in and really nothing being laid down other than the fact that Squeaky Door is open. It has panned out into a very, very slow one, Flying the first to take a fight. He wins it pretty cleanly down there.
Yeah, there goes your lurk, there goes your beep. Oh, Ghost now, you know that someone else is posted up over towards this A-bomb site, or at least eyes over towards ramp if they wish, but all of these extremities angles are being locked down. Zaka's got ramp on lock right now with the York. Can't see him missing that opening shot. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Zion gained a little bit more control where Bentep fell. Looking to burst on through, waiting for that moment. Only to execute. trade. Zaka now going to pick up one of his own, and it was absolutely nothing there for Alter Ego. They picked up 2 kills, but this crossfire being held by Lynn Vision read them like a book. Only 15 seconds. It was a desperation attempt there from the T side. And once again, Econ reset. They fly on into this round and have nothing really in the bag. It's 6-1 now.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah, looking better and better, man. And these are the rounds, aren't they? This is the moment of the game that can really define the map. And that's exactly what we've seen in this series. Lynn Vision, with a comeback required on the first map, they just about get it. Another comeback required on the second map, couldn't keep that going. And now they are in a position of being in the lead. And I think that that is, A, new to them. It's new to Alter Ego, but it also puts them in very, very good stead, given the evidence that we have that they should be able to get the winning position from a scoreline like this. So I think, yeah, really, really important next couple of rounds for Alter Ego in particular.
Slow start for the round, still players messing around on T-Spawn right now. Hero AK Dobu, as he looks to do some damage. Inkling that Flying posted on up. Flying hears the damage from DRILLAS, jumps on through, and well, not going to be able to find anything as of yet. Might have just led them directly into the crosshair. Let's line up a couple, and he does exactly that. Taking down Zine and Dobu in the process. A single bullet is always going to be able to need to be able to rip down those two. Zaka looks to continue holding down Ramp, Bentet, and Freeman. Only 2 remaining. They rotate their positions over towards B. Audio cue almost certainly heard, right? Flying, posted up just outside of Shadow. Off angle being held. Backside spotted. Freeman's AK looks for the head, but nothing as of yet. Still Flying yet to have an input in this round. Spots out Bentet. Surely it's not a kill. Oh my dear lord, it's not. Takes down 1. AK recovered. Might be able to get the bomb planted right now if he really tries pushing it, but with the bomb on his back, he might be rotating over towards the A bomb site. No, instead, jumps through smoke. A Fufu might even go for the swing. Respecting his opponent a little bit more though, Bentet has been known to be able to clutch out these sort of situations. Rolls back the years a little bit, especially saw it in that previous map, but not to be the case here. It's Tech 9 once again for Zaka, putting in the work, and it's a 7th round for Lynn Vision to ensure they continue holding on to this lead that is just growing and growing exponentially.
Yeah, not looking good. Not looking good at all. Alter Ego down early on. Unable to really get anything going. The nuke just does not look good. A pause comes through, technical in nature this would be, as it is in the middle of your screen, of course, but I think, you know, a potential ice out moment. Alter Ego just need to calm things down. Hopefully not going to be waiting too long here, but yeah, really, really worrisome times now for the T side.
Issues on Zaka's side of things, it looks like, with the ref over there.
That is very true.
Didn't seem to affect him too much in that previous round. I mean, hell, still picking up a couple of frags. I touched on it earlier about the fact that, okay, you don't need to get super down in the dumps if you've not strung too many rounds together on this T side, considering you're playing Nuke. Stereotypically one of the most CT-sided map in the pool. But when does that stop becoming the case? Because it's 7-1 right now. Surely on a T side, you need, what, like 4-5 rounds for you to be able to be like, yeah, okay, this is fine. We can bring it back in the CT. What is your, what would you say is kind of like the happy middle number for a T side, Scrib?
Definitely 4. You know, I think if they can get 5, they'll be very happy. 4 is like the going kind of number of keeping things doable. If you can get 5, then you're in a spot of like, okay, we had a decent T side there. So that is kind of the one thing to take away from Nuke, is the fact that you don't need loads and loads of T rounds at the moment to be satisfied. So yeah, 5 is the maximum they can hit at this point. So that is also something to consider, that they'd really need to turn the game completely on its head.
But speed from now.
Yes, exactly. And if they can do a bit of that from now, get up to 3 and then maybe lose a round and then they get 4, you know, something like this, they can also be kind of happy with that. But it's just the fact that Lynn Vision have got such a lead so fast that you really start to worry for Alter Ego.
Zach has been almost unmovable as well. 12-3 as of right now. And hell, a Fufu across 9 rounds still yet to be taken down. 7-0. They cannot break the mold that Lynn Vision have going around him right now. We have this ball buy from Alter Ego. Potentially one of the final ones of this half. With Yorp in tow for aid kit. Potentially Ventet looking to boost up his teammate. Instead, just going for the... God. Almost a dry swing there as the smoke plumes at just the right moment. Now you've got to go in to be able to clear out an angle. Taps come on out as outside control seems to be the aim of the game here for Alter Ego. You've got a 3-man setup here from the CT side of Lynn Vision also. But no one wanted to jump first. Amelia takes down A-Kit. There goes your AWPer. Once again, not able to have a stake in this round. AWP on deck. With it being revealed. And there's still some work to do in this round.
Nobu. It's a nice flash. Good find. Knows where that second man is, but just can't quite take him down. It's a nice idea, but the timing wasn't super clean. So 4 versus 3 still looks pretty good. Full in vision. Freeman creeping out, trying to find a way on towards this A bomb site, and he may well get away with it. There's action potentially going down.
Up vent.
Yeah, this is a little weird, isn't it? The site itself pretty well bolstered on B. Not spotting anyone, so suddenly they'll say, oh, it might be a bit open. However, well communicated that, you know, Squeaky Door not fully cleared. Westmelon, though, it's a lovely move, isn't it? Straight through the smoke. Really, really well thought out here to just get some good space to work with. As the smoke goes down, he's going to be in a perfect spot. His teammates slowly coming in, but they are indeed on their way. Kits are available, so they're not too panicked about time. It's all about finding this opening kill in particular. They don't want to let Alter Ego have the early control to work with. Westmelon's been sneaking all round long. Big find from him. 2 more to go. Amelia works his way out from above. Can't quite find it, but they all come together so nicely. It's a little close on the defuse, but that's exactly how Lynn Vision planned to play it. They'll find number 8.
I will say, though, that was a great mid-round call from Zine. I don't believe that was the true intent of the round, the way they were fully positioned with a lot more people outside to be able to gain secret control and then potentially down to B. Changing that up and saying, well, actually, we've been afforded this opportunity of an open A bomb site. Let's see if we can abuse it. And, well, they do. Just missing Westmelon by a few inches, a few pixels. Think if they find Westmelon on that cross? Sure, yeah, the jig is up. They know that they're on the A bomb site at that point. But it opens up so many opportunities for them to be able to, okay, we don't need to worry about this angle we've just smoked off. We just killed the player. We need to worry about Zaka and his AWP in a different spot. It becomes a 3v3, 4v3, which is the overwhelming amount of bullets coming their way, which was their kryptonite. An 8th round for Lynn Vision. Only a couple remain in this first half. And Alter Ego with the AK and looking to change the pace. Instead of pumping the brakes, they are just going to be running it down towards ramp, holding just inside a trophy, waiting for someone to get a little bit overzealous. And Zaka might be that player as he begins to learn. He needs to go massive. It's 1, but Dobu's there for the trade.
Got a bit crazy here. Alter Ego trying to bring back some of the confidence that they had on Dust 2. Ventet will catch another on the backside. The bomb going to go down momentarily. A good spot here for Alter Ego. Absolutely have to convert this now. You know, this is a position that they should win from, and they need to win from. Fufu is down quite quickly. The rest of his team not really able to join him just yet, and I don't know if they actually will, to be honest. They're kind of in position. It really all depends on what a Fufu can find. Of course, there's money available here for the CT side, but there is just that element of futility. Nothing spotted out for a Fufu, so it will be a soft save call, an exit call for the CT side. Either that or a super late take. They do give it a bit of a look in with only a few seconds left. Nothing coming up, however. And Alter Ego will get their second. Still a bit more required. They nearly do go down to the bomb there, a couple of them. However, it's all good in the end. Lynn Vision, they'll be able to buy up here, but it's all about stemming this tide now.
Yeah, I do like that Lynn Vision call. They absolutely could have gone for the retake. They knew they were at that ideal. But extremities and just certainly could have been insane. Looks like the Molotov going down to be able to try and block them off from saving is only stemmed by a lucky unused smoke, essentially. So Alter Ego do not have to rebuy up players. Either way, that was round number 10. Round number 11 is firmly underway, and we're seeing a slight change of pace here for Lynn Vision. Hiding away inside of these corners. Alter Ego positions himself over towards the A-bomb site, and inside of the smoke, you have a couple of players just waiting to execute. Fufu does get shut down as he gets caught on the sideline. And now in this 3 versus 5, this is all starting to fall apart for Lynn Vision in this round. And I think the way they're positioning once again just goes to show, hey, you know, we're out of this one. We are not trying to retake in a 5v3.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough. They don't actually have the money available to fully buy up into the next round if everybody goes down here. And the big thing as well, right, is like the difference between an 8-4 and a 9-3 is massive.
Yeah.
So if Lynn Vision are able to get the 9th, I think they'll be very, very happy with that. Yes, potentially could have gone a bit deeper, but as we talked about, the ebbs and flows of the game of Counter-Strike are natural, so you just got to take them in your stride, try and save here. Looks like it will be a degree of effort required. Actually pretty decent from them. They eliminate the entire T side almost, and I think they'll be pretty happy with that fact. All the same, a big round coming up now.
We're talking about Alter Ego needing 4 for them to be like, okay, we've still got an opportunity here. Simply just run away from that point. They've done well to change the pace in these last few rounds. They've been nothing spontaneous. Approach round after round. We've seen these big ramp ascensions, the and they popped out on A as well, just like Dobu's going to be doing something very similar. Fufu waiting to see if he can spot the leg, and the discipline for Dobu not to just swing through. And there goes that discipline. And Fufu says, "Get the hell off my bomb site," as he takes down both Bendis and Dobu, looking for another here as well. And it's a one-man army holding down this bomb site. Through the smoke goes Zine, and it's Amelia to be able to shut him down. Aiken ensuring that he will find at least one more kill here, but I think that is all she wrote. There goes the caster curse, me saying, hey, maybe they're going to be able to get this 4th round. Well, there it goes. As Lynn Vision find what can only be assumed is this 9th right now. The only solace is that Amelia, Westmelon, and Fufu can get taken down by a Tech 9 if Aid Kit has it. Single taps to the head would be all that's required, but the no-scope onto Westmelon. That's one way of doing it instead. Nade into the corner. Looking for anyone and everyone to swing into right now, but they realise, what's the point? It's an AWP. Let's just take him down. A Fufu spams it out, and they find a 9th. Lynn Vision now 4 rounds away from keeping themselves in the RMR.
Yeah, looking very, very doable for them. A fantastic showing there, and a little more of what we expected, man. Finally, we get Lynn Vision in control, playing like a really solid team. So, elements of themselves that I think they will be disappointed in throughout the series, but they have kept the energy up. And it really does become a big thing to consider. There's some very, very experienced players on the Alter Ego side, but can they, you know, keep it together? Do they have that voice within the team that is able to just keep the morale high? Always difficult in these high-stakes kind of situations. Yeah, you come into the tournament and it's like, you know, we're a bit of a ragtag bunch. We'll see if we can get our old boy into the major, haha. But, you know, like, they might not be the strictest and the most serious kind of team, let's say, but once you get into a position like this, you're like, wait a minute, we kind of did want to play a bit more. We kind of did have a time and a map or two where we could have taken an upper bracket spot, for example, or continued moving forwards. And I think to go down 0-2 and to have your last map to be this one-sided would not be the way that you want your major cycle to finish.
I do think it is quite unfortunate because Alter Ego come into this one, like, their Mirage actually looks pretty decent against conventional like competition, and they just played 2 teams with that Mirage, and it's really unfortunate they've not been afforded the opportunity to play it. Either way, we're on Nuke, and it's Lynn Vision who looks to dictate the pace in this round. Zion's going to be able to find this opening kill onto Westmelon as he tries to push on through Squeaky. It's going to be this B-bomb site that Lynn Vision are looking to finish on. Freeman, multiple angles for him to be able to swing on into this one. But it's Zaka and Amelia who looks to be able to close the gap, trying to use that high rate of fire from the Glocks to be able to overwhelm their opponents, and they do exactly that with this 2-man army. The barrage of bullets going down range. Now for Zine and Dobu, and they both fall. Now Alter Ego only have 2 remaining. Make that 1 with Aid Kit in a 4v1 situation. Double digits on the board for Lynn Vision. And now just 3. The momentum they are going to be able to carry from this might take them through and knock out the old guard of August.
Yeah, that feels like the moment, doesn't it? I think the pistol would have been the big buffer for Alter Ego to just sort of close things up and bring it down to a rifle. Now it is pure survival, pure high-octane Counter-Strike. Every single round going to be valuable. And we're forcing! You know, it's painful. It is painful. For me, I think many others like me probably would have wanted to see the eco here and just go straight into the M4s and give yourself the best possible chance. Because if you lose this force, they're going to have 12 probably. Like, it's just kind of crazy. I think you should have gone for the eco here, lads.
The definition of all their eggs in one basket. If they can win this one, they hope that they can win it with pride and with definition to ensure that Lynn Vision's economy is broken for a number and maybe Alter Ego can chain a few together. But so far, not good. We're seeing chip damage onto both Zion and Aid Kit, who have barely been able to retaliate with bullets of their own. And Lynn Vision gaining so much control, it's absurd. I mean, Zaka finds Freeman. Westmelon is sitting inside a CT spawn. Aid Kit, tail between his legs, is not looking good. Flying a single bullet onto Dobu to take him down, and 1 onto Zion in the process. This force buy has worked against them. With an MP9 and a scout remaining, A-Kit reveals himself, and without it being a headshot, essentially gives away his life as Amelia swings on through and takes him down from long. It's just Bentet. Some would argue one of the stars of yesteryears from the Asian Sea. One of the best. And he needs to channel all of his years to be able to win this one. But all it looks like he's winning is an AK taken through to the next round, and he isn't even given that. It's an 11th for Lynn Vision. And with no money to speak of from Alter Ego, we're back again onto the board. They refuse to go quietly into the night with pistols alone.
Wild. Absolutely wild, if I do say so myself. But look, listen, you're in a position of, like, damned if you do, damned if you don't, I suppose. I don't know. They're just throwing caution to the wind and hoping the gods smile upon them favorably. And unfortunately, I don't think that's the case. On to the MP9s and the 1 scout. Another few prayers into this one, a Hail Mary or 2, and maybe, just maybe, they can keep themselves alive. However, Lynn Vision are looking for this all-important 12th, right? 9 in a row going to be required from Alter Ego if they lose this one, and that is a pretty insurmountable task. You could get 5 and then lose a round and then get 4 more. You could probably do that, but getting 9 non-stop is not going to be easy, and I think that is what they will require. Westmelon pins 2 heads so very easily there to give the 5-on-3.
You talk about final nails in the coffin. Well, we just fired 2 nails straight in the head of Bentet and A-Kit. His AK shot so crisp, so clean, almost expecting that close angle. Knows that desperation mode is deep in play right now. So should be able to find Dobu with ease, but it's flying. He doesn't even need to back up with the AK. It's a 12th round here for Lynn Vision as they look to keep their major chances alive against an Alter Ego side which haven't inspired us as much as we would have liked. It was a relatively close affair over on Ancient. The leads that they garnered from desperation and strong attacks fell away. Lynn Vision finally locked in. We moved over to Dust 2, and Lynn Vision were looking to close it out 2-0, but Alter Ego, they dug deep, taking those years of experience. Bentep rolling back the Tyloo years to 2019, the flourishes of those two majors. London 2018, Berlin 2019. And Dobu, the ringer they brought in from Atox, is trying to ensure that this is not over. The storybook has not been Sign swings on through, the last hope. Korean CS spans one, recovers an AK, and still looks to do more damage. This game is not over yet, with A-Kit finding one and Westmelon being left alone in a 1 versus 4. It will be a 4th round for Alter Ego here unless we see something miraculous from the IGL.
Looking good here. Oh, nice nade. But yeah, Alter Ego should be able to hold on to this position. It is just unfortunately really going to be difficult to keep it going. I mean, imagine it does happen, right? And this would be the stage in which to show off. Westmelon slowly creeping forwards. Has to find some very clean headshots. Timing down on them. I mean, that does look good. It does look very good indeed. We'll see, though. He's getting flanked out is the thing. He's on... Ooh, a timeout. Actually, A-Kit pulls off. And they're respecting him. They're going to give him the space, so... He might be able to isolate a few of the fights, trying to, yeah, just close the gaps. If he had a bit more HP, I would sort of believe in him. It's not really there, and just no time. Down he will go, trying to get that loss bonus coming in, and Alter Ego, of course, getting the 4th.
Securing a 4th round, but still on map series of 8. And cope as they crunch into lobby and read this outside push very, very well. Westmelon does his best to be able to keep himself in this round, but the early chip damage, again, more HP, more time, then yeah, absolutely, I think Westmelon's the man for it. Either way, Rodrigo with this. It's a ton of force though, because Freeman's still down on this MP9. This chip damage onto Amelia outside, but he still gains that secret control. Soon to be going head-to-head with Zine in the lower depths of Nuke.
Ooh, Bentep opens up. Could be big here. Could be very, very big indeed. Lynn Vision losing their mojo, of course. You know, it's textbook. You hit 12, you've got 9 to do it in. Of course, you're going to be a little eye off the ball. But always do have to be careful. So I'm watching for this. No way. No way. Okay. He's still swinging a little bit, though. He's pretty confident. Pretty confident. He was right there. He was like, should I do it?
So I'm not
should I do it? And then he was like, wait a minute. Looks around. He's like, okay, yeah, I am trying to, you know, battle for survival at the major, to be fair.
Looks at the map, looks at the scoreboard, looks at money. It's like, oh, God, maybe not. Please do not spam me on Twitter or any of the social media platforms. I do not want to get flamed. Just, I will fall away from that fight. Bentep managed to find a Fufu, picks up a second one in this round. Amelia is there to be able to trade it straight back, though. Quite a bit of damage dealt to this division side. Time ticking down. It's not looking like they're completely out of it yet, though. Bring it down, now down to a 3 versus 3. Molotov goes down. He doesn't have an angle it's about to fall back on. This is a fantastic execute from Lynn Vision. Bomb gets tapped. No smoke there. Dobu could go for the swing, but Flying hits that one tap. And now it's A-Kit, taken out by Flying. The latest addition, the arms get pumped. Lynn Vision keep their RMR cycle alive with ease here on Nuke. The 3rd and final map that they didn't think they'd need to go to, but they call back to previous renditions of this roster and ensure that, okay, we can lock this down. Commiserations to Alter Ego. It's a roster filled with generational talent, national treasures of different scenes. And unfortunately for them, their swan song has come to an end. Bentep, Freeman, Zine, 3 players who have been around the block for a long, long time now. I think this could be the last time we see them playing at an event of this caliber.
Maybe, yeah. I think someone like Benter for sure may well stick around. Freeman's still pretty young, actually, but it's all about the circumstance, and I think that they are a team that really does speak to that. Have they had a lot of practice, and with where they're at locationally, are there actually a lot of decent teams to practice with? Potentially not, and I think that has, unfortunately, let them down a little bit. They are playing their own game. That is what Shine said in the interview going into the MongolZ matchup, and, you know, playing our own game, focusing on that. It's a bit of a classic, bit of a cop-out for players, but potentially in their case, all they can really, truly rely on is the hard practice that they do as a squad. So, yeah, it's not quite enough for them here. They will be the first team tapping out. Somebody's got to be the one to do it. It is unfortunate, and it is somewhat bittersweet for Lynn Vision, I suppose. You know, as they move forwards, they wave goodbye again to a few players that they have probably learned from and played with and spoken to over the years. But in the same vein, Lynn Vision on Nuke, they're showing us what we know them to be capable of, why they are the third invited team into this tournament, by the way. Didn't have to qualify through, you know, they managed to get an invitation based on their ranking. So they, as yet, for me, have not really lived up to that expectation. But with that map there, I think a very, very solid showing from them, and hopefully something they can replicate moving forwards in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they're still not out of the woods yet, though, right? They've still got the rest of the lower bracket to be able to run, including a lower bracket that has FlyQuest in it, a team that a lot of people said were a shoe-in, a lock-in for that second qualification spot in the upper bracket. Losing out to Talon yesterday in that best of one on Inferno means that, well, everyone's got to play at their best when they are down here in the lowers. Alter Ego, yeah, commiserations to them. The storyline was really cool. I liked the fact that Dobu was coming into this roster after playing with a couple of these players and basically being like, hey, I just want to help out. I want to try my best and to get Zion into the game, considering I think he said that this is his last event before he goes off the military service, which is a shame. But yeah, Lynn Vision, this is a better show of form. The biggest concern that I have at this point is that it still takes them way too long for them to be able to develop and get into positions in which they are comfortable. It almost took them 3 maps before we saw something which was like, oh, this is a team that have been practicing and playing internationally for a while, right? They need to make sure that they are using all of their mentality and all of this practice that they have earlier on. Playing with their food was a term I used earlier, and I think that seems to be the case here. Develop sooner and just push out even more. Scriv, is there any final thoughts about Lynn Vision that you wanted to touch on before we throw it away to a quick break?
Yeah, I think for me, there's, again, just kind of this lack of get up and go from Lynn Vision from time to time. Certain maps that they play on, it does seem like they are lacking the extra kind of level and that, you know, whatever you want to say, there's loads of different phrases you can use, but just, yeah, the ability to push themselves to being a winning team against teams that you expect them to beat as well. And yeah, they lack a little bit of that a lot of the time, I think, unfortunately. Yeah. Coming into this event, a lot of people have said we have to be careful about Lynn Vision. They've just played the ECL finals, which ended up on LAN, didn't really look all that good in the final itself when they came up against a harder team. But yeah, when you've got the likes of DRILLAS and the likes of Alter Ego, I think those are 2 teams that Lynn Vision should be not necessarily putting to bed, but beating relatively comfortably, and they just haven't done that. So I still am expecting them to struggle as the lower bracket goes on, but a decent final map at the very least there against Alter Ego.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're going to chuck it to a very, very short break. And when we come back, it's going to be replacements for myself and Scriv. Yumi and Tea Time are going to be here, and they're going to be bringing you the GR Gaming versus FlyQuest Elimination Best of 3. Yeah, you heard that right. FlyQuest Elimination Best of 3. A team that we thought was going to be able to qualify straight away after winning their BO1. Not the case, and now they're fighting through the lower bracket. Are they going to be able to make quick and easy work of the Eastern Russian opposition? Only time will tell. We'll be back a little bit later for the MongolZ versus DRILLAS game. But for now, we'll chuck over to the other boys. See you in a bit.
Welcome back to the Asia-Pacific RMR. We had to make a rule for day number 2, which is that because it was elimination matches, every casting duo that would finish up with the elimination match has to go and cry about the loss of a team. And while Scriv and Cody do that, we've started to fill in over here. But unfortunately, elimination matches have not ended. We still have to cry. We still have to say goodbye. And we're the ones doing it. I'm T-Time, he's Yumi. And we're going to be heading into FlyQuest versus GR.
Yeah, it's a disappointment to have to say goodbye to teams so quickly into the Asia RMRs, but that's how the cookie crumbles. You know, opening best of ones and you find yourself in the lower bracket, especially if you're one of the teams that should be, you know, I guess a guarantee coming out of this RMR. Nothing is ever guaranteed in those opening rounds, and we have a FlyQuest that are the Australian team that most people have as maybe even the second best team in this RMR, fighting for their lives, and are going to have to make a lower bracket run if they want to make it to the Shanghai opening stage.
At the same time, they're going up against maybe the ultimate dark horses. But before we talk about horses and stables, let's take a look at the roster of FlyQuest. Dexter, obviously hoping to make his first major with an Australian team since 2019. The same major, funnily enough, where Lias came top 4. Inns, Vexite, and Alistair, of course, rounding out the lineup. Every one of these men is a heavy hitter, theoretically. But yesterday, felt like punches were sort of those dream punches. You know, where you are sort of punching, but it's not really getting there.
Yeah, no, I think Vexite was the only player that seemed to kind of deliver on any sort of promises of a FlyQuest being the best Australian team. I think, you know, Dexter was getting shut down pretty heavily. Alistair did not show his, I guess, the form we were hoping for coming out of the Atlanta win. And I think Inns as well never really reared his head, you know, and I guess the storyline for this FlyQuest roster is, you know, the core of this team has been together for quite a long period of time. And then you have Dexter joining the start of this year. The expectations were they'd make the Copenhagen major. They failed there, and now that they're in this lower bracket run, or at the start of what could be a lower bracket run, they face the same problem where they may not make the major if they don't suddenly pull their bootstraps up.
It's always a heartbreaking thing about best of ones, at least that's what we say, but at the same time, the recipients of another best of one loss were on the other side, GR Gaming, a lot more convincing of a loss over there. Rare Adam just completely dismantling them in that upper bracket, 13-4 on Anubis. And as we take a look at their lineup, just to remind you guys, because we understand you might not be as familiar, Salamox, the IGL, Wect, Orping, Mediocrity always lurking, Seven Nation and Running here to fill whatever needs to be filled. But can they fill the holes from yesterday? We're going to have to find out. Of course, best of threes all the way today and here on out. It's going to be very questionable about the veto, though. GR Gaming is one of those teams, Michael, where we don't really have enough footage on them, enough demos about them. We don't really know what direction they want to go, and it feels like maybe FlyQuest will be feeling the same way.
Yeah, I know. I think the expectations, or I guess the narrative we have around GR is that, you know, they've been trudging along for the past couple of years in online Asian Counter-Strike, but this is their first exposure to the LAN environment. And so, you know, I think they played off kilter, they played off their game, they weren't really playing even comparable to what we'd seen in online officials, where, you know, they make gamble-y rotations, they'd take great initiative pretty consistently. I think players froze up a little bit. So now that they're in this lower bracket, now that they have a full best of 3 to get into that, I think they're going to play to a higher standard now. But I'm also expecting the same from FlyQuest, who kind of got out cold versus a newly formed Talon roster in that opening best of 1. I'm expecting both these teams to flip that switch and make this a pretty compelling, pretty competitive game. But if you're an Australian Counter-Strike fan, you're kind of hoping that it won't be competitive and that FlyQuest just dominate what is an inexperienced LAN team ahead of them.
Well, at the same time, if you're a Far East Russian Counter-Strike fan, well, congratulations, you're one of a few. But also, at the same time, we have to keep in mind, FlyQuest yesterday were staying true to what their style historically has been, right? Very slow-paced, defaulty, executed in the late round. GR Gaming's gambly rotation style might not work out that well against them. Maybe that's where Duke Fishora, their new coach, who they've, you know, credited to a lot for what is a change in philosophy towards being more quote-unquote European. Maybe that's something that he's maybe put into place, and that could actually work out pretty well against FlyQuest, regardless of whether or not they want to go for those sort of gambly rotations. But we're starting things off. It will be Ancient. We're heading into it. I was wondering if we're going to see this in the beginning or the end. Seems like GR wanted to go for it initially.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises. Ancient, Anubis, massive maps that GR like to lean into, but FlyQuest can definitely show they've got a good level on this map as well. Our opening map of another elimination game in the Asia RMR GR starting on that T side, and FlyQuest just huddled up inside of bomb sites. Doesn't seem to be many issues or much interference really being thrown here by GR. They're waiting to see if FlyQuest try and take a proactive step.
Oh, I hear some ticks. I see knives out.
It's called. The round has been called off, apparently.
Right.
Well,
Any... Oh, seems like a little bit of giggling going on the GR side as well. Maybe a crash, maybe something like it. You never really know. Regardless, Ancient's always a fun time, especially when you consider both of these teams do really like it, like you mentioned, Michael. Is there anyone you're looking out towards in particular for this map for either team?
to me, I mean, it's hard not to put a big watchful eye on Alistair. You know, you've got some good maps where, I mean, Inferno, Anubis, Ancient. You know, these are all maps where AWPers can pop off. It can be hard to on all those maps, but I think it's hard not to get entranced by the idea that he could show a new level for this squad when he has been a big focal point of criticism. And maybe Dexter. You know, I think Dexter, if you're going to have an in-game leader that can frag and go for opening fights so heavily, him having some success would be a good step in the right direction.
It's the same two players who maybe didn't show up yesterday on Inferno. As far as GR is concerned, I mean, is there any way not to talk about Talon on Ancient, right? Is there any way not to talk about the IGL who likes to make all the CT side moves? It's so stereotypical to what we obviously see a lot in the West as well, but he's going to be such an important player for this team. But now it's the T side. Now it's not time to find out what kind of weird pushes he can go for. It's not going to be weird. It's not going to be wacky. It's going to be straightforward. A B side execute is what GR have in mind.
Oh, well, yeah, I think this is just the same build as what we had in the previous round. It's like Groundhog Day. I feel like I've seen this all before. They are going to freeze, and they will hold to see if FlyQuest go and look for information, but it's the same setup for FlyQuest. Nobody saw much of anything in that previous iteration of this pistol, but now GR pull the pin on that execute. They can barrel in, and these defensive angles here from FlyQuest are going to be smoked off immediately, but the quick assembly of the boost could catch them.
I think Seven Nation might have actually swatted them out, but it won't matter. Through the smoke, Alistair's found one. And while Dexter is hunting from up top of the totem pole, he's not going to be giving up any duels for free. Mediocrity now shows himself off, and he'll regret doing so. This retake already going swimmingly. Smoke off out towards Cave. Running is going to be waiting for those flashes to come over. He needs to show up, get a big moment out. It's a first kill. It's a tag on another. He's moving through the smoke, coming in from behind, but Dexter will shut him down. Only Weck remains inside the cave, and he's trying to push through, trying to threaten, but with position revealed, FlyQuest unbothered.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that could have still been a little dangerous, but yeah, with Dexter sticking that defuse, both sides of the smoke being covered there by the dualies, and it was a problematic situation to find yourself in. Cave smoked off, but that's the post plant you've chosen. All your teammates getting dropped. The fact that FlyQuest were undeterred from keeping that boost up, and you know they got a kind of a Hail Mary kill from Alistair through the smoke rotating through spawn. A lot really working out in FlyQuest's favor in that instance. But with the plant, there will be a slight investment here from GR. They get themselves into some pistols, but they don't commit to the force buy. We'll be running towards Alistair, and on that scout, he gets decimated. It's Liaz that will hold to be some stopping power on this A bomb site. Inz is there to alleviate some of that pressure. And if ideally they could stop a plant, that would serve to benefit them, but may not be able to deny in time. Yeah, bomb just down, so the extra money injected there for GR, and some decent damage along the way as well.
If there's ever going to be a time to start things off, that's going to be it, perhaps. The bomb plant to help them out. Of course, GR themselves are also a team where I think there's more uncertainty around them beyond just, hey, there isn't enough footage from them. Obviously, we've talked to death about yesterday how this is a team that stereotypically plays on very high ping. They play a very different style. They have developed a style to try and work around that, but maybe the most impacted of those will be Wecht as the AWPer. Does he want to go for T-side opping? That's something I'm excited to see. Obviously, was going for some picks yesterday, was going for some plays early on yesterday on Anubis as well. And he found some success.
Yeah, but maybe a little too late. You know, I think when we actually started to see him get out of his shell, the game was already a little too far gone.
And it is a question mark about when he will show up over here. It can't be too late, because otherwise you'll be too far gone. Lower brackets are cool, but can they be unusual? GR focusing back into Cave, hoping to take some territory away from Vex site there. Backside, who really was a man of Inferno yesterday for FlyQuest, giving them so much on their T side.
Sometimes feels like we neglect players like Liaz, Vexite. You know, great pieces that can actually just have these pop-off rounds and moments. A lot of focus on the in-game leaders and AWPs for both these teams for differing reasons. It's a very disruptive smoke there from FlyQuest. I mean, GR just wanted to set up for some lane control, maybe finish towards B, but given how much they've been sort of stagnated and stalled outside of B, it's becoming more and more difficult for them to pull this one together. Even Dexter just probing up close, throwing a nade and showing his presence. The fact they're able to fall back. Things are a little awkward now here for GR. By the time this execute comes out, there can be no faltering with that bomb.
Smoke is down. Dexter's going to be the one called upon. Flashbang to help him out, but they're not blind at all. 7 Nation and run and get the crucial entries. Vexite traded away as well, and they will be able to get the bomb down comfortably. So 4 alive as well. Could be all 4 to end the round if Liaz goes down, and as he's being sandwiched from either side, 7 Nation will do just that. GR's slow approach comes with risks, but it also comes with a payoff.
Yeah, and I don't know if FlyQuest were totally on the same page about how they wanted to approach that. You had Dexter playing forward up towards ramp, and then you have Vexite able to sort of slink out of cave and get around the site pillar, but I think there's a bit of a disconnect when the smokes are down. I think there's one FlyQuest member playing behind it, and maybe that's partly to sell Dexter's position, but you just are unable to support each other very coherently. There's ways that round could have fizzled up, but given the approach there from FlyQuest, it didn't seem to matter all too much. Now dealing with just USPs and pistols. FlyQuest have grouped themselves up for A, and 7 Nation is now privy to that idea. He will get run down. That is 1 AK taken over to the Australians' hands. But GR should be able to convert this round no problem. Wecht is carrying that bomb swiftly over towards B. Nice to see a little bit of pace out from GR after a couple of approaches from pistol to first gun investment where they play it slow and things get a little hairy. But IDing that they're on these pistols so quickly, there's no problems. I think the main concern now will just be about how many players do they lose, or do they try and hunt that AK out of the hands of FlyQuest? There shouldn't be real incentives to do so. And I think you and I have a bit of a soft spot. We've had Born in the East, Mirai is another, and GR is these sort of consistent, I guess, competitors from that region that typically occupy in the Asian space and play a lot of Asian qualifiers, and they never really do too well. GR have been growing in, I think, the right direction, but they have had to fight off some big fish in this tournament, and FlyQuest is another. In fact, they've been able to get a bit of stability and answer back with 2 rounds of their own. We'll put FlyQuest on notice, but you can see the investment here from the Aussies is pretty insufficient in certain areas. I mean, a couple MP9s, and they had to run a little light on a bit of util as well. They carried over that AK from the prior round, but there can be some dangers in running in this manner. Seems to have been a bit of a problem a couple of times today, but nothing that we're not already able to deal with. And we see, I kind of like this version of the map, and
Maybe it's for the best.
But yeah, the feed, the things have been having a few hiccups.
And that's always a problem, right? Whenever you are a couple of thousand miles away with production rooms and everything, right?
I mean,
it's
definitely
sort of
happens.
unavoidable. Vexite, in the meanwhile, though, he's not a couple of thousand miles away. He's a couple of inches away from mediocrity. And he is really hoping to overcome. Doubling up into cave, it's going to be a setup to try and bait and switch out Vexite, who is playing the hard close angle. All in the meanwhile, a little bit of question marks out about what Seven Nation can do in the middle as well. Time's running down low, though. He's going to be a late factor, if a factor at all. And with FlyQuest stacking 3 players on this B-bomb side, it feels like they've got the right idea. Incendiary as well, ready for Dexter, just checking to make sure this is going to be a very hard scale for GR.
I mean, they've got full access to the site. They just have to make sure that they don't get spammed or Molotov out by Dexter, who's holding that for the potential of a plant. And they have flushed out these players inside of Cave. The molly, the spam, it looks like it's pretty on point, but that bomb does go down in time. And with that contingency plan there available for FlyQuest falling by the wayside, GR have gotten away with another round. And it's about saving these weapons now here. Liaz trying to get a couple on the exit, but Alistair is all that remains with that AWP, and he's likely to get run down by running up close and personal. Alistair, nice quick shooting. May have actually bought himself enough space to hold on to this AWP.
You'd think so, but with the flash, oh my goodness, Alistair has to be careful over here. They're going to try and hunt him down, but he's not missing a shot. Still being chased up after Seven Nation, feeling a little bit worried about his own life, and for good reason. That ancient bomb radius is ever scary, even in CT spawn.
Yeah, even at the remaining health he had, I was maybe a little worried that he might go down to the bomb there. Some nice shooting there from Alistair, some nice quick flicks, and this is the thing as well. I think what really set apart Alistair in the Atlanta run was that at the start of every game, he was having a big multi-kill. You know, I don't think he ever started any of those maps cold. And, you know, we maybe see that rear its head in their opening map here against Talon. But, you know, you give him opportunities to hit shots and warm into it. I think they're invoking a wrath they're not quite prepared for.
It is always one of those conversations to have. Generally, it's had about, you know, these superstar players that, hey, do you really want to hunt them down, right? Obviously, it's valuable to take the AWP out of their hands. And sure, Alistair might not be in the same lines and veins of a Simple or a Ziwu, but heat is heat, man.
Yeah,
and he can bring it.
There's definitely merit to not giving your opponents fights when they're already struggling to win some in normal circumstances.
Well, that time it wasn't normal circumstances and he doesn't win the fight. So, you know, maybe it's not always going to work out. Still, Vexite causing some chaos inside the site itself. Wecht is also pushing forward. Single kill found. Inns not wanting to flirt with danger too much, so that's what Vexite's job is. He's put on his best dress. He's made his way to the ballroom floor. But he can't find anyone to dance with, Michael.
I mean, they're not going to give him fights. I know they've got an AWP and an AK to play off of. I'm surprised FlyQuest are going for this because, I mean, they just don't have the time. They don't have a kit, and it will not pan out. Vexite gets that smoke on the bomb, but, I mean, this is a good damage round considering they come in with very little, just that carried over Alistair AWP, and they'll be able to carry that over into the following investment as well. So it's not without its spoils, but GR are able to dodge a bullet even with the prospect of that initial boost there from Alistair. Nice to see that GR change the pace, because this is also another thing about this team, is that they sometimes play too slow. They kind of let one idea activate. You know, this is a team with a lot of initiative kind of players, and for them changing the pace and going with faster executes is not really their typical MO. But definitely played to their advantage versus the light investment there from FlyQuest. Flight for mid is hectic here for GR and FlyQuest, but Liaz and Inns will double up, and Vexite has found 2 himself out from Cheetah. Not a great deal of success from GR after FlyQuest get their hands back on rifles.
Can you really blame GR for that one? I mean, they're fully blinded out FlyQuest, as Dexter will find the last one as well. Liaz and Inns are both getting kills while flashed. Inns is even bumping into his teammates, which should just mean they're both going to be dead by the time the swing comes out for the T side, even if they got the first kill, and it all doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, the utility was pretty well placed. It's, you know, you just got to capitalize on players being blind. Somehow dodge their projections. Wonder whether they'll try and go for the same thing again. Yeah, just fast play out mid here from GR, and this time flash effective. Inns doesn't get anything for his trouble. Didn't have a player standing shoulder to shoulder with him on that mid control.
I'm surprised Mediocrity doesn't try to deploy the Molotov and just flush out Vexite. Now they do. He's being pushed forward, and inside the smoke, he will fall. Vexite, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
Yeah, just funneled into a death trap.
And look, this is the GR we were hoping to see yesterday, right? Making these small little plays, making sure that they're, even in their passivity where they might not be breaking into a bomb site, they're forcing FlyQuest to contest in these slower rounds that FlyQuest wants to play as well.
It's also the round gone by was a little atypical there for FlyQuest to double swing mid and be so aggressive on Vexite all the same. And after that great deal of success, GR just, call for something very similar. A couple small adaptations to how they approach the map, and after they take mid, they target Vexite. You're right, they're approaching in sections or in segments. Even with the kill over on the A side of things, getting a kill in the extremity, Mediocrity will just slow creep this, and yeah, Dexter, none the wiser, had to be concerned about the approach from Cave as well, and Liaz will just get decimated on his rotate to long. A nice slow builder round, but it had a hot start there for GR, just able to close and even catch these FlyQuest members trying to group up and gamble a bomb site.
Where we talk about heat being picked up by players, I think Mediocrity is also important to highlight, right? Because this is a guy who very much operates based off of reads, and this is why I was slightly worried about FlyQuest going into Ancient. I'll be honest, I did think they would take this one away, but there's always that question about, hey, if Mediocrity and Salamonks get keyed into a game, they get very read-heavy plays. And right now, out in the middle, Salo's got the first. Liaz will trade, but is he ready for Seven Nation to start coming forward as well? Vexite forces Mediocrity away for now, but re-smoking it off does mean that potentially there could be a crossover to help his player out in middle. Spam exchange, no damage with it from either player.
I feel like we're playing a bit of rock, paper, scissors in mid. The amount of numbers and the amount of resources you expend in that direction has varied from round to round for both these squads, and the one that's investing more resources is often coming out on top. The rotate from Alistair to catch the ledge ascent as well. So the GR being already tagged up, the fact that they are now at a numbers deficit pays them no favors. A smoke of 50 bounces there for GR, so it's not like FlyQuest can't anticipate what's coming.
They don't have a flashbang to come through these smokes, so the bomb should be relatively comfortable as long as it's planted in a safe position, but can't be comfortable if you're whacked. He's being tagged down. Dexter's got a nade popping behind him, but with his position known, they're looking to take fights. It's a wrong call. Dexter wins it outright, but Alistair's miss gives Mediocrity a chance in this 1 versus 3. Turn to 2, flash forward, too far forward, and Liaz will punish.
Yeah, I mean, if that flash had landed on the mark, there was maybe a way, but I think it gave him a little too much sort of false confidence, expecting it might have been an ISO fight with that AWPer, and instead, the fact the flash goes too far ends up costing him over swinging from that site. A little worrisome maybe there for FlyQuest, given that these fights do come down to some isolated duels towards the end, especially after the Alistair miss. But I think they're just happy they found an approach that is actually able to contain some of these early aggressions that GR are starting to throw at them. Again, FlyQuest started with two on that mid control. After the smokes fade, they had that rotate. They were still heavily pressed to try and get information, and that, I think, caught GR off guard. I think FlyQuest are a team that do like to sort of segment their rounds. They'll look at the round timer and think, opening 30-40 seconds, we're doing this. Next 30-40 seconds, we're gonna probably do something along the lines of information gathering or trying to fight for important territory towards a bomb site.
Oh God,
Wow,
that doesn't feel good at all.
Can't put that one on the clock.
Yeah, FlyQuest, of course, were kind of masters of the smoke kills yesterday as well. It gave them quite a few opportunities into rounds. GR right now have also neglected Liaz. Liaz is waiting out in A main, but at the same time, does he know how far forward run-in has come? It really is a game of finding out whose trigger discipline is going to pay off more, and it might be running. Go on, got to, opens up Donut, but again, you cannot be afraid enough of what Lias can offer here. Coming back over to the side, he can get a free kill, and then you've got Mediocrity too far away. It should be just that. Lias, good for one, but Seven Nation allowed to reposition, and Mediocrity will be allowed to pair up with him one more time.
Problem is they don't have smokes. And the fact they have access to Donut as well as this potential lurk here from Mediocrity, things could get weird very quickly here for FlyQuest, especially with them not sticking. They tap that first time over. Seven Nation does not swing, and the fact that they have held that defuse will come to reap rewards. It's Vexite that covers the defuse. Dexter just head down, hoping his teammates had it. And FlyQuest managed past that timing. Mediocrity was just a little shy of hitting.
I can't believe that they get away with that, whatever. They really felt like Mediocrity would be making the right play, especially when they missed the defuse initially and they had to double tap it. I thought that might be actually the difference maker, but instead Seven Nation not able to spam through Vexite. Vexite continues to perform. He's here to deliver, and honestly, he's just been a standout player for FlyQuest in the few maps that we've seen from him in this RMR. In's gone, Lias trades, and that's been a consistent theme, and so has Vexite's aggression. This time misses the mark. Felt like a freebie, but he bit off more than he could chew, and with Seven Nation getting one more, maybe he'll end up regretting it.
Confirmed damage on Seven Nation, though, at the very least. Some very important double kills for both Lias and Dexter, but this round is still very much attainable here for Seven Nation if he's quick on the trigger, but Alistair, like I said, confirmation on the damage done, so USP drawn to finish off that frag. Lias is probably very satisfied that he got those 2 kills, considering he kind of sold his teammates down the river in the prior round. But then also that Dexter was able to rectify the miss from Vexite. I think a couple of shaky hands here for FlyQuest, but they're starting to pull their socks up. We're getting more of those individual performances in moments where GR spacing is off or they're not quite quick to collect on those quick headshots. And now in this last round of the half, they find themselves on techs and SMGs.
They've chosen the right site, though.
Yeah.
It's only Alistair, and he's got an AWP. The worst weapon to deal with this in the first miss is going to be critical. Flashbang follow-up, flying Mac 10. Smokes down everywhere. Lias in Temple. Molotov behind. Smoke ahead of him. This utility is perfect. The site is taken. The AWP recovered. And now Lias afraid, and for good reason. There's 2 players who've got half a mind to run him down through the smoke. They've decided against it. There's backup inside Temple as well. Maybe that's what they're worried about, but Donut will be neglectable. Salo Mux to find no context. What's Wecht up to? He's playing back in from A main. First kill out for Lias, and Wecht still zoned in onto Inns, but it's Mediocrity to take that duel. Inns is winning it outright, and Temple's push forward will give them the site. Only Salo to try and defend, and his defense just isn't enough.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you know, you're right on the money. The fact that it was the AWP there on A, and then the SMGs run them down. They have smokes, they have Molotovs, they have a lot to stall out on util, but the same was true for FlyQuest. They still held on to quite a lot of their utility, given that GR have been very assertive in the opening segments of rounds. They understand as well, even though they assert that presence, they are often very slow to sort of finish on those rounds as well. So holding on to that extra utility definitely pays off in spades. You know, they had smokes, flashes, mollies to make the post plant very difficult, but some really key rounds from Lias at the end of this half. I think the fact he was able to get his hands on the mid control fights, these kills on A as well, it does come to the saving grace of FlyQuest. I mean, these 2 kills are so impactful because they have to wait out the entirety of that smoke. And you could tell GR thought they may have had that one in the bag. Numbers advantage, AWP attained, close range fights as well. But that's the type of firepower you want out of the Aussies.
I mean, the fact that Lias ends out that first half on 12 kills, when you consider it felt like every single one of them was a multi-kill in a crucial round. That's fantastic work from him. And he's a player who obviously has question marks raised about him, saying, hey, this guy was supposed to be your next JKS once upon a time. That's what everyone touted him as. And it felt like because he took a back foot on that Renegade / 100 Thieves team, he was never able to recover the same talent. Shows flashes of it, but if this is going to be a team, then that lower bracket run is coming through with a little bit more of a spicy condiment from FlyQuest added to the recipe book.
He got given a beatdown by one of his ex-teammates in the opening round of this RMR.
Yeah.
They have a bit of a chip on his shoulder.
FlyQuest threatened the A site finish, but they don't commit to it, which means GR Gaming can start rotating over. And as they do so, it will be Dexter isolated. Wins one, is taken out soon after. That's more than what he needed to do. We'll be able to spot out the multiple players coming his way through middle as well. That will call for more reinforcements for Donut from FlyQuest. And as Salomux and Seven Nation hope to sandwich in, it really does come down to what Mediocrity can find in the meanwhile. Seven Nation, though, still will be taking first contact. This line of CTs who've got the smokes, the flashes, want to commit. Smoke out towards A main. There's no one there. Maybe they can feel more comfortable about swinging because of this. Seven Nation waits. Flash outwards. They're all blind, but they're allowed to recover. And as Salomux finds one, Seven Nation taken down. FlyQuest in the flurry of frags will take the 8th.
They wanted to fight that entire time. I mean, everyone has armor. They understand that GR are trying to compose themselves, but just flooding on these angles as GR come out, yeah, they just get decimated for that retake attempt. But taking control of that A bomb site so quickly, and with Dexter running that interference, it was always going to be a little troublesome, I guess, for GR. Had the right amount of bodies on the wrong site.
Well, the train isn't stopping, unless it means a roadblock. And just hoping to be a very expensive or maybe a big money-making roadblock. In the meanwhile, Lias comes through, swipes out a bit of a bonus for himself as well. And there you have it, 9-5, FlyQuest in prime position to take away their enemy's map pick. This gun round is where GR needs to turn it around.
That used to be the story about Australians, right? They still had to do the 9-5 and then try and play international Counter-Strike.
Well, it's all about the 5 to 9 after the 9 to 5, isn't it, these days, Michael? I've seen enough Instagram reels for this.
Yeah. That grind set.
And that's exactly what GR will have to do. Grind it out. Maybe that's what the GR stands for. Dexter out and about, into middle, into smokes he goes. Man might be trying to be a criminal, but it's Lias who is doing the crime. Wecht puts him down. Salo as well, getting some trades up before fading back into the donut smoke. He'll be blocked off from contending more by a Molotov. At least that's what Alistair hoped. That Molotov extinguished instead. 3 versus 2. GR look to retake, reinforcing out in CT, but that CT initial defense has already been taken down. Remember, they don't have kits on GR's side, so they need to accelerate forward. Salomux is doing exactly that. Another kill for him. 3 in the round, but it might still be for naught. Vexite covering off with a Molotov will be able to buy enough time to fade back and wait. And as Mediocrity closes the distance, he can't close the gap. He's inside his own Molotov. Mediocrity takes him down, but they won't have the time. FlyQuest collect on double digits.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is far from comfortable. I mean, the kill from spawn, Alistair may have missed his chance on the donut player, but that kill to the spawn player was absolutely pivotal. I mean, it buys critical time. You can see they're cautious about how they reapproach or which fight they take, whether Alistair is going to wrap in through spawn, maybe clear out temple. There was that extra hesitance that just adds to the extra time pressure. And the fact that there was a Molotov available there for the clutch, it was key that Alistair did win that one fight, and he did. Even though GR made an exceptional call, they had 2 on A, 1 running from Donut as well, when FlyQuest wanted to go for a quick A piece. Good calls can only get you half of the way there. GR,
oh my
fast
God.
play. They wanted to run down this AWP, but Alistair hitting quick ones this time over. And this B bomb site cracked wide open by the AWP.
Oh, Dexter's turn around. Seven Nations got the backstab, but it won't matter because Inns has already found one more. Good calls can only get you halfway there. You're right, Michael, but Alistair's shots can get you all the way there. And he's here to hit another one of them. 14-8 now. A man who I celebrated yesterday for being 1-1 and not having to do too much has decided it's time for him to step up.
Bomb has been planted.
I mean, it's just been it's nice to see that the FlyQuest are playing to the standard we would expect. You know, some of the shots that they're hitting. Even though there's been, I think, worrisome composure in places. It's also
Games
a map
definitely
that...
been...
Yeah, I think this is also a map where GR can be a little tricky on. So I don't blame them for any discomforts in that regard. I think a lot of teams within the region already struggle enough. Even if they might win a series against GR, it's often not very comfortable.
And this game's been anything but comfortable, right? It might be 11-5, the scoreline is all hunky-dory, but let's not forget how many rounds that FlyQuest had to win out on, refragging out in middle, be it the lurk out into A, being countered with a lurk where timing has somehow managed to give Liaz some space. You look over towards the retake in the previous round, losing out all your members. It has been close in these rounds, but for GR, at the end of the day, there's a sense of impending doom. You are down 6 rounds on your own map pick.
And you know that Alistair, the fast flicks. Whether or not the shot connects, you know, that's the whole different conversation. But when they're hitting, they really do hit different. Timeout called here by GR. Like you said, they're in a worrisome spot given that this is their own pick in the series. But I think they've kind of lucked out. I don't really know how they've managed to get this particular draft of maps, considering, you know, I think there are sometimes holes in their map pool that teams just don't seem to want to venture into. But why venture into the unknown when there are demos that FlyQuest could have watched in anticipation of this game? And they're not getting caught out by many of the tricks here for GR. In fact, they're getting just absolutely pummeled, either through smokes or it's just a contact play fast up through the B bomb site. They have found 3 kills, and that timeout was for naught. GR may look to try and save these MP9s, but they'll try their hand at it, especially with Seven Nation getting a kill back on B, and that bomb's not down yet.
Saving MP9s into a potential last round off the map does feel a little bit depressing. Seven Nation's going to make a go of it, but smokes are not his friend, and neither is Liaz. Up to 17-8 now. FlyQuest looking like the all-star roster that we all knew they are.
Yeah, I think, you know, we try and over-inform people about who GR are, but this was what we expected to see out of FlyQuest.
This was what we were hoping to see out of FlyQuest yesterday as well.
Yes, yeah. Came in a little sleepy-eyed.
And better late than never. Alistair forced off. GR. They have a dream, but that dream is being shot down. Alistair pushing through a smoke. He's naded open himself. Leaves Salo Mux feeling lonely in the middle. Liaz's demise countered out, as it very often has been. FlyQuest have been fantastic at the trade game, but now GR are playing it as well. Salo Mux back in Donut has been a threat many times over, but at the end of the day, there's still so much to deal with, and FlyQuest yet to commit, but a missed shot from backside. Salo continues forward. He's got 2, but not more than that. All down to ends. 1-on-2. A performance from him has been somewhat missing at these past few events, but if he can help them to make it across that finish line, it would be a great start to that lower bracket run. Pretty though shuts it down.
Yeah, timing not working out there for Inns. I mean, definitely a player that can pull off moments like that, but felt like he kind of missed his chance not punishing Mediocrity for peeking from spawn. And so, for now, the multi-kill out from Salo will keep them afloat. But they're going to need 6 more rounds like it. If they even want to stretch it into the overtime. But maybe just be an opportunity for them to stretch their legs a bit. You know, we've yet to see Wecht be too active on morphing duties or even on rifling. It's been a more reserved step from GR. outside of
Liaz.
their opening aggressions in mid. Liaz just trying to take a fight by himself, but they're smoked off at B. They can make no other counter action on the other side. Flash through will allow Alistar for a trade, but they're fighting from a deficit. They need more than just the one, and it's Vexite that collects on that, but Alistar's trumped on his B approach.
Call from FlyQuest is fun, but unfortunately GR have countered it out perfectly with one of their own, mediocrity. Crouch peeking forward is hoping to give Running a chance to be able to swap out aggro. They do. 7th round secured for GR. FlyQuest send out a fake towards the A site, letting Liaz hopefully take a one-on-one versus what they've identified as a bit of a problem child and Salo Mux, but at the same time GR push forward, take B lane control and get the perfect call.
I mean, that's one of those pre-programmed ideas that FlyQuest wanted to pull that just ends up not working out, I imagine, just by inopportune smoke timing. They must have had it communicated that Liaz is going to run that interference on A, but at a certain point, you might have to just cancel if there's a bit of disruption in that plan. If a player isn't in position with the flash to counter action. You know, Liaz was trying to confirm numbers, but they were just all hidden behind those doors outside of B, and they try and just curtsy through it, hoping that GR would instinctively overreact. And I don't really hate the idea there from FlyQuest, you know, trying to play on the idea that, you know, GR, for them, this is their first big LAN opportunity with this team, and they understand that they are in the hole on their map pick. They may over-rotate. You know, they've struggled to hold their spots, but they didn't budge. They knew they had some territory over at B, and they kept with it.
The call's not bad, but unfortunately the outcome ends up being. Right now, FlyQuest are hoping to deal some damage, maybe get a bomb plant in. And most importantly, make sure that confidence for GR Gaming cannot come up. Smoke up, but they're going to try and move through it. Salomux has been a dangerous man, and he's got another one behind him, Seven Nation, to collect and make sure that his leader is safe and sound.
No tricks there for Liaz to pull. Running had the red room covered. Just like that, GR are within 4. Trailing 7 rounds, it would be quite a streak to pull it to the overtime, but now that possibility is just 2 gun rounds away.
Alistar?
Adjustment. And there has to
Alistar
be
has
some cute call that FlyQuest can pull in a moment like this. A knockout punch.
Oh my god, that's going to be a knockout punch potentially. Salomux finding one more through the smoke. Seven Nation right behind him. It's a 2-on-2. Fast exchanges in middle, ensuring that. But in the meanwhile, Running has pushed forward. He's cleared out B. Alistar with the AWP. Before we were commending him for his early round impact. Now it could be late. Nice flick, as he always does end up having. He's running alone, but will Running be expected this fast out towards A main? But
They
he's
may
got an
just,
AK.
I mean, they'll have to anticipate it. It's
Will they?
quiet everywhere else.
They still haven't cleared out CT or middle. Meanwhile, Running reveals position. He's got a smoke, he's got a kit, but he doesn't know where Vexite's playing in from. Smoking off donuts, the right play. Over here, Vexite, do you have a grenade? Yes, you do. That means things could be perfect. He's sticking it. He's sticking it. Need to open up. Vexite doesn't get visibility. Running taken down, and FlyQuest find 13. It's a chaotic fight in middle to ensure it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there were a lot of rounds in this game that were maybe a little too close for comfort there for FlyQuest, but we got some of the star-level performances we were after. We got some nice shots out of Alistar down the stretch. We had some critical multi-frags there from Liaz. We got the assertiveness of Vexite and Dexter as well. I feel like we had a lot of these pieces stacked up where FlyQuest, they are the big dogs in this tournament. They're one of the few that we have that we expect to make it into the major. And they were still pressed quite heavily, but when they needed them, those stars did deliver.
Absolutely. Look at the amount of multi-kills they're able to get. Look at the amount of refrags they're able to get. And maybe most importantly, it's an entire team performance. It's not one guy carrying them through. It's not one player bringing all of the impact. We commended Liaz early on. Alistar obviously later on the T side, funnily enough, delivering so much impact. Didn't expect that to be where he performed. And Vexite had his moments early on as well. So honestly, everyone we wanted to perform over here in FlyQuest, everyone who maybe had some question marks about them since yesterday, they showed up.
Yeah, and I think, you know, GR did make some nice adjustments. They had some cool timings that they hit throughout this map, but you know, I think when we saw in the more structured post plants or retake scenarios, that's where FlyQuest, I guess, really flexed their muscles. GR, I just, you know, either didn't have the resources or were getting caught out by these FlyQuest members when it came to those post plant situations. So I think that's maybe the one growing point there for GR, but they're gonna have to grow very quickly as we kind of prepare for the second map in the series, because this Ancient, I mean, it was their selection and it falls by the wayside.
And again, as much as we might say, hey, it's close, hey, they had some good calls, hey, they had some nice individual moments as well, at the end of the day, be it brute force, be it strategy, FlyQuest do kind of overwhelm them and overrun them in a way where GR again feel like they might not have had enough of a chance. And going into Anubis, obviously, what they played out yesterday, they're going to have a lot of thinking to do. And where we say this is a young team, first stand, all of those things, those nerves might not have been as visible in map 1. I think they might be showing up in map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could, especially when you know that it could be the last map you play in Shanghai. You know, as much as they're not at the main stage of the major yet, for them getting chances like this, they're incredibly fleeting when they have to go up against the best in Asia for some of those slots in open qualifiers and the like. And they know that they are not often favorites, but this is a lot of, I guess, humbling, given that they have these moments where they can actually outcall some of the in-game leaders in the Asia region. They didn't have significant moments like that in this map.
Look, it even sometimes felt like, hey, they've got the right call out, but it doesn't matter though, right? Like you've got what looks like a great timing on a mid swing. Liaz gets 2 kills. You've got what looks like great timing over on A. Liaz is already pushed out. There's a lot of problems going on for GR, but hopefully they can resolve some of them before we head into Anubis. It'll be FlyQuest's map pick, and we're going to be back with it after a break. Here we...
The world is changing quickly. To clear. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Two teams from the ends of the earth, and right now one of them might be about to go down. GR Gaming down 0-1 as we head into Anubis. FlyQuest's map pick. Welcome back to the Asia-Pacific RMR.
Yeah, we're fighting for our lives in the lower bracket. For us, it's a little surprising to see FlyQuest here, but GR, I think it was maybe a little bit more anticipated, given especially how convincing the opening round was against them by Rare Atom. So, you know, for us, as now we've seen the first map in the series, FlyQuest stretched a little bit thin in certain moments, but we got to see big impact rounds from Alistair, Liaz as well. You know, Dexter, Vexside had their moments, Inns as well. You know, I feel like we got the complete package of FlyQuest actually delivering on that first map. And so now as we move into an Anubis that can sometimes feel like a bread and butter map for GR, I imagine FlyQuest would have looked back at that game against Rare Atom and thought, they're not actually doing anything too special. They played a very reserved game outside of Wecht going for opening picks on that AWP.
I think what I'm curious about also is to see if GR's style was maybe specifically tailored towards what Rare Atom was going to be bringing to the table. We saw a lot of mid neglect, obviously. We pointed that out on either side. Mid really wasn't a focus. I think FlyQuest will be trying to change that up a little bit more so. So, yeah, the question is how much of this comes down to preparation? And at least for GR, if there was one team that you're going to be preparing for, it feels like it would be FlyQuest, right? You never know when you might be facing them. They're one of the big favorites of the entire tournament. And if you are going up against them, you know Anubis might be coming up. They like to pick into it. You better be ready.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, with the way that the tournament is structured, you could have mainly prepared for the teams on your side of the bracket. You know, you only really have to worry about playing teams on the other side of the bracket when you're in the lower side of that bracket. You're not preparing to lose games, and so for them, you know, FlyQuest were always going to be the big fish to fry on their side of the tournament, and I understand as well that they will have prepared something, but it's clear that the preparation that they placed onto that Ancient didn't pan out in certain moments. Even though there were some good calls, there were some good decisions made, it didn't feel like they were finding or being given a tell by FlyQuest about what their intentions were. It was more that they were trying to forecast ahead of time, almost from spawn, what FlyQuest would do. And sometimes that was hitting, and other times, you know, it felt completely out of place. I mean, we saw FlyQuest, I guess, release the reins slightly and play a little bit looser towards the end of that Ancient that ultimately ended up being, I guess, a couple of those knockout blows needed to take them out of the map.
Well, look, on paper, there should be a 2-0. This should be done and dusted. FlyQuest walks home and they say, you know what, we're good to go after that one. But got to discuss win conditions. For GR, obviously, Wet comes to mind from what we saw from him yesterday on that CT side op. But beyond that, it does feel like maybe Seven Nation and Run-In will be very, very pivotal towards what they were trying to do over towards that A-bomb site with what Seven Nation and Mediocrity very often it was running over on the B-bomb site. What are we looking at for GR to succeed?
I mean, part of it just comes down to reads, and I think, you know, Salo is a great sort of lightning rod for a lot of the success and also some of the failures of GR, and that sometimes if he's not having a good game personally, it does very much reflect on the rest of the team, because he's someone that makes a lot of these calls about where he thinks the opponent is going. That's how he gets a lot of his kills. I think he's quite an intelligent player in that sense, but it's also something that, because he is so active and rotating so much, there are also gaps that can sometimes crop up very quickly in GR CT sides in particular. I think this map is I guess, a prime example of that, because CT sides don't feel favorable in general on CS2, and I guess just based on the map design of Anubis. But if he's able to be active in that regard, you know, it's going to make the job of Run-In and Seven Nation and Wecht, it's going to actually release a lot of the pressure that they may be feeling in this moment. Again, all of these guys, in terms of LAN experience, it's very limited, and so they don't know when the next opportunity will be like this. And it would be a shame, I guess, to see them fall by the wayside or get brushed aside by FlyQuest. I'd like them to express that they can be a competitive and compelling team against one of the region's best. But I think FlyQuest are pretty fired up.
There's no doubt about that one. But look, we've talked a lot about what the CT side from GR has to look like. We can't forget that they didn't get a single round on their T side yesterday versus Rear Adam, right? And obviously that's where maybe Thalow's calling comes more into play. That's where maybe you can't say, hey, they were down 4-8, first map, all the on LAN, all that good stuff. But now we're heading over into Anubis where you've got enough time on the server to have some confidence about yourself after Ancient as well. Salah's kind of feeling himself in Ancient when he's playing on that CT side. We saw some nice plays being made overall from a couple of these players, from Run-In, from Wet here and there as well, Mediocrity getting involved. We need to see them perform here on Anubis, and they're going to have to do so starting on that T side.
Yep. The second map of our lower bracket where we say goodbye to teams in the Asia RMR. It is Anubis, and it is the pick of FlyQuest, which is why they start on that CT side. Let's see if GR can get cooking on the side that is favorable. One of the few where it is very distinct and distinctly in favor of that that attacking side. But FlyQuest have aggressions in mind of their own. They try and flash out of A main. Seven Nation in great position to punish, but Dexter stuck around and has found a trade, so still 4-on-4.
Dexter might be given another opportunity, but here, Seven Nation right around the corner is hidden away. In the meanwhile, middle will be explored very early on. Run-In, pushing through, hoping to find one more, but Dexter's been the one to do just that. Mediocrity taken away, and Ains finds Run-In. All that mid-control that you could have theoretically had, it's gone.
And you thought Dexter was going to give up the A main aggression at a certain point, but he just kept fighting. He was unrelenting. Found timing after timing, and his 2 kills have definitely swung this round back into the favor of FlyQuest. Good recession here from Inns, given that he's the solo defender of B. See Seven Nation starting to make his way over with that bomb, but Mike should have communicated that spawn is really the only angle he has to worry about. It's just about hazarding the cross. Wecht inside a temple, now detected, and Inns is unable to stop the progress of that bomb into the site. So post-plant here for GR. They are 2 men the lesser, though, for this retake attempt from FlyQuest.
It does feel like it comes down to a 1v2 from either player. Wecht right now starts off for the first contact. Inns takes it home. Seven Nation good for 1, makes it 2, but his teammates already lost too much. A reload chance given up, but it's a double stack over. They're missing movement. They're missing chances, but they won't be missing this round.
Oh my god, that gets really awkward. Yeah, they jumped on top of each other's heads, so neither of them could actually leave into the canals. That could have been disastrous had they not ID'd that so quick, and I think we got a couple chuckles out of them realizing the situation was just absurd, but a lovely attempt there from Seven Nation. Found those 2 kills he needed to, an escape path, but I mean, the reload and getting nestled into that corner, I think did really come to hurt him. Do you see what Urcast was doing just there? Was like practicing conducting? Like he's in,
I think he might have just had like a fidgeting toy or something in his hand.
Yeah, maybe.
Look, you got to do something as a coach, right? Obviously, Valve rules make it so that you can't really interact with your team outside of timeouts, even with encouraging things, for maybe for good reason, right? It's a competition. Everyone's going to take whatever advantage they can in whatever way they can. So, yeah. Get those fidget spinners out. Get those, stress balls out, whatever it is.
He just looked like he was ready to point to the horn section.
Well, FlyQuest has a lot of people in the horn section cheering for them, at the very least. That's what horns do, right? You blow them when you're winning. Isn't that like the entire point of horns? War trumpets.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know much about music, guys.
Still traumatized by vuvuzelas, but...
Well, obviously one of the things to look forward to for the Shanghai Major is a crowd all across every stage. Haven't seen that since Rio, back in 2022, which, funnily enough, I believe was the last major Dexter attended as well.
Counter-terrorists win.
I wonder what they have in China for large, crowds and musical instruments for cheering.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'd like to think we have a gong, but we had that at the Paris Major, which Dexter was also at, so...
Okay. Well, he didn't make it to the crowd section over there. It was a little bit harder.
There was also a trumpet guy in the tournament, so...
Aims right now, peeks out, gets one. Liaz's flash is only helpful for the single kill, though. Vect allowed to refrag and will be allowed to take over Dark if he wants to for a forward. That's what Dexter is worried about. He's throwing out in the middle to see if there's anyone else there, but turns out they're not going to be able to get any more information from FlyQuest out into mid unless they reinforce it. That's what Alistair is trying to do. Comes over, moves through. Dexter gets a chance to peek out further if he'd like to, but at the end of the day, they have vacated the A site, and that's what GR is aiming for.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to bluff this. I mean, it's very rare you'll see a Dark player being so active, playing out in front of the smoke, inside of canals, when there's only one extra player on B. They were trying to bluff that they had more presence on that B bomb site, but because it's been such a slow approach here from GR, they break that setup, and now they have the wrong read. 3 players gravitated on towards that B bomb site. It's a very lonely Vex site to try and defend, but GR have slown out that utility. They're now making their move into the site, and Vex site will just try and hold onto his position as best he can and wait for his teammates to come in for that retake.
Flashes overhead, he's got all info, could have gone for the initial peek over here, but the smoke allows Dexter to push forward. A little bit more spam damage inside on Mediocrity as well. That'll be a punish to come through from Vex side, but Wecht now pushes through. Salo taken down, can't win the duel, and it's all down to Wecht. 1 versus 1, both Oppers, both wielding AKs. Nade in the feet of Alistair's not doing him any favors, but Wecht side still has advantage of the bomb. Not completely planted in for him, he takes the duel instead. GR find their first.
Yeah, I mean, very pivotal kills there from Wecht. I mean, all 5 in that round. It is a full ace from that AWPer. He punished many a peak. And there are peaks and valleys here on this GR Gaming kill score. I mean, 7 Nation with those 3 in the pistol, and Wecht with all 5 in their first round to collect.
Flash out, 7 Nation. Taken down. Good timings from Dexter over there to make sure they're going for the same aggressive routing that GR themselves taught about a couple of times yesterday. All in the meanwhile, Inns is pushing forward, and it's going to be somehow a round where he gets away with the kill again. I really felt like Mediocrity had it.
Yeah, these are challenging fights. I mean, round the smoke. Salo, I don't know how he gets away with that one. Inns was definitely more prepared, or I guess trying to just get himself into better position. And, oh God, from a 5-on-3, it's back to equal numbers. A counter kill there from Runnin in mid as well. Oh dear, FlyQuest. I mean, a couple of nice openers, but when you're still stretched thin and punished for those actions, GR have a way back into this round, and especially with being able to find that kill in mid, they now start to journey that as a full squad, while FlyQuest have gambled on that B bomb site.
Liaz does have the ability to explore, courtesy of that 5-7.
It's just they're going to anticipate A main regardless of whether or not they, you know, routed through canals or not.
Bomb has been planted.
Look, at the same time, Liaz does have a gun recovered. He's got a Molotov now as well. It's a 3-on-3. You don't have kits, but it warrants trying to take a quick peek out, see if you can molly out behind the pillar, force Wecht forward, but Wecht is happy to take the duels instead, pushes through, gets initial damage, and then backs off. The grenade's not helping either, and with the flashbang to dissuade Alistair, GR will collect on the second, despite the bombastic start that Inns was able to provide to them.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I mean, they're finding good times to strike here on the side of FlyQuest. I mean, they worked off that advantage to kick it off. They're actually doing a good job of, I guess, pressuring 7 Nation on the default from the pistol to now this gun round as well. But for them to lose control like that when they have that advantage to play off of, and understand they came in on a bit of a cobbled together buy, but they needed to compact themselves. I think a little tighter. And GR are able to punish them for playing a little loose. 2-2 the score now, and Runnin and Salo join the fraggers of GR. See if Mediocrity can pull something off as well over towards A. FlyQuest have invested around those weapons they saved over in that prior round.
No shenanigans this time over from Lynn. No fakes or anything of the sort. Aggression might come through the hands of Alistair. Hardscope forward wants to try and be first contact into A main, and with how slow GR are playing this and how defaulty, he might be having a chance to find the one. GR have collected though, and that makes things a little bit more tricky. A good flashbang to force him away could go a long way. Then there it comes. Vexite's not ready to turn around. Alistair good for one, but as he turns the corner, he'll be re-peeking out into another flashbang. He hits the shot, but doesn't get the kill. That's Vexite's job to finish off these limping, wounded soldiers. Running somehow finds two. One with the Molotov, one with the gun, and one from the hands of Wecht. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2 from a 2v5. He has an ends. Pushing forward, trying to fake it out with the grenade. Inns has found the first flash overhead to find Runnin. He is fully blind, but yet to reveal that he is indeed going to be looking for one more peek. Bomb tap comes forward. Inns visible, elbow sticking out, and now Liaz wants to continue planting his feet onto the bomb. It's Inns now on the defuse. Inns had no kit, still manages to stick it out.
Yeah, I mean, Liaz was baiting Inns a little bit there, but he had the ability to pick up a kit, even if Inns had somehow fallen due to a mismanagement on that peak, which Liaz doesn't let happen. There was just still a way to win that round, but I'm surprised Vexite got away with those 2 kills. I mean, both him and Alistair got caught by the second flurry of flashes, and even still, they're able to collect themselves. Alistair not caught as heavily on those blinds, given that he was playing so close to the angle at main. But it did obviously help Vexite out that Alistair did at least hit a tag. As you can tell, GR are really stressing FlyQuest out. I mean, they're finding some great counter kills, even if they're losing the opening engagements.
Out in the middle goes Salamox. Jackson good for the one, but now he's trapped away. Do they have any grenades? No, they don't. It's just plain old-fashioned firepower. That's what Vexite and Inns also bring to the table. Liaz comes through, gets one as well, and with that, FlyQuest find 4. So GR Gaming, despite being able to collect on those 2 gun rounds, will be reset back down very quickly.
They're putting so much pressure on the main fight. I mean, this is another time that FlyQuest have decided that they want to take that duel, and Elimination honestly feels like he's being targeted. I mean, they are reading his positions well. They're flashing for him. They are not making his job easy at all. A great rotate from Inns as well. Just kills through smoke, but eliminating some of those angles, given that he knew Dexter was completely pinned. Fight, and this time finally a bit of punishment delivered onto Vexite. Wecht is there to back up his boy. Oh, and that's a very dangerous fight to give over up to Deagle. Deagle comes out on top. Maybe Dexter can continue the abuse. Yeah, 7 Nations once again struggling, and Dexter will double up. Takes a dink, but he can fall off knowing that his work is done. He's found the advantage back for the squad.
Mediocrity is trying to make it a quick bomb plan out of the A side. Of course, if he gets his kill overhead, it'll go a long way. Dexter forced away by the incendiary. Mediocrity's got the frag. He can make his way out to the bomb if he moves now, but Inns will delay long enough, and Liaz is the one who Mediocrity is really worried about. The flank, and he's trying to suss it out. Inns, of course, not giving information, not in a position to peek, and Mediocrity's kill brings it back to the 1-on-1. 3 kills so far, could be more to come over. Inns trying to flank it out, but he's decided against it. He wants to take the traditional routing back to Palace, back to Temple he goes.
But the bomb will be planted, and it's planted perfectly. In's trying to cover up the crossover to B main, but it will be in CT, and it's a grenade from downtown. The lack of armor coming back to bite Mediocrity.
I mean, what a bank shot there from Inns. It just bounced off the pillar right onto his position. A little bit of indecision about which fight to take, but just as he tries to escape the site, I mean, the util does the rest. Great job there from Inns to pull that one back, because yeah, that round gets way closer than it should have. This is just against the light investment onto pistols, but some nice deagle work in from GR. It does put FlyQuest economy in at least a slightly tattered affair.
It's breakable.
It is.
Maybe that's what matters. But God, dude, it's funny that Mediocrity gets his first 3 kills over there.
Maybe
it's been a rough time
ones that he could have asked for, really.
Yep. It's been a rough time between him and Salo, obviously 2 of the players who we put so much of a spotlight on. Wecht, maybe one of the few to deliver that Ace has buffed up his numbers, but to be frank, it's also one of the only 2 rounds that GR have won, so you can't really say too much about it. FlyQuest will have the full buyout, but like we said, their money is going to now be breakable. 2 rounds in a row for GR, and you can say goodbye. But that's a lot to ask for. MTA site, but the training has worked. Seven Nation is scared, and maybe for good reason. We've seen what's been going on before, but a boost out into B main. Alistair finds Mediocrity.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest were not going to sit static the entire round. Considering how much they focused on A, GR had their guard raised, but maybe lowered it over towards B instead. Then fall back into a 2-1-2 here for the Aussies. I mean, a little poor there for Alistair. I mean, he just gave up the angle as Salo jump peaked.
Look, at the same time, he knows that there's no one out in middle. And there'll be a drop down from bridge at worst. Alistair's been able to hold on for so long. There's 38 seconds now on the clock, but he's missed the shot. And Salo, with the position of the AWP reveal, they're wondering whether it's still worth it to go to the B bomb site. Trying to go for the split is going to be near impossible. Alistair's reposition makes it even more so. Alistair, though, starts to move back over. It's the right call for him to make. Flashes in the face of Liaz, but he's still yet to be taken down. Alistair now with the rotation, good for 1. Ings waits at the back of the bomb site. He's waited for too long. Somehow, the flying AWP has come out, and the Mustache Maestro will be taken down finally. Wecht and running. Somehow bring it all together in a round that felt lost.
I mean, this was them going to plan C. GR, you're right on the money. The fact that Alistair was holding on to mid for so long, they had nothing to really flush him out of position, so they reroute. They work back over through the canals, and even with the great shooting there from Alistair, they lose out on these fights to the rifles, and it's just a good job that Running didn't lower his guard trying to prioritize that plan. They knew that FlyQuest were trying to flood back into the site. And all that extra damage that Mediocrity did when they were on pistols, it does come back to bite FlyQuest. It did make their money breakable, which it is broken. And now Mediocrity can enjoy the spoils of war versus the pistols. These rounds have been hectic and close, and a bit of chopping, changing, coming down to clutches.
I mean, we said the same thing on Ancient, right? So GR at the very least are delivering in individual moments, and right now they might be able to deliver in this half as well. Still fighting for 7, and it feels like they're ever so close to it. FlyQuest have a difficult decision to make. Do we buy here? We're not really comfortable. Listen, he's got the Shroud book out in his hands, as Urkos. He's sitting down. He's speaking a lot. I have a feeling, Michael, we're going to see a play.
Yeah, no, I mean, your powers of deduction have they've really shown themselves there.
Thank you. I really had to dig deep for that one.
I wanted him to like orchestral flick at them as he was calling the strat.
People, you're forgetting the horns.
Yeah.
MP9 out.
If that pep talk actually did something, you know, let's see what that call is, because they've done a lot of aggressive peaks, but what's been working? A main pressure. They're gonna try it again.
Good nade out towards running as well. In the meanwhile, Flash is out in middle. Dexter's feeling like he's on an island, and no, I'm not talking about Australia. You're in Shanghai, Dexter. Time to peek out and take it on the arm. Let's be careful. Salah's gonna have a bit of an advantage over here. Peeking forward, still loses the duel. Somehow wrecked. They only want to find a frag, and it feels like FlyQuest and their return to middle will be anything but mid.
And the connect there from Liaz was on the money. I mean, Alistair's already shown his presence out from main. Vexite is just gonna go completely disregarded. As much as he was the player constantly abusing that A main fight. Thought that maybe Alistair had just taken up that mantle, but with Vexite being flushed out, it does create a gap where Mediocrity does have some map that he can still explore. Critical kill will be onto Liaz, who holds onto B main territory. Far forward, looked like he was about to lower his guard. From crouching to walking, you know, while you're worried about movement, sometimes aim can escape you, but Liaz doesn't have those problems.
That looks scary for a second. If Dexter's taken down by Salamux, that could be a completely different round, right? I mean, GR have the call of fighting in the middle, and it feels like very often FlyQuest and GR are fighting in places where they want to. It's just the outcome that goes the Aussie way.
But it's clear the attack balls did work out. Aircast 100% on those types of calls, or at least that's the most tangible proof we have of it.
Maybe Duke Fijura can say the same about himself.
Yeah, it's somebody that they've brought on board recently. You know, the core of this roster being together for as long as they have, but you know, the chances at big international tournaments would also kind of hurt some of your ability to reach out to teams or players, coaches for advice. Maybe bring them on board. You know, you're not over their side of the world so often. So they've clearly learned a thing or two from Duke for sure. I think the quality of gameplay from GR, it's still got its, you know, chaotic moments that I guess are typical for the likes of this squad. But they've battened down the hatches in a couple of places. That they're building towards a B-sided split. Wex may even try and challenge through that smoke.
Yeah. And that's without a flashbang if he does choose to go for it. So Inz, who's trying to play ready for that very piece of utility, could be taken down. Now listen, Molotovs forces in forward. In through the smoke he goes. Always good for that one. It feels like in this RMR, but he's traded away. Position reveal for the rest of the T's as well, but there's still 3 of the FlyQuest members here ready. Liaz looks away, looks back in, takes it home. Could be more, but Mediocrity is doing it all. 3 big frags. Leaves Vexite a lonely man. FlyQuest will continue to contest. Their money will be gone, and Vexite knows it as well. He felt like it was his only option to make this a bigger half lead for them, but it might be no half lead for FlyQuest at the rate this is going.
Yeah, I mean, a nice slow builder into a quick exec. I mean, even though the smoke was fading in front of Dark like that, able to go 1-for-1 with Inz, and by the time the FlyQuest are kind of ready to fight from the back of the bomb site, there's already some good scaling out from GR. They are so close to the action. A very important triple kill there for Mediocrity, who started the game slow, but has slowly but surely, you know, built a rapport for multi-kills in this map.
Well, 7 Nation and Mediocrity, in they go. FlyQuest and their pistols will do nothing to them. And GR, who have found many problems, and listen, even yesterday on the T side, weren't able to do too much. Should walk away with 6, should being the key word. It's back to a 2-on-3. There's an AK recoverable by Dexter. He might be segmented off by a smoke, but we know he's no stranger to pushing through those if he'd like to. A smoke to help him out, lurk forward, but his teammate has lost his life for it, and he's no far gone either. GR equalize at the turn of the half.
Yeah, good recovery there for GR. I think there were moments where this game could have slipped out of their favor, especially with how many times they get close, but then FlyQuest are able to close. If for them that was discouraging, or we started to see them, turtle up, I think they made some good adjustments as well, given how much FlyQuest seemed to be targeting the A side. They brought an extra member over to help alleviate that strain. They pulled Seven Nation into further back positions. And I guess they put more of an emphasis on players like Mediocrity or Sallow inside of middle, the B extremity player and the mid watcher to try and fish for those opening frags instead, because Seven Nation just wasn't able to set up in a way that he could, I guess, make plays through main. He understood that they were often playing shoulder to shoulder, willing to fight him. So overall, I think GR should be satisfied that that half didn't get too far away from them, but the hard part's yet to come. The CT side, when they were against Rare Atom, they also struggled to be active in the same way that FlyQuest were in their CT half, kind of hoping that GR come out of their shell a little bit.
Oh, I believe, yeah, okay. Just making sure that it's not just a very long, drawn-out wait. Ince is going to continue to AD strafe out, but the real threat comes in from A main, as it very often has. Sallow taken down, Vexite traded away. Mediocrity's hoping to find a little bit more from that, but he can't do what Dexter did in the pistol round on the CT side. It really is going to come back down to Leas, who's creeping through and finding 2 big frags. Leaves Alistair, the lonely man, to handle out the remaining CTs. And Alistair is playing it very nice and passive. Peeks back out over, good for 1. And Mediocrity left very lonely.
Ooh, kind of don't want to be giving these fights cleanly over to Mediocrity. I mean, FlyQuest are already spread so thin. The only player that's actually on the side itself is Dexter. I kind of hate how much he's fighting, but Liaz does eventually flank him out. I mean, a great multi-kill from Liaz. The double to break into B, secure a plant. And he was the main difference maker on that Ancient. I think if we didn't see these, chains of multi-kills or double kills from Liaz, that Ancient could have definitely fallen the way of GR. But once again, late in the game, when you need him, Liaz is showing some impressive impact.
I really thought he was going to be going for the knife over there. That's the only reason why I could think about Dexter refacing in again and again.
They're maybe having, I think, a little too much fun with that one.
Yeah.
But they don't get punished for that fact.
They won't be punished by this stack over here. GR, stacked over towards the wrong bomb site, will be conceding this round oh so quickly.
See, I wish we could make requests, but what were they like cheerleaders stacked inside of storage? That's a bit of an odd place for it, Typically, it's
good for
inside
saving.
of. Yeah, I suppose.
They do have a smoke in the kit as well. Well, they no longer have that smoke in the kit.
Well, they can still recover it.
It's just good for saving if you get a kill on a rifle or something, right? Like, pick it up, move back towards the riverside, get a house there, start a family.
Right,
Isn't that just the goal?
Sure.
That's what everyone saves for, Michael. Get a house and start a family. It's the Australian dream.
Oh, well, they save a whole lot of nothing. GR get hounded down. FlyQuest weren't just going to let them save those USPs, the smoke, the kit. So, all that hubbub over nada, nothing, zilch, but they still reinvest. GR coming in, of course, with that full buy, given that they went that saving route, and we see the upgrade away from one of those Mac 10s as well for FlyQuest. They want some weaponry that can fight from afar. Don't want to feel outclassed in those duels. Wecht challenging out from the canals, but Alistair has already found an opening pick via the AWP. It's Mediocrity that will catch a Dexter exploring in through middle. But that's the kill they almost couldn't afford to give up. Seven Nation is already tagged to such low health. And with them losing access to those canals, you'll see an effort there from Salad to reattain some information.
Look, this timing just isn't working at all for GR.
Yeah, the call is off.
It is a bit of a rock.
Instantly.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rock meets paper situation, absolutely. You try and go for a gamble, it's a 1 out of 3 chance, and it turns out you've picked wrong. Mediocrity still looking to contest. He's giving them the call, hey, if I get one, maybe we think about it. He's been reeled back a little bit quickly.
Yeah, I don't even think that was the decision. I think it was just he wanted to get to those T stairs and save with the rest of the team, and he was getting cut off by some presence in main. There was just no way to justify this, given that Seven Nation was so low HP. You know, they'd lost control of the site with nothing to deter, you know, forward positions there from FlyQuest. They don't exactly have the most amount of resources. Yeah, they've got basically a full belt of util, but yeah, there's so many nooks and crannies and, you know, unconfirmed damage on these FlyQuest members. So nothing to incentivize them, even though they do find a troublesome Dexter that could have actually served to spoil the whole round by his middle aggression.
Yeah.
FlyQuest were just able to get kills on both sides of the map and put Seven Nation into basically an uncontestable position.
GR will not be wielding the AWP. Salo's had a poor game so far. If there's ever a time to try and turn it around, this would be it. But it's running to be testing his luck, and he is indeed running forward to his demise. Vex site 1 ins 2 and make it 3, as FlyQuest will demolish any aggression that GR had planned.
That's gonna feel like an absolute sucker punch, and it just keeps going worse and worse for GR. An aggressive step, but the protocols to counteract this canal's pressure were present here for FlyQuest. I think we've seen many different approaches as to how to counteract that T-stair smoke. Some blow it open, some jump through it. And you can try and play for late rounds, but, you know, FlyQuest didn't want to give GR an inch, and they massively punished them for this decision.
It does feel like GR is coming to the end of their road. Again, nice first half. Decent attempts out on Ancient as well. So much can be said about this team. They've been grinders in Asia. They've been leveling up step by step, but it was a leap they would have had to take down FlyQuest. Still a chance to make that, yes, but time is ticking out.
It felt like their big chance was in those best of ones to start off the tournament. If there was to be an upset, that you try and beat these big dogs down the stretch. They'll show you why they are big dogs.
Quiet room out in the GR camp as well. Not too much energy going on, but at the very least, listen. It might seem like dim days, but if you're the IGL, you can always say, guys, it's a 4-round deficit, it's 2 gun rounds, let's make this happen, let's make it work. But the problem is, a lot of this aggression that they've been trying for hasn't really been working out for them. Nice nade to the feet of Dexter will at least make contesting for mid slightly easier if Mediocrity wants to continue to do it, but he's decided, no, I'm backing off.
I mean, it's a much more reserved approach here from GR after all these rounds of aggression. They will cede some space here for FlyQuest. So now the onus will be on FlyQuest to deliver the goods when they have these sites that are actually not going to be contested. GR are calling for a mid-round rotate to flood out and clear out that middle section of the map. Now that they have done so, they can reinforce sites, but some extra presence from FlyQuest may keep players entertained.
Maybe entertainment isn't what you want to provide FlyQuest. They've been doing plenty of that for themselves. The B-Bomb site is going to be their next venue of performance as they look to put up a show. Salamux and running the only audience members, and they're trying to be hecklers, not just enjoyers of what is to come. They're trying to cause disruption, they're trying to cause panic, but Alistair, he's put him to fire, he's put him to task. It's Salamux to deliver, Dexter to respond, the bomb on the ground, Alistair low, cannot push forward. Salamux will be falling by the hands of Vexite instead. Now, with time ticking out, it's time to move in, time to commit. Vex hoping to do the same. Good for one, looking for the second. Around the corner he goes. Alistair spotted out. USB pulled out. Alistair low, 13 HP. Both these players a hint away from death. That hint's been taken by Alistair. 7 will be found for GR by the slimmest margins.
Yeah, I mean, information was there that Alistair was low, but not the other way around. You wouldn't have seen Alistair still holding that AWP if he had that communicated over to him. Oh, I mean, it becomes an unfair fight. I mean, they're both challenging around the smokes. They're both on such low health. But a great heroic move there from Salo. Keeps control of that B-bomb site, even though I think, you know, there were actually a couple mistakes made by GR that served to the benefit of FlyQuest. They smoked off camera where Dexter was still running interference and holding off that section of the map when the target was going to be that B-bomb site. There were many ways that could have gone wrong, but Salo and Wecht able to bail them out. That's A-main steps there from FlyQuest. The nades are juicy onto Wecht and Salo, and Wecht will even get caught continuing his aggressions towards B.
He doesn't feel too good about that at all. Now comes out the aggression on A. We've seen this play out before, and unfortunately it's never gone well for GR. It's a flashbang to return, but they're ready for it. Turning in for a second, but it's Vexite to collect. Double kill found in GR, where they had a ray of hope they might be losing it out to the son of FlyQuest. Salamux can't rotate back in through middle either. He knows Dexter likes to play inted. Dexter is given the call. Mate should be empty. Go ahead, get the bomb down.
This will just be another bitter pill to swallow here for GR. A save call on that open M4, and it will be difficult to accomplish that task. You can see FlyQuest already trying to spread and cast a wide net to try and capture these rifles.
Lias might be able to find them. Running top, just not ready for this one. Yes, it is. I'm lying through my teeth.
Well, I don't think he was ready, but he reacted.
He's ready in his heart.
Yeah, he definitely reacted quick.
I think we might still see them hunted down. That Molotov is going to be finishing up, and it's funneling them back towards Dexter. Dexter can't get the kill. Salo saves, and GR will do the same. Now, if GR had not had those MP9s out in A-main, that could have been a completely different round, but that's just the problem with the CT side, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not so sure that the weapon would have made too drastic a difference. I mean, that's another time where, you know, I think sometimes players go over-scrutinized for, you know, not being on the right side of the map all the time. But Seven Nation has had a lot of fights that have ended up going the way of FlyQuest. You know, it's hard to not see it as him being targeted as a newer member on the roster. Running able to deal with some early pressure over towards B, but intentions are pretty clear here for FlyQuest. They're even venturing the smoke through dark.
Nice adjustment. In's all alone. All about that damage. Bank shots for days. In's basketball Counter-Strike. What can this man not do?
A multi-talented man. Maybe he can clutch too.
Let's find out. It would be a big one. An ace clutch to ask for. It's a big maybe. Back to strain in to middle. The one advantage that INS does have is that it feels like these B-side players will want to clear out B main, and to do so, they'll be feeling very scared. And there isn't really a world where Wecht is moving back towards A and not feeling worried about middle, so at the very least, worst case scenario, you get some 1v1s out. INS might have thread the needle though. They feel like Dark had been called clear. Seven Nation is gone a little bit too deep to be able to contest his bomb plant should INS be able to commit to it. And with the time actually not on his side, it feels like more of an advantage because he needs to commit to the bomb plant faster. A backside plant would help him set up for a tempo play, but instead he goes for something a little bit more standard. Repositioning out is going to be Seven Nation. He's going back towards canals, pushing in from there. INS is ready for the speak, goes forward, takes the duel, takes the head. He's looking for more. He might find it. This would be a nail in the coffin with Wecht being low. INS is ready. 12 is found and the ace from INS. He can do it all.
I can't believe he has read that so well. Crosshair placement on point. An ace clutch. After a spree of form from INS where other players have stepped up in his shadow, we are reminded just the power this man holds and has held for FlyQuest. A dire beginning, but a glorious end to that round. And it may be head in hands here for GR. Wecht will at least get a nice opening attempt. Vexite down. But Alistair's looking for a response. Quick through those canals of smoke that will interrupt his path. This, I think, will massively deviate the plans of the Aussies. I mean, Bomb is outside of those T steps. They wanted to be given a duel and then make a decision from there. But they're doubled in guard. Alistair a miss, and INS suffers for it. Running able to get a double kill, and this time it will be Liaz tasked with a high number situation. It would have to be a back-to-back ace clutch. This one's not looking too likely. Salo will put an end to it. FlyQuest may find themselves on match and series points, but GR still have some skill expression to show us.
It's also a terrible place for the FlyQuest economy, right? I mean, you see $1,400 out on Liaz or $1,900 lost bonus over here as well. I wouldn't be surprised if FlyQuest opt into a force buy in the position like this, and that's exactly what they end up. No, actually, no, it's just a couple of Tech 9s. I'm surprised they're even investing this much with how low their loss bonus is, but a bomb plant would obviously compensate. Is it back to targeting Seven Nation? It feels like it might be. Dexter still threatening in middle, hoping that GR won't find out, but Mediocrity's got one. Positioning backwards is a Molotov down, smoked off, Seven Nation taken down. There's that target on his back, and it's looking nice and large. Mediocrity missing shots, but now compensates only so shortly so. Vexite will trade, and it's back to a 3-on-3 with AKs recovered. Things are going a little bit sour right now for the Russian side. Wecht hopes to aggress first, and that too with a pistol. The man is insane. And maybe not in a good way. Nades out the CTs, looking to push forward. Wecht good for one. Salah trades out, running, and it's all Vexite all alone. Not been the star man for the game, but maybe he can be for the round. Clutches galore. FlyQuest has won so many of them. Wecht already low, and Vexite will put him down. It's on an eco, no less, but they close it all out.
I mean, it's a fantastic set of kills, a nice quick call, but FlyQuest put an end to GR's campaign here in the Asia RMR for Shanghai. It is a brutal end, from clutches to massive star performances rearing their head from this FlyQuest roster. GR got given the full FlyQuest treatment. The boys are back, and maybe they can make this lower bracket run if they're going to play to the standard where we do get these highlight moments from those big names.
Listen, if you're going to be seeing performances from Liaz, Vexite, Alistair, and INS, yeah, they better be making that lower bracket run. I'd feel afraid for any team going up against them, but in the meanwhile, obviously, one of these teams has been eliminated. GR Gaming no longer in the running. The soldiers of Asia, in a lot of ways, trudging along for all of these years. They had made it to an RMR, but unfortunately for them, knocked out last place.
Yeah, it comes to a bittersweet end. I mean, they gave interviews talking about the road that they've been on, some of the difficulties that they have coming from a region where there is kind of an underrepresentation of them in global Counter-Strike. You know, the opportunities are fleeting. They have to play on high ping when they do compete in Asia. And they find themselves at a LAN event. They wanted to make the most of it, and unfortunately for them, they faced off against some of the best teams within this the RMR. You know, as much as there may be some concerns about the variability of Rare Adam, they are a very accomplished squad in their own respective prior journeys. Hell, even with the core of that roster too. So, you know, I think GR understood what they were getting into with the draw of the bracket, and probably when they saw FlyQuest in the lower bracket, they were thinking, how have we ended up with these guys? You know, we would have expected to see them in the upper bracket, if anything.
Listen, we still got a performance from players like Wecht. We still got a couple of moments from Running and company as well. Mediocrity as well. At the very least, we have the potential out there, right? And for GR Gaming, there's something to build off of. There's a foundation to work in through to the future for. But unfortunately for them, they are just the jump pad for FlyQuest in this RMR story. FlyQuest are the ones who come forward. And normally, Michael, when I see teams winning scrappy games like this, I'm worried, right? I'm saying, well, you know, they should be putting out underdogs pretty cleanly. They're favorites. No, I'm not saying any of that for FlyQuest. This is exactly what I wanted to see, individual performances, because it's what I felt like was missing yesterday. It felt like a lot of those individuals were missing. Not at all today. Sure, maybe Dexter still hasn't shown himself in superhuman form, but he's been looking decent enough and making some pretty good calls.
Yeah, I think what's always been the concern is that, you know, FlyQuest have sometimes had a rocky foundation. All I want is a foundation where you can make those star players know that they have that as a springboard for some of the plays that they then make into those rounds. And I think that's exactly what we got today. So yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think the fact that they were coming down to some scrappy rounds, you know, there was some good trading. There was still some good retakes in there. You see some good clutches and some fast shots being hit by a couple of the names that you very much want to see that on. So I think there's a lot of promising signs for the Aussie fan base out there that, you know, you already have Talon in the upper bracket. You don't want to lose FlyQuest so soon either.
Listen, there were some comments coming out in interviews that, man, we have to go up against the only other Aussie team first round. Maybe this was the plan all along, right? You send Talon out into the upper bracket. You send FlyQuest and lower bracket. Don't have to play any BO3s up against each other. Hey, guys, we just keep winning all the way out. What, 2 Australian teams in the major? Who would have thunk it? Maybe that would be the case. But listen, right now it's not about the Australian teams. Right now it's about the Mongols, and they're going to be coming up after a break versus DRILLAS.
As the sun rises here in Europe, the sun has set on two of our teams over in Shanghai. Alter Ego and GR have been sent packing from the Asia-Pacific RMR here for the Shanghai Perfect World Major. But that's not what we're here for right now. We know what all of you at home are looking and waiting for. And it's our favourites in the Mongols going up against the community favourites in the DRILLAS. Head-to-head in a best-of-3 in the upper bracket to decide who qualifies to the Major. It's our very first team, and we're looking to kick this one off. My name's Cody. Joining me is Lovely Scriv. And dude, this is going to be a little bit of a spicy one, considering the eyes on this game.
Yes, absolutely. I think there will obviously be a lot of attention on it. It is going to be a really, really difficult challenge for the DRILLAS. I think they've done very, very well so far at the RMR. Only, to be fair, you know, the one best of one, but a pretty decent game from them against Lynn Vision in a lot of different ways. They initially looked good, then Lynn Vision pulled it back, then DRILLAS were able to take it over the line right at the end. You know, it certainly was a close one every single round possible, 13-11, of course, on Ancient, but they have displayed a fair amount of proficiency as a team. You know, and I think that for me is a really, really impressive kind of showing for a team that realistically, from a punditry side of things, we weren't expecting a great deal, maybe a few names in there, Waro, Meztal, you know, to potentially deliver. But actually it was Kvem who looked very, very good, you know, and I think that he's a guy that a lot of people are maybe seeing the for sale sign within this DRILLAS squad. But yeah, it's not going to be an easy game here against the Mongols for anyone in this RMR right now. You know, I think that they are the team to beat. However, this is an opportunity for DRILLAS to really show what kind of level they have available to them.
Well, speaking about the level, they're going to have to rise to the level of the Mongols. This is the team that put Asian CS certainly back on the map. It's talking about inform and then talking about these guys, because in recent history, they are doing work, doing numbers internationally. I mean, coming off the back of the Thunderpick World Championships victory, best in heroic in that best of 5 grand final, securing $500,000 in their back pocket, and all at a very young age as well. We've got, I believe, an average age of, was it like 19.8 or something, rounded up to 20 on this team. Very young talent across the board. I mean, Mazzinho is like 17, and he's already dropping frags, akin to some of the pros who've been doing this for close to a decade. So yeah, really, really great to see from this roster. And honestly, they should be a shoo-in just to be able to secure for this one. However, the other shoo-in in FlyQuest, we thought, oh, that'll be an easy one for them. Beat out Talon and then beat their best of 3. Of course, that best of 3 yet to happen, but didn't even beat Talon. Got bested in that BO1. Of course, secured their lower bracket BO3 just a few moments ago and sent GR packing. But we've seen upsets happen already. Is this going to be the upset of the RMRs? Is it going to be DRILLAS taking that very first major spot? Only time will tell. It's like everyone's pracking in the server early on, jumping in and making sure that the aim is crisp and they're getting those taps in. Oni's changed out from the shorts from yesterday and decided, you know what? Full trouser gaming for today.
It is game time, after all. So, you know, I think it makes sense. But this is where things get a little more interesting. Where are the maps going to end up? What is the choice here? And an interesting one to come out initially. DRILLAS, it probably is their best map, to be fair. The highest sort of win rate versus rep ratio, you might say. But in the same vein, it's a really, really solid one for the Mongols that they would probably also call their favorite. So obviously, DRILLAS, the big issue here is that there's not really a pain point that they can go towards. There's not really a map that they can look on the Mongol side of things and say, right, we're going to go there. It's a punish. Let's try and abuse them on it. It is an own game kind of approach, and that's fair enough. The Ancient comes out next from the Mongols. Again, both teams going to be very happy with that, actually. And then the Anubis as the decider. To be honest, DRILLAS, it's probably the best possible veto they could have gotten in terms of the experience and the reps, and therefore you would imagine the practice that they've been doing. These are the 3 maps that they have the highest play rate on. So I think they'll be very, very happy with how it's gone.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at 20 games since this team came together on Mirage, 18 on Ancient. I don't have the number to hand for Anubis, but they're going to be pretty content for both of these opening two. I suppose the biggest caveat is that the scale of opposition that the Drillers have been playing up against in those 20 games, currently sitting at a 75% win rate on Mirage, is a lot lesser than what the Mongols have been playing at. Comparing just the last 4 games that the Mongols have played on Mirage, we're looking at Ents at Elisa 13-1. You're looking at Fnatic 13-11 at Thunderpick World Championships, losing out to Imperial 6-13 on this map. And then, of course, the map that ended the best of 5 against Heroic. It was a 13-2 victory. I tweeted out after the time, it's like, okay, that's the momentum that you need going into the RMR. And the Drillers have just kind of thrown down the gauntlet and been a little bit like, yeah, okay, we've watched your game tape. We know what's up. We know how you play this. And taking it to them. I'd be interested to see if there is a lot of anti-stratting or if this is just what we were touching on yesterday, in which even back in the Monty days, Warrow's preference for maps was Mirage, and that's bled over to the Drillers as well from a calling perspective. Only time will tell if this is a bit of an anti-strat or if this is just, hey, we want to play our favourite map.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when you are building a team from scratch with a lot of different moving parts, and you've also got Scenarii coming in a little bit late in the life cycle of this team, I don't know that they will have really had enough time to do proper anti-stratting of a top 10 team in the world, whichever way you look at it, right? MongolZ doing very, very well recently. So I think that they may well have watched like a few demos, gone over them deeply. Is there anyone behind them as well able to do that and help out with that? Unfortunately, I don't think someone like Owners... Well, no. To be honest, like, I don't know what he'd be able to bring. It would be like a waste of his energy, probably, to, you know, watch through a demo and not really be able to bring very much. So a lot of it is on, you know, Warrow here to kind of get things going, and I think that he potentially has to do a lot of the heavy lifting, but then he's also got an AWP. So you look at it from a team perspective, you look at it from a how do they play perspective, and then you look at it from a individual perspective as well. That's a lot of different things to consider. So when you talk about the anti-stratting, I think that there's a lot of resources that have to go into that, and I don't know that the Drillers will have been able to, with the main resource they lack being time. However, on the other side of things, the Mongols may also have something similar in the sense that they've been playing a lot of tournaments, and are you really going to spend time looking into a team like Drillers coming into this tournament? Probably not, right? The way that it goes for them, you need to win ultimately 3 maps, if they're going to get a clean 2-0, and you get your major spot. So I think that's all they're really going to be focused on. So you never know, man. There could be a bit of a clash here. I think if Drillers can bring 1 map close, they will be happy. If they take a map, I'll be surprised. And if they get the spot, if they win the series, I don't know, it's probably another tattoo angle for me.
Blair was talking about the Mongols and how they've kind of adjusted their play style since the beginning of the year by adopting taking FPL into their practicing and getting all of the players kind of playing against these higher tier pros to remove that, what he touted as a worship hero mentality against some of these players. And I wonder if, of course, not to that caliber, but looking the way that the server is set up, are the Mongols going to treat this like they're playing FPL right now? Because, like, how do you anti-strat or how do you prep for the Drillers? Like, this is a squad which has been together for, what, 2 months? 2.5 months? Purely for the RMRs, who have been playing off and on together before that, but not in an official capacity. Like, I think you just got to kind of play your own game. I know it's almost such a cop-out answer that we almost hate to hear in pre-interviews and stuff, but at this point, the Mongols in themselves are so assured of how well they will perform that if they try to deep it a little bit too much, they might get in their own heads, and then from that point, potentially sabotage themselves. Maybe I'm deeping it too much, who knows? But I think that there is the opportunity that Drillers come out the gate swinging here, and Mongols maybe, just maybe, fall a little bit flat because they aren't expecting what's going on if they try to go in with a super regimented playstyle on what is arguably the puggiest map that we have in the pool of Mirage.
Yeah, I think Mirage will be, absolutely. And then you've got Ancient coming up next. They're the
Yeah,
two...
but it's not actually far away, is it? Like, it's,
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
They're pretty puggy in themselves, both of them.
The thing is, as well, on the DRILLAS angle, they play against and with a lot of high-level players. Yes, it might be in that, you know, pug environment, that full... We say puggier maps, that's the way that they tend to lean. But for DRILLAS, it will be like a pug, for sure. But I don't know, man. I really do feel there's going to be a heavy case of getting pushed in pretty hard here by the Mongols, just because they are so good at the moment, right? And you're also playing into their hands. So, yeah, DRILLAS, we can try and give them a bit of hype, a bit of excitement. I think that it's also easy for us in the casting booth, as it were, to get caught up in the excitement of this matchup and the DRILLAS story and what they might be able to achieve here. Again, for me, I think it is more a test of, like, what are we going to see from them in the lower bracket, if I'm being completely honest. You know, are we going to see them compete down there, or was it Lynn Vision looking a little shaky in the opening BO1? Obviously, now is the time to tell, and I think it will get very, very interesting as things pan out. We are just about ready to get underway, I do believe. A few last-minute checkups and whatnot, but technically speaking, we do have 1 minute before they are due to start, so I think just sort of waiting to get everything perfected here.
I think the interesting point about the lower bracket that you mentioned as well is that from this point, from the upper semi-finals to the lower semi-finals, the bracket switches. So whoever loses this game goes up against FlyQuest. So there is a universe, a very copium universe, that we see the Mongols versus FlyQuest in that lower bracket if DRILLAS take this one, which is the two teams that should have been guaranteed a shoe-in to be able to get to the major, having to face off against each other for tournament lifeline. I don't think it's going to happen, and let's be honest with you, like, this Mongols team has looked so in form that they should win this game pretty handily. But the fact that the DRILLAS then potentially after this have to take on FlyQuest, who, with the exception of that best of one yesterday against Talon, have been looking great. That GR game was so dominant. Sure, 13-8, 13-8 seems pretty close, but if you look at the individual rounds and individual plays from every single player on that FlyQuest roster, that was looking like they were just having fun on the server. And if they do that again tomorrow against the DRILLAS, then God knows, the sky's the limit for FlyQuest at that point. Either way, Mirage is going to be kicking us off. The Mongols on that CT side, DRILLAS on the T, and currently positioned over towards SA bomb site. Mazzinho with the Julies, ready and waiting for the approach.
Oh, this could be deadly. The flash, ineffective. Can't find the headshots that he needed, though. 9-10 going to be the next one to fall as well. So the DRILLAS coming out and hitting their shots for sure. Blitz, however, firing back, takes a bit too much. An aim punch in there lets him down for that third frag. Just needed, you know, one more player in there really to work with him. Techno is left in the clutch situation here, trying for the 1 versus 3. The bomb goes down. Nothing he can do to stop that. Just patiently waiting for the cross to come in. 2 spotted now. The Julies, however, at this kind of range, not really ideal. He's managing to get shots down range on all of them, but just nothing substantial landing. And the DRILLAS will pick up the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, you were mentioning this yesterday, right? The fact that the Mongols are one of the better teams in the world right now for pistol rounds, and the DRILLAS being able to open us up here with that success builds up that momentum just a little bit further for them on this T side. They're going to be happy about that one, able to dictate the pace, at least in these first 3 rounds at this point. Rifle brought up across the board. It's going to be AKs on 3, Galils on 2. And some recovered Julies for Warrow, who might decide to deal some damage with. So we freeze for just a brief moment. Should be back into the game relatively soon. There we go, straight back in. So Util flies over to mid to be able to block off those key sight lines. This is where the DRILLAS want to fight.
Just getting that utility down range, I think, finding their sea legs, as it were. It is a hard eco here from the Mongols, so nothing really expected. Maybe a kill, maybe an AK that you could nick away. There's a dink. So we'll see. We've got to be careful here, and blitz on the Deagle thanks to the kill bonus. So any damage going to be good here, and just kind of making DRILLAS work for every single round. You know, this is something, again, that can be very, very difficult in these high-level games, is just how intense it is. Every round, every fight, every exchange, they are not going to go quietly into, so Blitz makes himself known. Unfortunately, nobody else to support. Kind of similar to the pistol, but here we go. This is the big round.
I mean, Blitz is the only person to get kills so far on the Mongols, and all 3 of them have been one-taps. 2 on the USPS, 1 on the Deagle. Yeah, why not, mate? Keep up that momentum, and especially when you get your rifles in your hands, that's when you're going to start becoming a thorn in the side of the drillers. But it's a second round for the T side right now, as that economy begins to build for the Ts. MongolZ does have to rebuy after getting D down. Util set up here as Scenario decides to chuck his smoke on top of the shelf, waiting for that A push. It looks like A is the bomb site for the drillers, yet to position themselves anywhere else. This is a little bit different though. Warren Kvem trying to get under control, seeing what they can find inside of mid. Potentially Blitz, who's not expecting this side swipe. Nice little jump up there from Kvem. Taps away at the head of Senzu, and wow, rips the head clean off the shoulders of Blitz in the process as well. Just completely decimating this bomb site. 9-10, having to edge on the corner of this Molotov. Safe for now. Mazzinho picking up 2 frags of his own, about to trade it back. Hadji with one of his own, and Mazzinho not going to go quietly as he picked up a 3rd. Now in this 1 versus 2, Techno is honestly the person I'd want in this situation. Yet to frag in this game so far, but it's still early doors as he hunts on down for Waro. But inside of Connector, it's going to be the T leader who picks up a 3rd round.
We're seeing it already, though. This is what happens, right? You come to a map like Mirage. The drillers will be so very comfortable here. Kvem, in particular, I'm sure. And you can just kind of see here on the replay. It doesn't matter. We can shape up all this, like, Mongols should be better. They've got all this momentum, the individuals, statistics, blah, blah, blah. But, like, they're just going to look at this as a case of angles and a case of familiarity. And that is something that I think they know very, very well. They can take, yeah, so many clean fights, dictating the pace very well here on the drillers' end. Bit of a mix-up already with their mid-play. This is another low-buy round for the Mongols, but so far so good. No real sweat off the brow of the drillers.
Yeah, this is another clean A take, and, well, it's not broke, don't fix it. Continuing to gain some form of mid-presence, and then aggress up ramp, maybe poke towards a palace in the process as well. But no matter what you do, you end on A. Bomb still yet to be planted, as it's currently sitting in no man's land over towards T-spawn. Does give the Mongols a little bit of an opportunity to be able to retaliate, and that's exactly what we see from Techno. Does get traded back by Waro, but Senzu's still in this to be able to cause some havoc if he can hit a couple of cheeky little 1-deeks as he swings on through, but not to be the case. MongolZ aim trained over towards jungle. A single bullet is all that's going to be required. It's 4-0 right now. The head be nodding in game for Hadji, as they realise they've started to build up a bit of a lead here.
Yeah, but look, you've had the pistol go your way, which there is always a random element to them.
Yep.
The 1 rifle was nice. It was off the back of the entries. I think the Mongols will have woken up very quickly into this game for sure. Still not sold quite yet. Well, indeed, you would hope, but yeah, we'll see. I think you got to be careful poking the bear here.
We'll certainly bite back. Scenario going quick. An adaptation to the norm here. Position themselves over towards that B-bomb site, and Techno finally coming alive, finding that kill on Scenario. 9-10 picks up Waro. He finally gets his hands on the big green. Kvem inside of mid, 2 kills to his name. Look for the 3rd, but the Yorpa is going to shut him down. And this is more the pace that we wanted to be seeing from the Mongols. They know where MongolZ is, I'm pretty sure. He's down to 40 HP. They're tapping away through the smoke to see what they can find. So far, MongolZ has just got to try and play the audio, and I do think Mazzinho spotted him dropping down. Didn't pull the trigger yet, though. 9-10, information gained as well. And while the shot was good, it simply wasn't low enough for the single chest shot to matter. It's a 4-1 scoreline now, with the Mongols looking to be clawing themselves back into this.
So a set piece in the apartments there from drillers doesn't go well for them, and the rest of the round falls apart. 9-10 in particular doing a lot of the work there. So we'll see. Drillers still got money, still I'm sure have a few ideas in the strat book that they are as yet to go through. Waro on the contact play here, but nothing really being spotted, and then potentially a fully planned out A execute here, one would assume, but actually some cheekiness, trying to get the contact through ramp, see what they can get away with.
It's dangerous at the first attempt over towards B, falls flat on his face for the drillers, and then they reposition and try for this A push once again. Seems like they've turned a little bit of a leaf, though. Decided, actually, let's gain some more contact inside of mid. See what we can find. Warrow with the AWP. Can hope to find that opening pick with, I don't believe, a bullets fired from either side so far. A little bit of more control being gained here by the T's as the smokes both in window and in connector soon to be fading. Another one being thrown both into window and into con. Just about to block that off. Short is now an option. Techno's going to be the person who executes here, though, completely blinded, and does get quite a bit of damage onto Hadji, but he manages to find that kill. Opens up that B-bomb site if they wish to go on through with it. Scenari finds Mazzinho up close. Warrow spots out the gun. There you go. A little bit of a pivot there from Senzu, throws his life away, and Blitz on the corner. Spams down one. Traded straight back by Kavem. 9-10, not wanting to throw his AWP away, but does pick up one in the process. I mean, there's a little bit of money for Warrow if he wants to go hunting, but honestly, he'd lose the AWP. I don't think it's worth it at this point. So they are just going to let 9-10 save this one. And the drillers clap back in return. 5-1.
Yeah. I mean, it's a really great round. You know, it is, again, in the DNA, I think, of this team to have the solo flash play, the contact out A. You know, it is anti-team play, anti-structured Counter-Strike, let's say, but it works for them. And there is indeed a method to the madness. So I think it is fair enough. They make it work. It's the Drillers brand of Counter-Strike. They've got that down at the very least. And now I do believe we have attack here. Mara getting on the mic. Knows what's up. Just trying to calm everyone down. And I think, yeah, potentially getting caught up. This is another thing as well. When you are that professional team, you got the guys coming in who are not really an Asian team, but they're in your RMR. And you maybe have a little chip on your shoulder to try and get rid of them, you know? So you have to be careful not to get caught up in the emotion.
Ensure your region is still gate-kept. Buy uphill here still for the Mongols. 9-10, able to afford the AWP once more. As Warrow with the previously saved one. Just trying to find a cheeky little pick above the smoke in mid, but nobody home so far. Slower play here for Drillers. Not looking to expend too much utility early on. Instead, poke and prod towards B, towards mid. Gain your angles. Gain some more control. And then deal the damage. Util inside a connector once again is about to force Blitz into an awkward angle, but does have a forward position on this smoke. The CT smoke, though, holding him back. The nade clears it. Mistal looked like he was going to go straight for that swing. Big gap been found here from Hadji. He's through window into kitchen right now and looking to gain full control of this B bomb site. If he can find this kill onto Techno, and oh my good god, he might find the AWPer as well. Senzu's on short, Techno's on site, tap goes down. There goes two, Hadji! What a running tap that was onto Senzu! Opens up that B bomb site, and now the Drillers commanding presence in this round. It might even just be the save call, to be honest with you, Squib. I think this is done and dusted.
Wow. Yeah, looking pretty legit. I mean, the Drillers are constantly finding holes in the defense, particularly Mr. Hadji. Yes, this round is the big one for him, but also in the previous, he was the first man to make a play. So he is looking good. He wants this one for sure. Mongol's really struggling. We're 6-1 already. You know, we've only just gotten into this map. It is moving fast, but it's moving in the direction of Drillers pretty quickly. Their pick, their favorite. And this is really starting to take off now. Mongols just not delivering in the way that we expected them in the early stage of this game. So getting a little worried for them, getting a little worried for sure.
Kvem, Meztal, and Haji inside of the drillers never made it to a major. 3 of the 5, of course. Snary and Warrow, both being there before. Looking to bring that experience to the rest of this team. Believe it or not, Onipix also not been to a major. I don't know if that needed to be said, but...
Don't say it like that. That's all right. He's been. He's been he's at every
spirit.
major.
He is.
His spirit is in
Donna.
every major. Yeah, exactly.
Night 10. Night at opening fragment to Kvem, who's been not as commanding presence in this game as we would have liked. Haji's been the main one to have your eyes on, even though he doesn't have as many frags as Kvem and Warrow. It's finding those openers round after round and finding the presence when needed. Meztal inside of mid, taking down 9-10, who can only leg him. Zeno looking to be able to lock down this bomb site. And, oh, that was a little bit awkward on that swing. Both Warrow and himself. Wish that went their way.
Weird kind of game state. I think that's what drillers are playing around, you know, solo moves across the map, really. Very, very unpredictable, very difficult to read. The bomb is in Palace here, making its way over. A call to be made for the Mongols. They'll try and bolster up A. Ooh, as best they can. Haji has been heard, and it should work out. Mazzinho, for one, still doesn't look super aware of the window area. Yeah, and I mean, just sort of runs out. He was dead to rights there anyway. Not really required, I guess, this guy in at window, but all the same, a little messy there from the Mongols. They had battled to get their way back in, just couldn't hold it together. Techno given permission to try and give this a go. Usually you might see a 1v2 like this result in a save, pick up that AWP and get out of there, but he is moving in for it. Got a kit available, got some nadage to work with as well. Smoke onto the bomb, trying to draw some attention. Scenario just giving him full space, so he's going to attempt to go for it. Takes a bit of work to find the bomb, and they will just spam him down, so 1v2 doesn't really result in all that much at all. Drillers in control of Mirage.
I respect it. Let's give them the permission to be like, just go for it. Like, you've got the smoke, you've got the kit, you've got the AK. Screw it, we're not really going to be able to buy up around the rest of it anyway. Let's just reset the recon. I mean, he gets the defense, fair enough. Warrow actually swapped out from the AWP after he realised what situation he was in and picked up that AK. 9-10 finds the opener once again on Kvem, who, after I highlighted him a second ago, has died in the opener 2 rounds in a row. So it's the last time I mentioned a player individually.
It's a powerful thing, the caster's curse, mate. You got to
that one again.
Got to be careful with it, you know. And yours has been building up for a while, you know. You've not done loads of commentary recently, so it's got like the whole power bars just fully built up, mate. So you really got to be
saying,
careful.
the last event that I worked was Yellow Compass, and Mongol did go through to win that entire thing. See that huge S-tier event.
Okay, well, we'll leave that there. At the moment, they are not playing to that kind of level. Haji with another wild solo move. Mazzinho gets caught. They're just, honestly, really not looking good, man. They've been caught up in the well, not necessarily the excitement, but like the energy of the thing, the circumstance of this game. And I don't think Mongols are playing their best Counter-Strike at the moment from what I am seeing. Very, very disjointed. Techno in another clutch situation. Another 1 versus 2 for him. Wide swings coming in here. Not ready for Warrow round the corner and not hitting his shots regardless. Scenario takes him in the end. But once again, a dead to rights situation. Now getting to the scary point. Drillers are 8-1, which is a hell of a scoreline. Still kind of recoverable for the Mongols. If it goes any further than this, however, we start to talk about this map being over in the first half.
Tactical timeout being called once again from the Mongols, and I'm glad to see that we're getting these early on, not delaying it like we saw from Lynn Vision, where they were waiting until it was almost over and then to be able to come back into this. And Jesus, Haji. I mean, we just saw that replay, and he just sneaked on through the smoke through connector, finds the first 2, and is like, I'll grab a third on the site. Why not? Might as well.
How you feeling, mate? You starting to believe?
Oh, I was about to ask you the same question, and I think it's still too early to call. The fact that DRILLAS have been able to go through onto Mirage, I think, certainly favours them. But this is still... we're not seeing... No, I was about to say we aren't seeing anything, like, huge team play-wise, but I think we are. I think we're seeing a pretty consistent element here, which is, hey, we're going to make a hell of a load of space for Hadji, for him to be able to pick holes through the Mongols in their positioning.
They're just playing the game, not the occasion. You know, that's a classic kind of football line. And I think that is exactly how they are approaching things here. The Mongols, however, showing that they can get it done. And this is the thing. This is a looser round. There's less pressure on this round. You're on the low buy. And Blitz, yeah, he really wanted to go for the knife. He was thinking about it, but unfortunately, Hadji spins around. But that is, they're looser. They're able to take a wider swing. They're able to play more confidently because you're not expected to win that round, right? And I think that really goes to show just how this game has been panning out. It's usually DRILLAS on the other side of that, but it kind of comes up nicely as I'm bringing up that sort of idiom, really, in the fact that you've got to be so present, so cool in your own mind, and I don't think the Mongols have been playing that way thus far. Still always time to flip it, and this is where you show the prowess that you have as a team in the mental side of things. It is often something that is so hard at the highest level of Counter-Strike.
Dude, I think just an important thing to mention here as well is that Senzu's just getting shut out of every single one of these rounds. We're 11 rounds deep and he's got 2 kills. That's almost unheard of for Senzu. He's usually one of the players that we highlight game after game of insane plays or getting space where space simply doesn't exist. It was something I was going to mention about their best of 1 yesterday against Alter Ego. Of course, it's against Alter Ego, who unfortunately are now out of the event. But Techno was being a pain in the arse against them. But Senzu was, again, winning fights he had no right to be winning. Dropped 21-11 and 1.62 HLTV rating yesterday. I mean, it was a bit of a masterclass from him. And as of right now, we're seeing Shadow's platform itself. Techno whipping the shot, gonna thread the needle between the two, looks for the no-scope, but the bolt is simply not racked back on that AWP as of yet. Swinging onto the side is Scenari as he looks for a follow-up kill onto 9-10. The backup AWPer here in this situation. The first one wasn't good, but these next two are. Meztal finds the head of 9-10 after he trades that back. And now Mazzinho rotating round from mid to ensure that the DRILLAS don't get themselves a 9th. He has a smoke, M4, kit, half armor, who cares? You're up against AKs. Needs to find the head. It'll be a single bullet on both due to the HP, but Meztal, the spray is good, and it is going to be 9 rounds for the DRILLAS. Just 1 away from double digits, and looking to shut out our favourites at this RMR.
Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. I think, again, just sort of going to show that they're playing this instinctive style, playing this confident style, right? 2v1 there, and they're like pushing to market. Both of them moving together as a unit, and just not really thinking, no hesitation at all. On the Mongol side of things, it feels like the opposite sometimes. But I will say, kind of an unlucky round there. You know, you try and make a play in the B apartments, and it just so turns out the guy with the God Spawn is peeking in with the AWP, and he's doing it again. Waro trying to take over the round, lands that second shot. Bit harder for him here, but the Tech-9 will get it done in the end. B-bomb site open. Round should be over, to be honest. Mongol's not moving too quickly just because it is the one guy. 9-10 trying to find this frag with the jump across, holding the jail window, can't land the shot. The bomb actually has been dropped here. So a little interesting from DRILLAS, but again, they are happy to take the fights. They are winning out the fights. What is going on? What is happening? Where are the Mongols? Like, when do they start playing? Because this is just unreal.
I know we had a slight delay on the server, but do they know that we've started playing? This isn't the warm-up?
I don't even want to like fully joke about it though, because it is just wild to think about, you know.
Legitimately, they need to have a reset. Like, the half is over, like, it's done. Like, there's even a conversation that the map is over at this point, a 10-2 half. Are you kidding me? Like, they need a full mental reset here. And I don't know how they're going to do it. Mara has to dig into absolutely every trick that he has in his back pocket and say, guys, hello, what's going on? Like, we need to reset this one. Smiles across all of the players' faces, the coach as well for the Drillers. They're feeling confident, they're feeling good, and understandably coming into this first map of this best of 3. I mean, we were talking offline about, oh mate, if they get a map, then yeah, Drillers going to be happy about that one. If Drillers win this map like this, if we go 13-2, my God, they are ecstatic.
He can't believe it, mate. I mean, he can't believe it, you know. Look at the swagger this guy's got right now, you know. He's just like hell yeah, man. I knew this would work.
It's only Pixel coaching masterclass is what's done.
Yeah, exactly. That is maybe we've not given him enough credit. Yeah.
What I will say, like, joke aside,
Sure.
the leaked audio air quotes that we had yesterday, the HLTV video they posted of him talking with the team and kind of like hyping them up and ensuring that it's like, guys, you're the same players. Like, nothing has changed. They're the same players. You're the same players. Play your game. Just having that reassuring mind in the back of your head, like actually vocalized it, can be really helpful. Can just reset your mental completely. And while it might not be the strats being called out, it can just be good for the mental reset. So yeah, just having him there, I think, is helping them, even if it's not from a strat perspective.
Well, we're about to find out. I think the Mongols are definitely capable of pulling this one back.
Oh, absolutely. We can't count them out as of yet, but we need to see them win this pistol. If there's any team to do it, though, it could be them, though, Scrib.
Yeah, absolutely. Set up and ready to go, however, on the Drillers side of things. A lot of presence there towards the underpass area. Techno,
Ooh.
yeah, doesn't want to give his life away. It is very, very valuable. Oh, they back off, and he is just looking to try and find a way in. 910's got that information to work with on the P250, close to the second, not quite, but they know with so much presence towards the middle that they can strike on towards the A-bomb site. There comes Techno, nice and late to the party, but
This is better.
better late than never. 3-piece in, just Mestal remaining.
Does begin his rotate. Spots out one, but does get gushed down to 16 HP. The Glock not going to be one tapping him as of yet, but a gust of wind from one of these pistols will finish the job. He needs to be crisp and clean on all 3 shots if he wants to be able to secure this one. And, well, he finds the opener, looks for the next one, but Mazzinho shuts him down. It is going to be a third round here for the Mongols. Momentum in their favour coming in to the first few rounds of this half. A T-side masterclass is going to have to be called here by Blitz. And the fragging IGL looking to do some more, a bit of both sides. More frags onto the server for him, please. More calling. Get the mental out of the gutter for the Mongols and bring this one back closer.
And here we go. This is where things for me get a bit interesting. Drillers going for the aggressive economic choice. So, oh, he can make a difference. Scenario up close. Timing not quite there. Sensu mows down 2. A perfect burst. Very well caught indeed. 5v3. I think you just save from here if you're Drillers. Give it up and yeah, try and have a bit of presence in the next round.
Timing there was a little bit unfortunate. Scenario caught his trousers firmly around his ankles with U2 in hand. I think if he had his 5-7 out, just spamming away would probably be good. Don't think he gets a bullet off in the end there, unfortunately. So it's a 4th round for the Mongols. Drillers not all lost, though. Because you have 2 MP9s. Full armor for Haji, half armor for Mestal and Waro, and the Scout, of course, in the hands of the IGL. Looking to still put in some work coming into our 3rd round of the second half. A little bit aggressive here for Mestal. Just see if we can catch anyone lurking and prodding and poking. He has been baited out, and I think he realizes as such. He doesn't want to throw this away for no reason whatsoever.
Terrorists win.
Just going to fall back as the Mongols do solidify that 4th. 6-round deficit right now. They continue playing as clean as have been the pistol and that first force bite. And there's certainly an opportunity for them to be able to claw this back a lot sooner than we originally thought.
Cannot put a foot wrong for a good while, though. You know, I think from a realistic standpoint, if we're looking at it from that perspective, you've got to get to like 10-8 before they lose their next round. Even then, of course, they would prefer not to. Man, it's just not looking good, you know? A clean headshot on the scout is one thing, but two players on top of each other that can't really help each other out, it's just a mess, bro. Like, so wild. Blitz left low. This is a doable round for DRILLAS. Like, I'm perplexed. I am perplexed. The Mongols really just not helping themselves right now.
No, completely agree. Mazzino's looking to cause some havoc over towards this A-bomb site. Full HP, AK and util. Does manage to take down Scenari. I wonder if he's expecting them underneath wood. Molotov is going to burn him down a little bit. Mazzino's going to hear that. But he's got to clear so many angles as a solo player on this A-bomb site. Hence why the attention is just being drawn there while the bomb pushes itself towards that B site. Okay, Techno's going to be the front man. With Blitz on low HP, bomb on his back. Looking to get this planted and force the DRILLAS into a retake situation. A utility, absolutely nothing. Zilch. I wonder if they saw them on the cross. I think they did, yeah. Hadji does get spammed down a little bit. The jig is up. They know that the bomb is going to get planted here. Messed out close angle with this MP9. While the mollies are deployed for the Mongols, DRILLAS have no response whatsoever. Mazzino gets tagged down to 7 HP as well. Everyone is so low at this point. Tickle them and take them down. Mestal manages to find Blitz. Only 10 seconds remaining on the clock now. And I think that's all she wrote. I don't think there's a world that they can find all 4 of these kills, get the bomb planted. No. It's simply just staying alive at this point. And with the timer ticking down to 0, Techno's done amazingly to keep himself in this one and take that AK through to the next round. But it's an 11th for the DRILLAS.
Yeah, that's all you need, though, is like a few chip away rounds like that. The fact that it comes so early might be all these sort of silver linings that we can give across the Mongols. It's like, oh, yeah, well, you know, got all the kills and stuff, but they just need a few more rounds. It's not a lot of work for the DRILLAS, and the fact that the first comes so damn early, it's tough there. I think, unfortunately, with those first 2 kills, their bed is made. Yep. You know, as soon as they show presence, it's really challenging for them. Very patient play, of course, from the empty pillar to just sort of confirm the round, it felt like. It does come a bit close, to be honest. You know, 3 kills in quick succession, but that's not going to win you the round. So, yeah, I think we go back to the DRILLAS now and say, okay, should be their map.
Much more defensive stance here for the DRILLAS, though. Most forward positioned player is Scenari. Something that was actually a deficit of the DRILLAS yesterday. Almost threw around a couple of those tail end rounds. You need to be the executing factor. I think one of them getting flashed out by Meztau or something, and words were exchanged after the game. Either way, he falls to the wayside. Kvem reveals his position, begins tapping on through. There's no backup on this A site as of yet. They haven't heard the drop or the jump. Well, they hear the Techno one now. But is he going to be expecting the boost? I don't think he does. Techno's on the jump. And, he picks up 2 in the form of Hadji and Kvem. These headshots have been so crisp, so clean. And with Blitz on the lurk inside of mid, expecting and now hearing Meztau on short, he might be good for 1 on the tray. It swings on up, and it's a laboured spray. And Meztau is afforded the opportunity to be able to spam back. Needs to be cautious about his angle, though. A single bullet will do it. Senzu knows his positioning in close range. For Woro, it's not going to work out for him. He has to fall back now. With the AWP in tow. Defend his position. He knows the round is almost all said and done. We're a 5th on the board for the Mongols with no kit available. And the money looking dire. This could be an opening for the T side. Mongolian squad looking to chain something together.
Could be the start once again. I'm still not going to write them off completely.
Terrorists win.
They are disappointing pretty massively, but I'm always going to count them capable of a comeback here, Cody. I think that they could do this. The DRILLAS severely struggled in that round. You know, they have just been picked apart by individuals, so that is a sign of things to come, then you do worry for this CT side, all about how they manage these sort of follow-up rounds, the economy and whatnot, potentially saving and things like that, those calls that they tend to go for. I think time is, of course, going to tell, but yeah, going to have to play a very, very tight game here to hold on to their lead, to win this one cleanly, and of course to not let the Mongols back in.
Yeah, I think outsiders will look at this and it's like, oh, the Drillers are surely going to win this one. It's under lock. It's not the case at all. It only takes 1 or 2 missteps at this point for the Drillers' economy to be completely sent into a freefall. And once that happens, the CT side, we know, is incredibly difficult to be able to recover that. Even with loss bonus helping you out. It needs to be strung together round after round. The Mongols kind of sit back, dictate the pace of the rest of this half and the rest of this map now as well. Unless we're gifted the illustrious overtime, but still plenty of time to go before we need to even consider that. This crossfire setup, though, I'm a big fan of it over on A. Committing only a single player, that being MezTow, over towards the B bomb site just for an information plate. Woro. Potentially good for this kill on Blitz as he's snuck on through into connector. MezTow's going to be communicating all of this audio cues towards the B bomb site. Don't think it's going to be forcing anyone to rotate as of yet. Well, I say that as Warrior jumps down and takes down Senzu, who's been posted up on short. Kavem has an inkling that there's someone inside of Khan, and, well, he's not going to be good for the kill. Blitz is, though. Techno picks up MezTow, and that's where Woro pumps the brakes and decides, no way am I going to be taking that fight over towards that bomb site instead. Posted up, and Sceneri, oh, it's laboured. But the USPS looking to do some more damage here as he takes down Blitz, and now that's going to be another rifle recovered. So from a round in which it looked like absolutely nothing for the Drillers, they found 2 kills and potentially able to recover all of these weapons.
Yeah, not the cleanest finish again. The Mongols just going to show that they are not playing at their highest level. Slip-ups across the board and pretty consistently. It's not a huge deal, to be fair, and I think they're not really all that bothered. They need the rounds, that's all they're bothered about. Is there a gun to retrieve? The answer for Hadji is unfortunately no, given all that time as well. Got a flash, but that's it. So, yeah, we'll see here. This is another heavy buy round from the Drillers. Got to give us something.
First round in a number in which they've had this. The last time that they had the full buy round, they were pretty passive with their holds, which has been a very different change of pace for them. Instead of getting up in their opponent's faces and trying to force these fights, which it appears like they're trying to do here as they garner some mid-control, con control, underpass as well. MezTow inside of mid. He's going to be able to find out that opening kill onto Senzu. Hadji does fall as Techno begins his approach through under. So 1-for-1 trade. Level playing field continues. Just inside of mid for Techno to take down. Not in his immediate line of sight. You have to split these bomb sites now. This 2v2 setup. Techno on the lurk. Oh, this could be dangerous.
Taking a leaf out of the Hadji book, it would seem. Just making a solo play and trying to get in behind enemy lines at the moment. It looks pretty good, actually. So I think if they just wait patiently, see what he can cook up in the same vein. A lot of players do like to, as he is at the moment, just hold on to what they have. Not be too greedy. Zinio wins the fight against Sceneri, and I think unless Waro can find multiple kills here, the round is indeed going to be over. He's weary of his back, knows that there was potentially a gap that could have been exploited. Molotov comes in. That creates the space to get in there for the bomb in particular. So there will be a retake if they want to go for it, and I just think with nothing coming up, they should have already been saving. They stick around a bit too long. They lose 2 members, potentially a third here as well. Not quite, but his days looking to be numbered. MezTow has to fight his way out of this one, and it's not going to be easy for him. All the same, it doesn't matter. 1 saved rifle is not 3, and 3 allows you to buy back in. And surely dead to rights here. He is indeed by Mazzinho. and thus drillers have no presence in this next round. You know, they might try and go for a bit of something. That, again, would feel very, very risky, but the gap is closing, the money is dwindling, and things are getting dangerous. It looks like they are actually going to buy into this.
Yeah, I was about to say there was one option for the drillers, and it was forcing into it, including that hero orc for Warrow. I think it was on 7k at the start of this round.
You should be
and
dropping, though, if they're buying. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be... look at this. Okay.
Oh.
They've not spent all the money. Thank God. So there is that, I guess.
They've unfragmented the economy because Warrow was head and shoulders above everyone else. So that's like, I suppose, the silver lining here is that everyone's now on a level playing field. But the fact that Warrow doesn't find that opening kill reveals the fact that there is an AWP in this round at this point. Does change the dynamic of it pretty dramatically.
Yeah, he can't AWP next round as well, unless they win the round. But if they lose and he dies, he can't AWP next round. He can't afford one, let's say. And yeah, this could be very, very problematic. 9-10 just hanging around right on the edge of that angle. Got to be careful not to reveal his barrel too early. But yeah, the drillers maybe getting ever so slightly desperate with a buy like this. It's that balancing act of staying in the game and staying competitive, keeping your confidence up and whatnot, but also respecting your opponents, managing your money. Then with the 2-piece, could be a real difference maker, but it's Techno with 3 in from the apartment. What is happening? It is just absolute pandemonium on this B-bomb site. Techno is the hero for MongolZ, however, to pull them through that and get around the M4 in particular. Thankfully, the AWP never really got going. Sideswiped in the initial attack, and Hadji will hang around here, potentially try and recover one of these guns.
Techno's been the deciding force of a number of these rounds. We've talked about the absence of Senzu in a strong majority of them. Does manage to find one here, but that only adds to his tally of 6 so far in this game. Techno, however, finding those 3 frags. Honestly, I think that's your one get out of jail free card. You've got it. You've used it. Need to be careful about putting the drillers in a pretty advantageous position like that again.
Terrorists win.
And having to rely on a single player to be able to bail you out. An 8th round here for the Mongols. This was the magic number that you said you were looking for, Scriv, for us to really be able to have this conversation that the Mongols are back into this one. And the drillers now taking a tactical timeout where the dulcet tones of only Pixel looks to be able to clear their mental ever so slightly.
He's not getting involved. He's not saying anything right now.
No, this is all Warrow.
Yeah, he understands sort of the stakes. See Warrow getting a little animated in the background there. Oh, there we go. Here we go. He's getting involved. He's probably, you know, reassuring the captain. Some claps. Yeah. Remember to clap. Nice.
That is the important. That's the.
It's like rule 3 in the coach handbook. Is like you know, clap after a round or before a round.
It's all good. It's fine.
Exactly. I mean, claps are cool, man. They've got to up the energy just kind of naturally, like getting a little bit of that.
Just hitting yourself though, like it's.
Okay, that's kind of deep. I never really thought about it that way. I never really thought about it like that.
I was scrolling TikTok late last night, and I was like, "Damn, that's a crazy take." I'll use that one at some point.
Yeah,
so there
I
we go.
suppose.
Thanks.
Definitely
TikTok,
a TikTok take for sure
absolutely.
as well. Yeah, the TikTok brain.
We're casting the drillers for crying out loud. You got to have some form of TikTok brain at this point.
It is true. All right.
2 steps
Back
away from
into
opening the case on
things.
broadcast.
Yeah. We'll see if we have a
This
tech
is
pause that's
aggressive.
long enough.
Look at this from Scenari. I mean, it's usually him poking and probing solo, but oh my good god, they're going to get punished. You've got to clear that angle, guys. The miscommunication there. Mazzinho does get tagged down to 54, but the information is up that, hey, there's an aggressive lurking player over towards A, and Hadji's there to be able to get them out of an awkward situation to shut down that Palace approach. Kvem looking to be able to gain some more site control, but through the smoke goes Techno as he picks up Kvem and Hadji, and now just Warrow on the site to be able to see if he can find one of these 3 kills. The reposition for the Mongols, though, as they look to hold down over towards B. The timing for 9-10 does not work out. And oh my god, it almost blows up in their face. Meztel is not good for them as Blitz finds 2. It's 9 for the Mongols. And Drillers sit on 11. They have not moved from this point for quite some time. It's been 4, now 5 rounds in a row. The Mongols have strung together since the Drillers have been able to execute or activate at all.
It is very, very worrying, though. You look at that round, you probably caught it in the replay there, folks. 3 players still on that A-bomb site, despite the early frag from Mazzinio's read. So they were ready. They had a good idea as well. They see that smoke. They're like, okay, they're coming up connector. We've got to be prepared for this. And unfortunately, it still did not work. This is the DRILLAS textbook rounds, though. Techno is looking so crisp on this T side. Trying to put the team in the backpack. Them with a clean headshot leaves Sensu in the dust. An opportunity for another, but 9-10 is too fast for him. The bomb's been recovered. The man advantage refound. Ascendancy here for the Mongols. Just got to be careful that they don't get caught again. Hadji 5-7 though, man. At that range, it's so deadly. He's close. He's very, very close there.
Slight adjustment of the crosshair, and we'll talk about a different story. Alas, the story of the Mongols continues as they claw this one back from the ashes. Remember, guys, this was a 10-2 half. And they're looking, the Mongols, to be able to repay the favour in kind back to the DRILLAS. I mean, what's that? Deagle, smoke, wallbang, headshot. There's only a couple more things you can add to that before it maxes out the kill tally.
All right, here we go. Do or die for DRILLAS, it feels like. They've got to get this 12th and just at the very least have that overtime to lean on. The pressure getting to them. The Mongols game has been weak, but we'll see whether they can continue the trend. Meztal holds well. That third is ridiculous. Surely should have gone down by now. A hero and another dink coming in. Could potentially be enough. We'll see. 9-10 gets caught and blitz with hardly any HP here. Cannot get it done as he will find, unfortunately, the business end of the M4. DRILLAS get their all-important 12th.
DRILLAS thought they needed a hero and they found one in Meztal. What a hold on that B-bomb site that was. Finds, what is it, 2 kills, 3 kills? And then the dink on the final one as well, effectively finding a 4K as he holds the site solo, delays them with the smoke and the nade as well to weaken them up. It was a one-man show, a one-man army in which that B-bomb site was his domain. The DRILLAS certainly feeling it a little bit more now, as the Mongols take a leaf out of their opponent's book with that fast contact play over towards that B-bomb site. Almost certainly going to see the pace slow down a little bit for the Mongols. Do not want to get punished once again like that. There is still a buy on both sides, so they're not truly out of this one yet. Still at full capability. So are the DRILLAS, with rifles and util galore. Can they find this 13th round in round number 23 and take the first map of this BO3, moving them one step closer to the major?
Slow creep from Sensu. Not been having the best game, but no time like the present to come alive. Doesn't really result in anything. Just trying to garner some information towards middle. 4-man A hold here for the DRILLAS. No real eyeballs on mid. Warrow's going to go in a bit late, but again, still not quite dedicating to any angles quite yet. Late window smoke, and the Mongols have another mill when it comes to mid. They themselves, however, not really giving the game away even to us in terms of what they want to do.
Yeah, good luck decoding this one with the bomb over inside of T-Apps right now. Mid control being gained by 4 of them. 9-10. Holding a really long, probably a pixel sightline over towards apartments, waiting for a lurk that he knows could very much come. It's Hadji in this B-site hold position this time. Upgraded Meztal to a more important role, but I think they wanted to keep him there, because you might about to see this waterfall effect come into play once again.
Oh, Hadji nearly caught off. There you go. Eventually his luck runs out and he will indeed be isolated. I think you just have to immediately save here, guys.
Yeah,
He's so far away. You know, they went probing and prodding. That was a bit difficult to get out in the end. But, yeah. They ultimately moved and banked on the wrong bomb site. So, makes sense. The Mongols are on the hunt, however, and this is something that may well not be expected. Double spray down for Blitz, nearly a third, in fact. He's located the vast majority of the team. There's actually no one on the bomb, even. So, you know, hopefully no one going for a ninja. We know that they won't be, and you see 9-10 just move back, just have a little double check, just make sure where is that last guy. But this is looking good. It's a pretty solid hunt here. I think they should be able to deal with most of the weapons, which is obviously going to be a really, really big deal. That one in particular, Scenari absolutely cannot go down here. He's not got money to buy into the next. Nobody would have been able to drop him, but with him surviving, they just about managed to get the buy together.
Straight by the exact definition. I mean, this was super great from Blitz, being able to find Kavem and Warrow. Mist almost fatal to it as well, but it's Techno who has to clean it up. We were confused about the play for Mongols, but actually what it was is flushing out every avenue, every angle inside of mid and ensuring that they had full control, splitting the map directly in half and locking the drillers down to this A-bomb site, sans anyone who was already over on that B site. And what we're seeing now is mid-control this time by the drillers, looking to be able to retaliate in kind to what they did the round prior. Up towards Chair. Haji waiting for this underpass push, which, as we can see through your X-ray on the right-hand side of your screen, Blitz holding and waiting for a potential lurking CT, which we know as of right now is not due to come. Slower pace here for the Mongols as they do now begin setting their sights towards mid.
Blitz slowly creeping up. Haji very ready for him. Maybe need some noise from the top end of middle to distract. Oh, that was the window, wasn't it? But he wasn't on the peak. Full contact here from Mongols. They, again, have read the situation pretty well. Not been a super aggressive kind of hold. Warrow or panicked shot, man. That might just cost them. We'll see. Ben finds a clean frag through the smoke. And Haji pushes through. Blitz asleep at the wheel. 4x3. Don't quite know. But it has made the difference. And DRILLAS at the very final hurdle. Once again, similar to their opening BO1, will take it over the line. A hell of a map coming in from both teams. But it is the DRILLAS who just about manage to best out the Mongols. Their pick of Mirage goes their way, I think surprising everybody, even themselves, they have to admit, with how solidly they looked in the first half, how well they have managed to bounce back there, and just the fact that they take down the Mongols. We've got a series on our hands here now.
Dude, I'm still in shock about that round. What the hell was that from Haji? He finds that kill on Blitz, who's just lurking inside a connector, and goes, oh, there's 3 Mongols on short, guys. I'm just gonna, can I deal with those? Oh, I can, cool. And just leaves Mazzinho out hung to dry because he's already pushed up on the B site. I think it will almost certainly be in this highlight package, but my God, I mean, the DRILLAS, they came out swinging, dominant early in this series. I mean, what was it, a 10-2 half they were able to take, not allowing Mongols to take an inch, and then from there, I mean, we saw a similar sort of story once the side swapped. We saw the Mongols really dictating the pace of play on that T side. But none of these super brash and huge individual plays, more just really structured, well-timed team play from the T side of Mongols. And it was individuals from the DRILLAS who were having to perform above and beyond, as we kind of expected, to be able to keep them in the game. And at the end, it was all on Haji's shoulders, and damn, he performed a hell of a job. Yeah, dude, we were saying we'd be surprised if there was one map that DRILLAS were able to take, and it looked pretty handily in that first half, and then we swapped to the second side, it gets a lot closer, but still able to secure it. First map is theirs.
Yeah, let that sink in. Let that sink in. I mean, really, really incredible stuff. You have to hand it to them. The first half in particular, just taking over the game and really waking up the Mongols to the fact that DRILLAS have some depth to them. They've certainly got a game here and playing very, very well. Yes, the Mongols pull it back, and they too prove why they are a high caliber squad, but it really should never come down to that, you have to argue. A pretty clean map for the Mongols, generally speaking, and looked anything but. DRILLAS also fighting back on an individual level. Mestal shows their big moment for him. And then we are going to have this Haji one towards the end as well. And that was potentially something that was missing a little bit from the Mongols. Without Techno, they're out of that game. You know, like he absolutely kept them alive on that T half. There's a good couple of players I think that disappointed us. Sensu is the big one to point out, actually having a really quiet tournament thus far. Yes, we're only 2 maps in for the Mongols and for him, but all the same, you expect him to really, really look better than this. And unfortunately, it's not the case. So Mongols going to have their work cut out. They now have 2 maps in a row to be winning, and I think we start to worry for them with what we have seen there. The Drillers have already played Ancient. They've already won Ancient, in fact. So it is all to play for right now. Major qualification spot is on the line. Drillers are 1 map away. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss this.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
It is crunch time here. The first spot at the major up for grabs, and it is DRILLAS right now that are looking down the barrel. They are on the precipice of making history here, Cody. Absolutely. The Mongols ultimately looking asleep when things got going on Mirage. They did eventually come back into it. It wasn't quite enough, as close as you can possibly bring it without going into the overtime, but all the same, we expected better from them, a map that they are comfortable on. There were no excuses, absolutely no excuses going into it. They have done it to themselves. The DRILLAS, though, still playing a really good game. It may well be that Pugger's Paradise, and they definitely did lean into that style. Whether they get away with that again now on Ancient is the big question.
Pretty sure we almost saw scenario fall over there, but anyway, yeah, this is crazy. I mean, DRILLAS coming into this first map, swinging and taking down Mongols pretty handily. I mean, towards the end, it got a little bit rocky. The second they moved over to that second half, it was the CT side in which the DRILLAS struggled. That T side, they looked dominant, strong. It was a 10-2 half, and then being able to just claw it back in those final couple of rounds with some individual performances that went above and beyond was fantastic. Let's not take too much away from the Mongols, though. Yes, they absolutely shouldn't have been put into that position, but we've still got players like Mazzinho and Techno just kind of playing out of their minds, dropping 1.2s and 1.23s respectively, still just to claw them into this game and ensure that it did go to 13-11. Hell, we were very, very close if it wasn't for the heroics of Haji for us going to overtime, because that B bomb site was completely open until he hit that 4K.
Yeah, it's very true, man. And I mean, you know, that is the case of the luck and creating your own, really. I think Blitz gets a little 4x3s, you know, or maybe just not fully focused on the middle of his screen, maybe on the minimap or something like that.
I think it's just a bit deeper or something on those
Yeah,
lines,
yeah,
like...
it ends up just costing them, you know, just whatever's happened there. So it's a bit of a tough way to lose. However, I think a point being raised by sort of Yumi and our chat in between and whatnot, they're going to have a lot more respect here. They're going to watch the smokes. They're going to be ready for those cheeky solo plays that potentially they were not going into Mirage, and took them a bit of time to get ready, to get used to the style. So we'll see. It would be a hell of a thing here if DRILLAS can take it 2-0. And, you know, I did say that maybe we'll have to put something on it. Bit of a forfeit here. Might be a DRILLAS tattoo for me, Only Pixel's face if they go 2-0. To be honest with you, I've said it now, haven't I? I've said it now. So
okay, you heard it here first. Scrivcasts on Twitter will get an Only Pixel tattoo if they make it to the major 2-0.
Yeah, why not? And I believe is it Blair
I can't
that's
believe you signed up to that. Oh god.
I don't mind. I already have a phase one based on the same kind of logic, so you know why not? There's stories, mate. There's stories. Is it Blair? I think that's got to lose his eyebrows.
Elfish guy, Jordan
qualify?
from the AU scene said that if Mongols don't qualify, it will shave his eyebrows. And to put that back into context, if the losing team the team who loses this tomorrow will play against FlyQuest. Like, if it is the Mongols, you have the shoe-in first and second place, who everyone said, cool, the rest of the teams are playing for the third qualification spot, playing up against each other to qualify and knock one of the others out. It would be a throwback to Mongols versus Greyhound at the Copenhagen RMR, which knocked them down, I believe, to the lower bracket, and then Lynn Vision knocked them out of the event. It was kind of an insane show of affairs there. And even with a new name, FlyQuest want to make sure that, yes, they lost out to Talon, but they still want to claw themselves through that lower bracket. And if they have to go through Mongols to be able to get there, hell, it's going to be a tall mountain to climb, to say the least. Our second map, which is soon coming up, you might have seen it in the background with people pracking on the server while they get set up, is going to be Ancient, this one being the Mongols map pick. Now, this is familiar territory for both of these teams. Mongols played it yesterday against Alter Ego, DRILLAS played it yesterday against Lynn Vision, and it's a map in which we've seen in the past 2 months. 18 games played for the Drillers in online events, going 12-6 with 66% win rate, and of course the Mongols with 55% win rate going 6-5. The Mongols, of course, playing against much higher opposition internationally than what the Drillers have. So honestly, a lot of the match statistics that you may see definitely don't tell the full story. The Drillers have a high percent win rate, but who have they actually been playing against? You're talking tier 2 development teams, whereas the Mongols have been playing against tier 1, heroic, the like, etc.
Here we go into the action. Mongols starting off on that T side. This is where they found a lot more success on Mirage, so may well be part of the win condition for Ancient, but really I think it is very, very difficult to sort of predict and lean into the analysis, lean into conventional thinking. Drillers are obviously messing with an awful lot of that. Ready for the A hit here. 3 players close to the site. Mestal hidden away. He may well sell his teammates down the river. To be honest, he's going to get checked. However, there's no messing around from Mongols this time. Ghoulies do keep things even. Actually going to drop the bomb out. Oh, no man's land. Warrow will be so disappointed in himself that he has missed out on that opportunity. They're going for the aggressive moves here, the Mongols, not looking to rush the plant. They've got plenty of time, so kills are the name of the game, and you can see the amount of damage that they have done here. Each and every player getting chipped away at. However, 2... Oh my god, for Blitz! I was going to say 2v2 quickly, but then, I mean, Blitz just absolutely ruins them in the donut.
I mean, we know that the Mongols are good on pistols, dude. Maybe it's just Blitz. It's time and time again we're seeing these fadeaway pistol shots while moving hits the first one and just goes, second one for good measure. Why not? 1-2, you're both done. Get out of my round. The Mongols secure the pistol and look to develop the momentum here in round number 2. Yeah, such an influential kill missed there by Warrow. The fact it was on Techno, and then Techno went on to find another kill, killing 3 of the 5. The round is very different if he finds that. 9-10 able to take down Saneri and Kvem and Haji, and round's done. There goes your round number 2. A bit of a throwaway there from the Drillers as they don't really commit too much into it. Just push into mid, see what they can find, chip damage, and eco frag, you name it, but nothing to that ilk. Instead, without any form of commitment in round number 2, they fall by into round number 3. And this is where the real Counter-Strike begins.
Indeed. Keeping things constantly intense here, the Mongols. Drillers, let's see what they've got in their first outing onto Ancient, whether they can make themselves known early or if it is going to be an uphill battle for them.
Tight angles being held. Senzu is very familiar with this one from Haji. But not going to give it the respect it deserves. Does get taken down. There goes one of your AKs. It's going to get recovered by the fragging player. Posted up outside of elbows, still basically inside of T-spawn, more position towards that A bomb site, but they found a gap inside of mid with the smoke going in to be able to block out red room. Kvem does have to fall off and bolster up that B bomb site. Getting a little bit here. The lurk in from Mestal. It's going to pay dividends to be able to find 9-10. Smokes go down. Pretty standard from what we've been seeing from a lot of the JDCS setup. Spam in from Warrow. Blitz trades it back, and Mestal, well, they know he was over on this bomb site. Most likely he's in main at this point. Molotov goes in, gonna swing through it, and does manage to find Blitz to bring us into a 1 versus 3 with now an AK in hand. Mazzinho needs to go massive. A whip spray from Kvem, and it's every single angle known to man that Mazzinho has to cover. Good for one on Saneri to be able to hurt the economy of the CT side, but it's the round that still goes the way of the Drillers.
Not lost any of that confidence after we have swap maps here. This is honestly just so incredible to watch from the Drillers. Really, really well done as they keep their identity and keep playing in the face of their opponents. Mongols, again, you know, they look a little shaky in the early stages. They've got to be careful. The initial moves from the Drillers do seem to have been really well worked out. A lot of set moments, and Well-coordinated aggression. Flash is pretty good. Moro moves forwards to find the frag as well. Keen find there, and another opening moment for DRILLAS.
As he picks up Techno on the sidelines. We know that Techno really enjoys being the deciding factor over towards lane. Hadji looking to make it difficult for him, give him a run for his money. Does so. Still just going to reveal his presence by spamming away or essentially putting a wall of bullets in front of anyone thinking to push into his line of sight, into his crosshair. Blitz and Mazinho clearing the angles, giving the respect that he deserves. Hadji on this off angle. Full mag, less than half, still finds one, looks for the second, but Mazinho's there for the trade. Ceneri, the MP9 from the distance, is not going to be too much help in this situation unless he can close the gap. But as of right now, human flashbang and chip damage is going to be the name of the game for him. He's going to swing on through with a backup there from Meztal, but Senzu comes alive. This is what we were missing in that first map. Senzu was completely missing. And he finds 3 here to be able to ensure that the Mongols find their third as well.
Massive moment from him. Great to see, as you mentioned. He was indeed one of the reasons you could argue that Mongols were unable to take it on Mirage. Very, very well played. Very well recovered there. 4 versus 2. For Sensu, a big part of the win, of course. And yeah, this is one of the things the Mongols really, really explosive individuals. They actually have a good number of individuals that are proficient with the multi-frag moments and just kind of waking up into a round out of nowhere. That's exactly what we see there. Big old nade comes in, but it is the pretty much hard eco here. Just a few upgraded pistols for DRILLAS.
2 Deagles, 5-7 on the close angle for Waro. USPS is surrounding it. I mean, if we see that 1D come on through from Hadji, then round's in a much different state, but instead just chip damage onto 910. Still going to be posted up over towards this B bomb site are both DRILLAS and the Mongols. Wara's got some backup. Needs to try and play that close angle, though. Someone else to take the first contact, so he knows when to swing on through. Flash goes out for him, might even keep onto the angle, and he does, and he's going to get punished for it. Drops Senzu down to 3 HP, but there's no one else there to be able to back him up. Shots on through the smoke for Hadji, and still not going to be able to connect onto anything as of yet. There's no real point in saving this, so he's just going to relocate himself, potentially through mids, and then see if he can backstab as the bomb goes down. It's looking almost guaranteed for a Mongols 4th, unless we see something historic from Hadji. I'm going to go out on a limb and say there ain't no way he's securing this one.
No, but a kill would be nice.
He'll take an AK. Never mind.
Flanked out. Yeah, he loves a good off angle. It leaves you sort of exposed from time to time.
Got to gamble sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Mongols looking good here, though, as they have really picked up the pace and still not bowing down to the DRILLAS necessarily, you know what I mean? They've not, like, turtled into themselves and started to play a bit safer and draw the rounds out, go for late round executes, you know, things that you may well see. Again, particularly at that higher level, the Mongols, also a team that are very, very good at keeping their identity from map to map. And this time it is working a little better. The Ancient feels more comfortable initially. I think a big thing to point out with the way this tournament's going, the way the region's going, the way that last map went, T-sides have been really, really prevalent thus far. And I think Mongols are massively leaning into that one and open a bomb site for them to work with. 910 finds our first kill. The plant is easy, and so is the round. It's going to be a save.
Yep. Brakes pumped. DRILLAS high-10 out of there. Saving up these premium rifles. Ensuring that nothing falls out of their grasp. 910, again, another round in which he survives while being brought down to a smidge of health for this time round. So make sure he pegs it away from that bomb. That will spam away from Mazinho, just see what he can find, but as of right now, absolutely nothing. 5 players for the Mongols surviving and building up that T-side economy. This is starting to get a little bit out of control here. DRILLAS, off the back of that save, need to make sure it wasn't for nothing. Need to make sure they can convert here. Having a look at some of the previous games that the Mongols have played over on Ancient. Of course, we have that game against Alter Ego yesterday, which is a 13-8 scoreline. Alter Ego doing a lot better than we kind of expected. Before that, up against Heroic in the Fonder Pick World Championship, that was a 6-13 loss to them. The only teams that the Mongols are really losing this map too are some of the big names, your Ences, your Virtus Pros, your Bigs, Health, 3D Max, all the way back at Pro League if you really want to cast your mind that far back. And they're able to beat some of the good teams as well in Spirit, 3D Max, Big, Cloud9 as well, just to name a few. So this is certainly a difficult one for the Drillers to take. Vem finds an opening kill onto Mazzinho, but Blitz trades it straight back as he gets caught unawares. Reloading that M4. Techno through the smoke, takes down Mestal, and gains full control of this A-bomb squad.
One will get planted once again. We do have a relatively quick flank here from Waro. No kit available for him though, unfortunately, and he does get spotted there. Techno head on a swivel. He has been our standout player for MongolZ in this series, and he looks set to do the same again. Another save situation for the Drillers, although not fully committing to it, and in fact will lose all their players in the end. So MongolZ starting to really take over the game right now.
Much better from them. Senzu just feeling himself a bit here, like so much better than what we saw on Mirage. I think ending that game with 7 frags to his name after, well, every single round, that 13-11 scoreline. And now he's already up to 7. And we're only 8 rounds deep. So much more of a performance. That's another nod from him. Haji, though, ensures that no more frags will be found from him this time round. Haji always went for a big commitment there as he tried to swing on out and take down Techno, but instead, Techno gets 1, and 910 shoots him between the shoulder blades. We're seeing a big commitment towards it on site right now, but now with Util committed on A, Mestal just a little bit too deep inside of CT, too far away to be able to hear it land. They are going to be able to punish him for such endeavours. Now, the Drillers, with this round, I mean, the AWP's going to get saved by Scenari, and Kvem's going to keep that M4 around as well. MongolZ could go hunting if they really wanted to. Their money is looking great.
Save should be okay here. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big sign that the Mongols are in the head of Drillers, and Drillers playing a very, very reactive kind of game. And I think that worked a little bit for them on Mirage, but it's not really working here. Obviously, we saw as well, just like protocol-wise, contingency-wise, all those sorts of words, and general approach-wise, the Drillers CT side was not all that great on Mirage. Only the 3 rounds picked up there. So it is something to consider that I think this is an area of the game that they will struggle with.
Of course, the groundwork was done on that T side, securing those 10s, so 3 rounds on the CT side is all that was needed. I was about to say a tactical timeout would be nice to see here, and that's exactly what we see from the Drillers. Just to get Waro talking. Sione not communicating much right now. Fist bumping around the room. Oof, left him hanging. That is brutal. That is rough. They're locked in, the Drillers. A new play style, a new adjustment. Haji, the only person on 5 kills right now. Everyone else below that point. Falling from a great height. A lot of effort and I suppose a lot of energy used up to be able to get that first map over the line. This is something different from Miztal. Very aggressive, trying to spot out inside of mid. Blitz, Techno on the back lines also getting spammed down. Bit of a cross angle being held. We need to be cautious about how they play this one. What on earth is this boost? God, that's an angle and a half, isn't it? 910 does actually get hit by Waro. Waro escapes scot-free for the time being.
Yeah, quick flick there. So, fair play to land that shot. Sensu, meanwhile, makes a move out on towards B, finds Hadji, so that's going to give them some decent room to play with here. 1:10 left on the clock, plenty of options available. A full bail on A to try and make something happen over here. Scenario goes contacting down the ramp, finds 2. Meztal's got a kill of his own towards Elbow. 4 on 2 now, and the Drillers with some confident moves, you know. They lose a guy, you probably expect them to sort of play safe. I mean, I did. They do the exact opposite. Again, it's sort of that anti-rulebook, anti-expectation kind of play. Still not over quite yet, however. Some decent damage done, but yeah, they will actually clean things up. Drillers with a very, very confident move, but it works.
Nice round from them. Timeout going to be called here from the Mongols. They don't want to lose any rounds unnecessarily here. Spotted something. This is an angle that Scenario was playing quite a bit yesterday, and it's a hit and miss. But whether or not it converted into a couple of frags or not, or if he did just get one tap straight away, what we were seeing is that without any form of real backup or team play, and honestly just dry peaks, he was swinging down the bottom of ramp yesterday and it wasn't working out. This time round it works for 2, so hell, you can keep going for it. But I think the re-peak there, knowing that there's a couple of people down there, essentially you're throwing your life away, is a little bit too overconfident, overzealous maybe. Still going to realise what's on the line and who you are playing against. If you give them an inch, the Mongols will take a mile from you. Timeout has now been cancelled. The Mongols position themselves back towards this A-bomb site. The presence inside of mid over towards Elbow as well. Senzu being that man so far. Here comes the fast play out on to A, or at least it looked like it for the time being. They've called the full rotate now, have the Drillers, but nothing has been executed on A. And it looks like the calls come back from Worrows that actually, no guys, let's not put all our eggs in one basket as of yet. Begin bleeding your way back towards mid, towards B.
I mean, if the Mongols knew how bouncy Drillers were being right now, they could really abuse the rotational play and keep them confused. They have, of course, pulled away from the A-bomb site, going in for the B execute here. Nobody home on the site itself. Maybe a kill through the smoke here is the best that Hadji can hope for. Rotations have rolled in pretty quickly, and they've been slowed down by CT smoke, in fact. But once that goes down, they get the bomb planted nice and safe. Molotov a little late, not really going to be able to do too much behind it. So one of these unicorn situations where everybody is still alive as the bomb goes down. Have to try and now find the space on the Drillers side. Plenty of kits to work with here. An AWP to potentially lead the charge. All 5 of them coming in from exactly the same angle. Moving slow, not a lot of time given across. They're going to have to neglect a few angles, but it gets so chaotic. You swing out, you swing into like 4 guys at once. It's the 2v1, and Mazzinho gets it done. The young gun keeps them alive to get the 8th.
I mean, I'm kind of surprised that Drillers even take it that far. That was a pure waterfall play from all 5 of the CT players. It's hard to be able to keep up with what we're seeing here. The very end, it does come down to the 2 versus 1. Mazzinho knows the angles and knows where he needs to spot out the 2 remaining. And he does exactly that. Swings on out off the back of his teammate's contact. 9-10 caught with a pistol in transition. Not able to help out too much, but playing human flashbang works out pretty damn well for the squad. It's an 8th round now for the Mongols. 2 rounds away to be able to repeat history. But this time flipped around for them instead. They can get to double digits in this first half. We need to see a monumental recovery from the Drillers. And Blitz is looking to ensure that the multi-staff now is fair. A name that we've been highlighting time and time again does get taken down. So does Scenario there. Doesn't want to reveal his position, so he shifts on through the Molotov, and the Molotov simply does way too much damage, and he dies without seeing a single face.
Oh, nice. Blitz on the swing. Pretty clean find. That's probably going to be the round. I think that the remaining couple Drillers players are soft conceding here. If they come A, then maybe we can put up some kind of a defense. But if they go B, as is pretty likely, then we will indeed save. Blitz moving down here to try and draw some attention, thread the needle, and Again, full respect for the Mongols being shown, not just sort of charging in. One in at Donut has been worked out, and that just fully draws that attention as said, and yeah, an easy bomb plant, an easy win here for the Mongols. Picking up number 9. Really solid first half from them. So one would assume not too much work cut out for that second. They just have to be careful not to set their sights on that Anubis too early.
This is where the benefit of the Mongols' kind of team mentality and experience starts showing. We cast our minds back to that Inferno, right? It was a 10-2 half in which the Mongols really needed to dig into their strat book to be able to execute some plays, completely separate the sides of that round in which the map was split in twain, blocking the drillers off towards A bomb site when they had to move it out to B.
Terrorists win.
Drillers need to do something similar in the second half at this point when they move over to the B side. And I don't know if this pug mentality that they kind of have, yes, they have strats in their back pocket, but are they as refined as what the Mongols have? I'll be hard-pressed to believe that they are. Not a single person surviving there from the drillers. They both do get taken down. A couple of trade frags here and there, but nothing influential, and it's just a force buy into this final round of the half. Famous, 2 MP9s and 2 premium M4s, with only a dribble of utility. Can they make anything stick here? Moro inside being quite aggressive, Haji with the MP9, not able to convert that kill either, as Senzu is making up for his lacking performance in that first map.
A bomb site again is left unmanned as the presence shown on B is enough for the drillers to move across and try and make something happen here. Sensu will go down. But yeah, with a deep position on A, you feel like the round again should be all but confirmed here. Bomb is slowly going to make its way over, but they just keep going deeper. They just keep trying to see what else they can get away with. Information now going to come in as Scenari spots nobody in towards lane. But the jig is up. Mazzinho gets a backstab onto Waro, completely blindsided. 4 on 3. They're obviously going to try and go for this, but they're just so far back, man. There's absolutely no way. Like, they really are going to struggle to get in here. No information to work with. Mazzinho, a bit of a jump for him. Let's tell a quick headshot. Maybe I speak too soon. However, 910 is there. Nearly lines them up for that one. Molotov comes down, buys a bit more time to work with here, and you feel should be able to play around the bomb, but 910 takes the peak anyway, and they will indeed close it out 10-2. I mean, the drillers, listen, this is a scoreline they had, and it nearly got pulled back by the Mongols, so you never know. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible, absolutely. It was the more aggressive T side, in which the drillers were able to set the pace, not only for that half, not only for that map, but for the entire best of 3. Only picked the playing Waterboy.
Haven't heard of that game.
Haven't heard it. Very good.
I've seen the movie. The movie's pretty good. Yeah.
I'm glad you heard it. I thought you were about to just...
Terrorists win.
It's pretty good, mate. I probably watched it a little bit too young, but, you know,
Yeah, same.
it's pretty good.
Shout out Adam Sandler if you're watching this, by the way. Don't know why it would be, but you know, never know.
Just cover
How
all
you
your
doing,
bases, mate. You never know.
dude?
Oh, goodness me.
Crazier things have happened. A Twitch
It's
streamer
true.
put a team together for an RMR, and then they went through open qualifiers, beat close
Yeah.
qualifiers, went through to the RMR, and could potentially make it to a major. I'd say it's a little bit more crazy than I'm starting watching the event.
Absolutely. If you asked me 6 months ago, I probably would have gone with the Adam Sandler angle a little bit. Especially just the side of drillers being serviceable here, being very, very workable. Pistol is traded out nicely by Haji there as he finds a 2-4-2 in the end, retrieves that bomb. I'll potentially open things up. It's unfortunate.
Blitz.
Kven was making a play, but yeah, Blitz has to be the party pooper coming in from behind, netting the easy frag, taking another head away with him. He's so good on this USP, man. He was the same on map 1 as well. Hadji, however, trying to give him a run for his money. Clean first frag in this 1 versus 3. Can he get this all-important Blitz headshot? The answer is going to be no. Runs out of ammunition and Blitz takes it. Nice and easy. Bit of BM as well just to hammer it home. And I think that will be MongolZ securing the Ancient in due course.
Yeah, you would hope so, right? The momentum that they've got off the back of this one, securing the pistol, and now having that essentially a full buy. Some nice flourishes here from Hadji, but it wasn't the drillers performing well. It was very much Hadji. Damn, yeah, I didn't realise Blitz had snuck past that far. I actually thought it was a TT player, but hunting down absolutely everyone with that USPS. Boost up just above the smoke, just to see if they can spy anyone. Most likely Techno, honestly. Trying to garner some form of control on lane. Not to be the case as of yet. So as the smoke begins dissipating inside of mid, drillers need to make a decision on how they want to approach this one. They've still got a player inside of spawn, that being MongolZ. Kven with the 1D through the smoke to be able to take down Techno inside of Jag. Weapon not in a recoverable position right now. Blitz is there to be able to back him up if need be.
Quiet round here as the drillers try desperately to stay alive. Execute coming in. Pretty far behind it, though, I have to be honest. So, very, very telegraphed here, and the Mongols have plenty of time to adjust and figure out what they want to do. A lot of damage comes through the wood there. This MP9 is close, looking to try and make a play. Two of them line up. Mazzinho comes through his smoke to finish the job, and I think, indeed, they've done enough. A beautiful gap close from the SMGs down to just Hadji here. Not going to happen for him, and MongolZ continue keeping them at bay and showing the drillers how to cleanly close out a map.
Showing them the door as well. Taking them out of Ancient as quickly as they entered. Is this angle Senzu? Takes down Scenari. A ton of damage onto MongolZ as well. And once again, it's only a solo player finding kills on the side of drillers. A fragging prowess across the board that we were seeing in the previous has fizzled, and now with only pistols in this force buy, the Hail Mary play inside of mid to see what they can find. The single frag onto Blitz, who's bolstered by Senzu, Mazzinho, and Go, looking to shut them down. And now with just MongolZ on the sidelines, Techno, something in his brain said I might go for a knife, but just wanted to get it over and done with. 13-2. Now that is what we expect from the MongolZ. Back to your regular scheduled programming as they take this second map with ease and now take us very swiftly to our third and final map of Anubis. Senzu turned his monitor on. I think what happened there.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely stepping his game up in a pretty big way. The whole team did, though. Maybe in the very, very early stages of it, did still look a little tense, a little asleep, I think is a good way of putting it. But that did not last long at all. They very quickly realized what they had to do, and yeah, just not letting Mirage repeat itself, playing a much, much cleaner game. And I think there is a bit of energy, a bit of onus put onto the drillers side of things, though, in the sense that they also just played to the tune of the MongolZ way too hard. You know, the rotations were really aggressive and not always the most logical even. I think it was just trying to keep things as simple as possible for the CT side, that it's like, right, let's, you know, hope that they are sending it. But we saw a lot of those moments, as you see in that Senzu clip there, where the individuals on the Mongol side were able to get in, able to thread themselves, find a gap, and pick up 2, sometimes even 3 kills. And yeah, the Drillers setup just wasn't quite ready for it. I think too much talking required, maybe too much reliance on Waro and what he's calling, really. Did they maybe put a little bit down to Scenari, in fact, as he comes into the team and pulling off a bit of aggression? Is he making calls for the B-bomb site, potentially? It was not clear, and it certainly, whatever the system, wasn't working. The Mongols, you know, abusing them here on Ancient. So much better, and I think they were woken up by that first map and had the respect awoken within them.
It was well needed. Absolutely. Drillers, as we move on to our third and final map of Anubis, do not have the same international experience that the Mongols have. That is probably the broadest statement I could have said about any map that we take into this one. But Anubis is not one of the highest win rate maps. They're sitting at 58% win rate right now. 7-5 breakdown. One thing I really like about the Mongols as well is that historically, when I was watching the Thunderpick World Championships, we were seeing that the Mongols are actually quite stoic when they win in clutch rounds like that. When they're popping off individually, they're not screaming in each other's ears and going for those hand slaps. And maybe it was the venue that was doing it to them. However, very vocal, not across this second map, really to just bring themselves back in this one and bring the hype back up. Senzu was absolutely fantastic this game, but Mazzino was one who we were saying round and round again, definitely the standout player for the Mongols. 19 frags to 7 deaths, pretty damn strong ADR, only falling second to Blitz, who was a pistol machine. I actually think a strong majority of his kills were on those pistols as well, thinking about it. Only 11 kills, it felt like he had a lot more than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just a lot of damage done, unfortunately unable to finish things. But it does happen to the best of us, really. And yeah, a fantastic map coming out from Mazzino. I think, as you touched on as well, Sensu picked up a little bit compared to Mirage. You could certainly point the finger over there on Mirage that if he'd been in the game, it would have been more like a 13-9 or something like that in favor of the Mongols, in fact. So he did unfortunately have quite a negative impact over there, but much more like it from the Mongols on Ancient, and I think we're very, very impressed by what we've seen, and yeah, it is expected. And now I do worry a little bit for the Drillers moving into Anubis, because Anubis at the high level, it functions way different from what they're going to be used to here, man. This is a map that is still being figured out, still got a lot of nuance to it, and I think that the Drillers side will sort of struggle to get that same level of read once again. So we might see another one-sided affair here going into that third map, Cody.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the third and final map of this first upper bracket best of 3 is Anubis. Drillers were able to take that first one of Mirage, their pick, that they were comfortably in the lead for. The Mongols over on Ancient made it look easy as they came back into this one as a full 5-man unit. Now Anubis is our third and final showdown zone. Who's going to be able to win? We'll find out very, very soon as we come back from this short break. Mirage went to the Drillers and Ancient went to the Mongols, and now we go to the Tombs of Anubis to see who will take this final map in this best of 3. Winner qualifies to the opening stage of the Perfect World Shanghai Major. Will it be the Twitch team brought together by only Pixel in Drillers, or will it be one of the best teams in the world, and certainly the best in the region right now, of the Mongols? The fact that this is even a conversation is a little bit nuts, but off the back of that first map, there is still some firepower left to be seen from this Drillers side. Can they tap into it in our third and final map? That is the question.
We've absolutely seen the best and the worst of both of these teams in this series, right? A very, very one-sided affair from the Drillers to kick things off. They very nearly let it slip. The Mongols taking a fair amount of time to acclimatize to the Drillers' play style, really. But once they did into that Ancient, they absolutely flattened them. And I think that is the big thing to consider here. And as I said, Anubis is going to be a real challenge. I think that Drillers will be, again, prepared. We noted in the pre-show that this Veto is actually pretty nice for them. They don't really have the deepest map pool in the world, but the 3 maps that they've been putting the time into are the ones that we get. Maybe that is something that, upon reflection, the Mongols may well regret, but we will indeed find out. I'm still pretty confident in themselves to take things here on Anubis, but Drillers, they've had some time in between. This is where those experienced voices, those experienced players come into action. And now the fresh slate, you know, the old classic BO1, that's all it is, right? Is the angle. Not going to be the easiest, but we've seen they are capable. They do have it within themselves to play some good Counter-Strike.
We have Pugger's Paradise in Mirage, a map in which Warrow has been calling for a very long time. All the way back on Monty was their preferred map. Moving over to Ancient, which is a map which has blended into some of that Pug mentality for a while now as well. Very popular with a lot of people. And I don't think Drillers are going to be afforded that opportunity here on Anubis. Anubis, a map which you correctly pointed out, Scriv, is one which is still very different in the pro scene and the level that the Mongols are playing at, and that honestly the tier 1 teams are playing at, as opposed to the tier 2 and the well, let's continue the storyline that the Puggers will play as well. Surely this plays into Mongol's strengths, right? They will have a regimented game plan into this one. They will know exactly what they need to be doing and playing into their ideal scenarios. Do we believe that Drillers are going to be able to counteract that and use this to their advantage?
I think my honest answer is no. I have to be the sort of negative Nelly about it, maybe, but also the realist. You know, that's sort of the way that I like to play things, keeping it real 100. And I think that Drillers, unfortunately, are, you know, going to run out of steam in a series like this. They've still given me some exciting things moving into the lower bracket side, but I don't see them matching up to the Mongols game. And as we said, it is that readjustment. You can see it from time to time when, you know, the big dog comes down a few rungs and they have to readjust, and it's like, oh, they just send it through smokes and don't flash on their peaks, and there's always one guy having a lurk, you know, so you really do have to adjust to that. And I think that they started doing it on Mirage. It was a bit too late. Honestly, those first sort of handful of rounds on Mirage, I don't know what the hell was going on, you know, some really wild moves and calls and just players on top of each other, rotations all over the place, etc., etc. But they have warmed up quite substantially into this series. And now, as we get into Anubis, I mean, the questions are going to be answered, and we'll find out who's that first team qualifying to the Shanghai Major here. Drillers starting off with the CT side, the less favorable side of Anubis, but we'll see what they can do.
Will it be the Mongols to make it 3 on the trot from Paris to Copenhagen to Shanghai? Or will it be Drillers? This ragtag group of players with mixed international experience able to qualify for the very first attempt at a major. Hadji going to be able to find 2 kills here. Very clean onto Senzu. Warrior picking up Techno as well, bringing this to a 3 versus 2. Blocked by his teammate is Mestal. the full HP player of Warrow taken down by Blitz, the pistol demon that we've come to know and love. Scenario on the backlines, dual Berettas. I wonder if they're expecting him here. The long range certainly does not suit these dual pistols. Mezcal creeping around the corner, does get spun up by Mazzinho. He needs to go ballistic right now, does Scenari. And Mazzinho taps him down. Only good for Blitz. And the first round is on the board for the Mongols, but God, that got a little bit too close. But Mazzinho finds 3.
Yeah, it does make you clench up a little bit watching that, but ultimately he will get it done. Mongols playing very, very well. A lovely plan. Could have been an oversight from them if they opted to go for, you know, more of a default plant spot. The Julies could have cancelled that, so they do consider a good number of eventualities. Crosshair was on maybe a bit too much counter-strafing to be fully accurate, and indeed it takes some time. Force buy coming in here from the Drillers. 3 MP9s. The Scout always scary, but this is another thing that we've been a little negative on. The Mongols pistols are pretty effective. I believe getting 5 out of the 6 if memory serves, and sort of each time Drillers have forced into things, so yeah, really not the best in that sense, and I think it leaves them in an economic downturn in the early stage.
Doesn't these? Not only have they committed pretty heavily into this force buy, they committed pretty heavily onto this A bomb site with every single forced up weapon over here stacked up close range of these MP9s. They're looking to just overwhelm their opponents with a wall of ammo fired their way. Molotov goes down. Kavem gonna be able to smoke it off, but smokes off his angle in the process. Nate goes through to be able to chip him down to make him an easier target for that one lowly Galil and the Mach 10 of Techno should they need it. And now on this B bomb site, the only player without a primary weapon, Mezcal on the 5-7. The rotate does get called. He hides behind Killer, respecting the underpass. Puts down 1, looks for the second in Senzu. It's chip damage, but it's not going to be enough to convert it into a 2K.
Looking good here. Moving towards this B bomb site.
What's that headshot, bro? What the hell?
Yeah, he's crazy. He's crazy, man. He's got those homing bullets.
If I speak.
Yeah. No, it's very, very clean around the corner. So, looking good in that sense. Techno, again, as we've pointed out, maybe not quite up there on that second map, but that first map, he was just an absolute monster. So we'll see if he can tap back into that. Drillers will save their remaining MP9s, but not really going against the grain here in this round. Tiny, tiny bit of damage, not really going to make much of a difference, in my opinion. We'll see. It is all about this first rifle round, whether the Drillers can get their CT side going. You know, it really has been a struggle for them throughout this series.
Well, that first rifle round is going to be delayed an extra 1 hit. First time we're going to be seeing it is round number 4 due to that force buy in round number 2. And sometimes you just have to gamble on a bomb site. Felt like a little bit of an overcommitment on A though. I would have liked to see maybe 2 of the MP9s in a scout and then maybe just 1 of the MP9s and the 5-7 tag teaming over on this B bomb site instead. It was a heavy commitment, and now we're seeing a heavy commitment once again. This time the 4-1 split going to the way of the Beast only holding a scenario with that MP9 on A, posted up on plat. Hanging around the smoke is Mezcal right now, but inside of mid, Blitz getting so much information, backed up by Techno, alongside the bomb with 910. Cutting this map in half once again. Glimmers of what we saw on Mirage and Scenari, an insane uphill battle to be able to find even a single kill here. Needs to be cautious about making any form of audio cues if he really wants to be able to deploy this weapon. But swinging out here is just going to call him dead as Blitz now pushes onto the site and cameras in just a brief moment's time. Does get taken down, but the backup is there from 910. A 4 versus 4 situation. The weapons firmly favour the Mongols there.
Any kind of damage that can be done here from the Drillers is going to be a positive. Nice little move there. Get the rifle away so that it can't be scooped up. I am a big fan of little tidbits like that. Sensu holding here towards main, so you do have to be careful with their exit path. He knows what's up. He's sticking around. The rest of the team making their way out of there, but He's hoping someone going to come his way. Not going to happen. He's maybe waited a little long here. So just got to be careful. Oh, got to make the jumps.
Run. Get out of there, bro.
I think he should be okay.
Terrorists win.
There's hardly any damage from the blast radiuses on this map. Inferno and Nuke certainly confusing a lot of the community compared to maps like Anubis in that sense. All the same, looking good. Rolling through the motions here for the Mongols and an early tactical pause. The drillers, they know they need this.
It's kind of be expected with this round, though, right? You force buy into the second, and you're not able to find too much, if anything, actually, with the heavy commitment over towards A, and then they position towards B. So this is very much more of a strapbook check for Warrows. You saw him flicking through the pages, the top of your screen, checking, okay, what should our first play on this full buy round be? We need to make sure it counts. Deal the damage at the right time. And it is indeed a full buy. Haji is down on that MP9, but I do wonder if that is due to him buying up the orb for Warrow and handing that over, because I can't believe that Warrow had, what, 8k in the back pocket? Surely that's a flop over.
They play here. Warrow not spotting anything off the back of the break. Slow roll of utility. As just trying to figure themselves out here on the Mongol side. A lot of space taken and arguably a bit too easily towards the middle. So they have a lot of options. He's not slowing down at all. However, Warrow hears it, holds for it, finds the frag. Mazzinio to find the double entry, however, keeps them in proceedings here. Flash is ineffective. Warrow around the pillar, able to dance and maybe find a couple of kills. Not quite, though. 2-on-2 now. Bomb not going to be committed just yet. Ceneri walks straight into the crosshair, but still wins the fight. Techno brings it down to the 1 versus 1. The bullets, not many going to be required here as both remain very, very low indeed. But the big thing is that bomb. It is certainly a challenge to retrieve. That being said, Ceneri giving up the angle completely.
Trying to get into the head of Techno here. Techno thinks that Ceneri is just holding down there. While actually, he's rotated all the way around. Trying to give himself some space. Catches opponent unawares. Might be in his own head a little bit too much, but a single bullet from either of them will take down their opponent. No trade potential, no util to really play with. At least offensive utility, to say the least. The bomb does get planted, and Techno's got to think, okay, there's something wrong here. Oh my god, he checks behind him for a brief moment, but the timing is just not in his favour, and it's going to be at the hands of Ceneri that the first round is secure from the drillers here. It works out in their favour, but it costs a damn lot. 4 players taken down, and while full buy is going to be available, they need to string some rounds together to ensure that their economy doesn't fall to the wayside. Seeing an amazing entry here, the site being held down by Warrow for as long as he could. Finds that opening kill on the rotate back from mid. Picks up one more as he's jiggling back and forth between the pillar. Still a lead for the Mongols, but Drillers showing they're still present on the server.
Mongols, of course, able to buy back in, so it is all about stringing them together for the drillers right here. 1 round, really not enough to get excited about for anybody involved. So, as the utility reigns in once again, conventional game from the Mongols, not giving too much away. We obviously saw Blitz go a bit crazy in the previous. Some really wild moves, though, from the drillers. The A bomb site right now is just open. There's no one there. Little do they know Mongols could have run-of-the-mill over there and even just get the bomb down pretty easily with some very simple utility. They're going to try and crunch towards the mid and canals area here, looking for the first frag to come their way. 9-10, however, holding it from the stairs, is feeling good, feeling confident. Nets that first frag, opens up the ceilings. Techno moving in for a bit more. Will manage the first. Trade is there, but it's good information. Meanwhile, the A site still remains open. Blitz selling his teammate down the river, and will gather a bunch of information. Pretty good positional advantage, but it's that bomb going down uncontested that really looks good to me.
Senzu moving towards beach. Haji's going to be good for that opening kill. Mazzinho there to be able to back up his teammate and potentially sneak away some revenge. Ooh, this cheeky little angle on the edge. Spraying into 3 of them, but he's only going to be good for 1. Haji with the recovered AK doing some work here. Now on a 2 versus 2. Blitz inside a mid. Advantageous position, as you mentioned, but he's yet to execute. He's yet to come alive. 9-10 picks up Haji, the influential force. Now in this AWP v AWP 1v1, and 9-10 knows he doesn't need to swing. With Waro, even with a kit, knows that it's better to save this AWP moving into the next round. Allow the Mongols to take a 4th. And still be influential coming in to round number 6. It's going to be a bit of a force if the Drillers want it, or if not, a hero fire around this. Great opening pick there for 9-10 to keep that momentum that would come towards Canals, right?
Yeah, it's a nice move. I mean, it's just absolutely insane for me from the Drillers, I have to be honest. You know, no presence at all on A. They try and do something with the fact that they are, you know, putting all their eggs into one basket, as it were, and it didn't quite work, so I can respect that. But, yeah, they just give up so much and get nothing in return, and then still go into the retake. You know, I think you maybe have to think about what you're doing in the round, and it's not worked, so let's just try and re-aggress into the next. They'll still just about get something going here. Blitz, however, is a beast, showing no signs of slowing down. No mercy at all from Blitz. He's been working middle all half long, and a brilliant couple of kills from him.
Yeah, that's great game sense as well, knowing that Scenario wouldn't just leave himself out to dry in that angle if there wasn't a backup plan, that being Kavem behind the double doors. Spamming on through with not a single bullet retaliated to take him down. That's 2 out of the picture before they even got started. Speaking about not getting started, Kavem 6 rounds deep, still yet to frag. 0-5 so far. Only 21 ADR as well. Not had too much of an impact as of yet. And the A-bomb site once again being left completely open. But yet the Mongols respecting it, still checking angles, still using and expending that utility. In case the Drillers do have someone just sneaking and skulking behind enemy lines. Evidently not the case, as they are just going to be saving over towards that B site. I'm sure they can have some form of say moving into round number 7.
Looking really good from the Mongols, though, isn't it? We obviously saw the Drillers pick up their first round, but I did say it's about that consistency, about stringing them together. Unfortunately, not the case here. The Mongols right back to their winning ways, and the Drillers left to figure it out, you know, thinking that maybe they already had. It is difficult. Oh, Mazzinho on the hunt, as is pretty much the rest of the entire team. Trying to take some of these guns away, and it's pretty important for Drillers that they actually hold on to these weapons. Mazzinho goes flying through the smoke and just catches them both in the side, and that will affect the buy now into this follow-up.
And by effect, you mean completely destroy. I mean, look at it. There's nothing there. You can force buy up M4s if you really want, guys, but you won't have armor, you won't have util surrounding it at all. Instead, it's going to be pistols with a little bit of util. This was so good from Blitz inside the mid, and honestly, it kind of ends the round before it really starts. What a spray transfer as well from Mazzinho there. Just trained on one angle, spots out both of them during the re-evaluation of targets. And now the commitment over towards this A-bomb site. We finally have Drillers players set on the site, but Waro gets taken down before he can even fire a bullet out of his AWP. He burns, falls fatal to the chip damage of that Mac 10. With Mestal getting chunked by that nade, checking in mid to see if there's anyone there. Himself and Haji stuck behind cams. Basically nothing for them to do other than look for some form of solace in an exit frag, but The Mongols are looking for a fight. They're trying to pick one.
Is there an opportunity here to take a gun, I think is what
Did they want
Haji and Meztal will be doing. Yeah, I mean, maybe. And
Terrorists win.
also just try and take someone down. But no one comes their way. They don't feel confident enough to go in at the end of the round, etc. So, yeah, it's sort of a tough one. Waro, however, has potentially communicated that it's like, it's cool. I've still got money to buy an AWP. He is sort of thinking about that at the moment as well. Will go for it in the end at the expense of all that utility. Only the one kit for the drillers. But I don't think that the buy is really the problem at the moment. The problem is just picking up the rounds, picking up any kind of an advantage into the early stages of a round. So, yeah, they have a lot more to worry about here.
Senzu's got 6k in the bank, yet he's still on this Mac 10 that he saved from the previous. Just doesn't need to commit any more than this. If he can overwhelm his opponent with the high rate of fire SMG, then why not? Build up that econ even more. Be that money bank for your team. The smokes begin to fade, both in main and inside of lower. Senzu finally activates. 910 does fall to the wayside, but the trade is there. Util coming on out from Techno to be able to execute on this bomb site. Does get spammed down from Haji as once again we see a random jump from the Mongolian squad. Senzu, AWP in tow after 910 dropped it. Picks that back up. Kavem doesn't really want to reveal his position right now. Could have tapped through on the bullet traces if he wished. The Molotov goes in, forces Kavem off the angle, gives away his position, needs to relocate, and Mazzini almost ripped his head clean off his shoulders before he even got started. We need to see some backup here from Scenario and Waro, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They're rotating through canals, and with Waro finding that kill on Senzu, Scenario needs to be cautious about his angles, doesn't clear the close right, gets punished for it, and Mazzinho again, the young talent for the squad, coming out clutch as he finds two more and saves that AWP, taking MongolZ to a 7-1 scoreline and continuing to command the lead of this T-side.
A generational talent, absolutely, and I mean, in sort of both senses of that word, of course, following in the footsteps of his brother Bartak. Will continue putting them in the backpack a little bit here. A great second map from him, and a pretty good third one is starting to develop now. So we'll see. 9-10 contacting in. Unfortunately, the worst time to contact because they've gone for the boost up, and he has no idea what has just hit him. Techno, though, will go through these smokes, spotting potentially a path to work with. Senzu up top. He's found his frag. He's spotted that last player as well, or at least heard that last player. So not much that can be done. They will be after him. Techno's even got the Glock out, I suppose, and he just about survives that fight, but of course not the one against Senzu. Looking good here for MongolZ as they are just, you know, straight back into it, picking up where they left off.
DRILLAS with their second of their third timeouts now, reevaluating what they need to do to be able to get themselves back into this game. Now, the bit of cope inside of me says this is the most T-sided map in the pool. So maybe string together 2, 3, 4 if you really want to push the boat out rounds. And then you can still come back on your T side, which you were substantially better on that Mirage. However, as of right now, we're still just missing some key members of the DRILLAS squad. I believe Kavem still has not found a kill 9 rounds in at this point. For an 8-1 scoreline. Yeah, and he's 0-8. That, unfortunately, just isn't good enough. We know how good he can be. the highlight player in that best of one. Saneri, dear lord, what is this? Has anyone spotted him at this point? Surely they have. Yes, Senzu has an inkling there's somebody there. Swings on through, takes down Haji. He plays flashbang as Saneri trades it straight back. Mazzinho on the corner. Is Saneri going to be expecting this follow-up? I don't think he is right now. Spams him down, does get traded by Techno, who finds Mestal over the other side of the map. Waro with the trade once again, taken down by 9-10, and this is more of a round that the Drillers could have won. A lot more tempo put in their direction. And now just Kvem. The current lack of fragging soon come back to bite him. But with the Molotov going down, he's holding on the edge of it, waiting to see if he can find someone in his crosshairs. 9-10, unsure of his current position, and this could be massive. The first 2 kills for Kvem could be the clutch to be able to secure them a second round with util available. A smoke, molly, and flash. Needs to be clean. Position revealed as the molly goes down to clear the angle. Smoke to be able to block off main. And the call has been made once again. He is not feeling it. There's no one who swings into him. And he saves the M4. It's a 9th round for the Mongols and Drillers, even though they were able to find 3 in a very aggro fashion. They don't find the most important ones, the final 2 to close out the round.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, he kind of needed, if he was going to go for it, to contact in. I think he was hoping that if he threw a nade, someone would peek him. Which didn't happen, unfortunately. So, yeah, not much you can do with that one. Not much that you can do with that one. It becomes about the damage control now for the Drillers. It is a pretty hefty blow coming their way from the Mongols here, of course, but all about softening it. Try and take it to a 9-3, and they really do not want to be conceding any more rounds. The buy, it exists. Again, it misses a few pieces, but certainly not the worst in the world. It is Waro lacking the AWP that maybe stands out, and still Kvem yet to frag.
Talks about generational talent in Mazzinho. Well, we need to see a generational comeback from the Drillers if they want to stand a chance. All 5, honestly, need to step back up to the plate. Give us those flashes of brilliance that we saw in the bar. Scenario's looking to do exactly that right now. As the smoke comes in to clear the angle, smoke then bleeds through. Scenario sprays down 2. Is there backup though? It does not look like it right now. They're trying to delay it as long as they can with these smokes, but because there's a blockade in their way, the Mongols just say, okay, we'll rotate. Heading towards B, poking and prodding. Now I'm messing it up. To see what they can find. Haji found an angle and once again is able to find a frag off the back of it, but that leaves the B bomb site completely open. I kind of think Mestal should just push this smoke, see what he can find. Looks like he's thinking about it. Senzu gets that bomb planted. 9-10 with the Yorp. It's a 4v2 retake. Is it possible?
Now just one. Oh, Senzu, that's so clean for the first 2. He's not quite ready for Mestal, though. It's unfortunate. Too much on a swivel, not training on any one angle. He takes a few guns away, which isn't really going to have too much of an effect into this final round of the first half. But at the very least, Drillers giving themselves a lifeline. It is a very, very thin one, but it exists at the very least. If they can pick up the 3, and then you've got pistol, a couple rifle rounds, maybe we're back in it. It's a lot of work. They know it's going to be a lot of work, but it has to start now.
If the Drillers can convert this, get a 3rd round on the board, and then start out strong on that T side, there's a world. Mongols are looking to dash that opportunity as soon as they can with his double AWP setup from Techno and 9-10, kicking every single penny into this round. We have 3 or 4 players above 11k in their back pocket here. And Techno just says, oh, well, so that's why. We're just looking for an opening pick and force the AWP out of the map just so we can recover the AK instead. Big fan of that. If you've got the money for it, why not go for it?
Rolling forwards here via middle. It has been a big issue for the Drillers side of things. 9-10 to open up. Loves a good contact play. They'll make it work. The huge part of that, of course, is that the kill comes in. It doesn't really paint the full picture. How many players does he have in support? Saneri really does not know. Too many angles to check, and he's eventually forced into the fight. Probably would be a save here if it wasn't the final round of this first half. So, yeah, not looking good at all. You're trained into his middle. Bit of a laboured one, but yeah, not much that Hadji could do by himself. And, well, 9-10 gets it, but he was absolutely dead to rights. It's tough. It is certainly tough, and, you know, a hang of the head in from the coach of Onapixel, but this is the Mongols. I think taking a map off of them is commendable in and of itself. They have, however, reminded you who they are into map 2 and now map 3.
It's a 10-2 half. The T side always advantageous here on Anubis. But it's the individual skill of all 5 players for the Mongols that have got them to this point. Peaks and troughs for the Drillers. Greatness on Mirage. An opportunity on Ancient squandered. And Anubis, on this second half, needs to be... Your T-side pistol needs to be flawless, and unfortunately for the Drillers, they're going up against one of the best pistol teams, and arguably one of the best pistol players, I'm putting it out there now, in Blitz.
Sure.
He hasn't had a super impactful first half, only 4 kills to his name. Everyone else has been able to find the rounds. And that is, of course, off the back of a number of saves of the Drillers as well. If he gets up close and personal, hell, if he's at long range, he will rip your head off if you give him that chance. The Drillers set up in this 3-2 split, and it's 9-10 to find the opening kill. Does get a good straight in the back, and Techno with dual Berettas is going to be able to find Meztal, with Saneri picking up Techno in the process. But there's no one to back him up right now, as mid still seems to be the position of choice for the Drillers squad.
Oh. Hello. Spotted. Gives a good amount of information away as well, so you just have to be wary of middle, and indeed the A bomb site itself. 9-10 unfortunately is not really healthy enough to fully post up, so he's just holding the angle. He's got some support now as well, and of course it is Mazzinho who's down here with the Julies, looking to hide away, gives his position finally. Oh, that's a clean headshot at range. He will be traded quick, so maybe still in this here, 3 versus 2, but it hangs in the balance. It feels like 9-10, as mentioned, not all that healthy. Kvem with his P250 trying to find another head. The Julie's picked up as well. The damage keeps coming in, slowly chipping away at each other at this point. It's all on to Saneri. He does have those Julies. That's a clean find onto Sensu. The remaining 2 are pretty damn low here. He could certainly do it, and he will. Saneri, a big 3-piece with the retrieved Julies to keep Drillers potentially in contention.
God, that was close. The bomb wasn't planted for him at all. They needed a defensive plant as soon as they got onto the bomb site, but they had to fade away towards main, just giving up that angle to the Mongols. And it's just the overwhelming mag size and fire rate of those dual Berettas, which does mean that you do get a conversion here by Saneri. Fantastic from him. There's one. There's your second as well. The only chip damage done, and the third to be able to find the rounds. The force buy here for the Mongols, moving it around number 14 as they buy up 5.7s on Blitz and Mazzinho. And SMGs, the MP9s for Senzu, Techno, and 9-10, while the Drillers have gone for the rifles on 4, but they aren't the premium ones, the Galils instead, just so they can have a little bit of utility to work with in this round, some of it being wasted. We do see Kvem picking up his first frag in that previous round, hopefully the first of many coming into the second half.
Doesn't end the game killless, I suppose. Force buy. Oh, in full force. There is the support there, though. 9-10 makes sure to keep the numbers even. Meanwhile, coming in from B itself, this is a weird-looking round. Techno's found himself a Galil. If he can get another kill here, then maybe we are on. The bomb has to be retrieved. Mazzinho trying to join up with his teammate. Dink lands, doesn't get the kill, just out of range for the instant headshot. So it is all on to Techno. He's only got 6 HP, man. Surely not. Yeah, and I think he's just going to run away and take this Galil into the next. still a lot of damage done, and the Mongols continue the fight, continue looking good.
There's going to be another round on the board for Drillers, though. They are not going to go down quietly. That long fight, both in position and in duration, certainly not the way that the Drillers wanted to fight this one. What was quite interesting was that, well, the bomb was dropped in that connecting angle between mid and long. It opened up the opportunity for the Drillers to rotate round from canals and up through the site and retake the fight back to the Mongols in the CT angle that they were holding at the start of the round. Get that bomb planted, extra money in the bank, secure the round. It's the start that Drillers needed. It's a little bit more expensive than they would have liked, though, and that's going to be reflected in the buy here. Galil again for Waro and Meztau with Kvem down on that Mach 10, but finally some premium rifles in Haji and Saneri. They need to make sure they hold on to as many of these as possible, though. This should be an easy round for them, considering they got up against one save Galil and pistols across the board. Crazy things have happened. And there it starts. 9-10 with the 1D onto Haji takes down one of those premium rifles, the AK on deck.
I like Techno's position here. Could do a lot with this. Doesn't stick to it, unfortunately, but just figures that there's no one downstairs early, yeah. But we'll see. Drillers, it's a tough spot to be in. You lose a player super early on in a round like this, you really don't know how to reapproach things, what to expect. Is it going to be a stack? You know, do we play it conventionally? Are we relying on utility? You really have to figure a way to get back in, and unfortunately, Mongols, they find that first kill, and they've just not overstepped since. Maybe I speak too soon as Blitz is pushing down middle to see what he can get away with, as is Waro, but fire dark instead. Trade is instant. Gotta be careful here. They've got a good position with Blitz coming in from behind. Maybe he can take a name or two before the bomb goes down. Again, it's so pivotal. He really could do a lot from here. Plant is coming in. He continues creeping forwards and not giving him any attention at all. Clears a couple of angles here. Takes the headshot for one, but that's all he's able to get. It's unfortunate. He needed another player with him or in the site. But have to deal with the hand you are dealt. That is a hell of a shot from 9-10 that brings this back in. I thought surely looking the wrong way. He was absolutely dead to rights. There's hardly any time, unfortunately, to get the round going. So we'll see Saneri looking to just play it patiently, not swinging in super aggressive. Knows it's a low buy, unlikely to have a kit. Here's him stomping around here as well. So we'll just win it out via the time. But we were on for a moment there, and again, every single Drillers round thus far has been a squeeze.
It's great to see the Drillers secure that one, but that was all on Mongols that round. I mean, the opening pick, the 1D from 9-10 inside of mid. We're about to see now spots out Haji on the jig and says, yeah, you know what? Take that head off the shoulders, why don't you? Slow crowd, moving and still finds the D. Dummy middle of the world, he picks up 2 there. But that's the re-aggression from 9-10, knowing that Saneri's already been tagged down low. Hell, the guy was on 27 HP. Could have leg shotted him with the Deagle and taken him down with a single shot. It didn't need to be the one tap to the head that we come to know and love from the gun. Blitz inside of mid, takes down his opposing IGL. 9-10 falls to the wayside at the hands of Haji, but again, this 2-man setup inside of mid, paying dividends to the work that Mongols are doing here. Nade goes in, the young Talon with the M4 in tow, and again, the trade is there for the Mongols, playing out in their favor. The bomb is going to get planted at the hands of Kvem. The rotate has now been called. Back is here for Mestel. We need to see some clean kills from them, and right now all we're seeing is clean frags from Blitz as he picks up Mestel, and Techno on the sidelines takes down Kvem before he can activate once again. It's going to be an 11th round for the Mongols. They are 2 away from making their 3rd major in a row, from Paris to Copenhagen and then to Shanghai. Can they do it in these closing rounds?
Looking good, isn't it? As soon as they get the clean round out, the good guns, they will indeed get it on the board. So Drillers, unfortunately, their comeback train is short-lived. Never really left the station, it feels like. Mongols able to reapproach the situation. A lot of, again, individual moments and crazy kind of kills. I think DRILLAS did have a slim window and a couple of spots that they could have potentially brought things closer. Unfortunately, did not capitalize in those 50-50 fights, but Mongols, it's somewhat expected that eventually they would do this. It's very, very funny in the sense that this is unraveling in an incredibly similar way as Mirage, just the other way round. So we'll see. Mongols brought it very close over there. Maybe the DRILLAS can do the same here.
The mental barrier of not winning events for the Mongols has been swiftly broken off the back of Yellow Compass earlier this year, and now Thunderpick as well, filling them with confidence coming into this RMR. There should have been no question, no doubt that they would qualify for the major. A small hiccup in that first map against the DRILLAS, but they have shown us above and beyond why they were the favourites coming into this, why they are the best in the region, why they are a top 10 team in the world. This B-site lockdown, this mid-control, they are simply not going to allow any of the T side of the DRILLAS to encroach upon, is clinical. Clutching the straws are the C side now as they begin their approach towards the A-bomb site, and it's going to be at the hands of Mazzinho to stop them. It swings directly into their line of sight, only going to be good for one. The backup is there from Senzu, but the monitor turned on after that second map. He's going to be good for chip damage and the help from Blitz to transfer those into kills. And now in a 2 versus 1 with Hadji on 21 HP. A 12th round is looking almost guaranteed at this point.
Bomb's been dropped on the site. There's absolutely no way that he gets back in, so I don't know, you'd maybe even argue to save the AK from this point. He won't be able to buy one into the next if he does indeed try and give this a look in, just waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Could make all the difference. Sensu does seem somewhat unaware, but I think as it starts going down, okay, Hadji actually gives up the angle. Doesn't really matter, 9-10 was ready for him. All the same, 12-5. Here we go, map. Series a major point here for the Mongols. Absolutely expected a unlikely first round drop there to the DRILLAS, but into map 2 and 3 it has looked absolutely brilliant from the Mongols. The tournament in general has been pretty solid. I think people may look back on this one, and who knows, it's all about the DRILLAS in the lower bracket. They will keep the dream alive. They've not just completely checked out, not a total fluke in their opening game against Lynn Vision. But the Mongols, of course, going to be a bridge too far. A quick move in towards this A-bomb site to try and stay alive, brute force their way in. They have gained a lot of ground, but taken a lot of damage in the meantime. Bomb going to go down. Mazzinho is here. Good to go. Chipping away at them. Will get caught off without ammunition, but he's bought enough space, one would assume here. A little messy. The pistols remain. It's Warrow on the Glock, but nothing he can do. It is Kavem. 11 HP and a Tech 9. Maybe a dream. Oh my! Brings it down to the 1 versus 1, but it's not going to be enough, and Mongols will secure it. They make it to the perfect world Shanghai Major in very, very clean fashion in the end. Absolutely brilliant stuff from them, and a solid series coming in. Mazzinho in particular, I think, deserved of the heavy high fives. He was the standout player in map 2 and map 3 as they take the series 2-1.
Yeah, congratulations to the Mongols there. Absolutely deserved. They showed why they are the best in the region, why they are a top 10 team in the world. And while that fluke round, the potential early start for the Mongols, catching some of them off guard on Mirage, did not transition over to Ancient, and nor did it to Anubis either. It was a quick show of affairs from a 13-2 to a, well, I believe a 13-5 this time round. So a little bit closer, but still not enough. Some highlights from that final map, and well, they're going to be a lot from the one side, I'll tell you that for nothing. The DRILLAS, unfortunately, outclassed in this map.
Yeah, through and through, I think, as we talked about, this map functions at a bit of a different level. MongolZ kind of showing that. They also get the T-side start. That seems to be a really big factor, kind of for a lot of teams, but definitely in this series, all the rounds, all the big rounds anyway, coming in on the T side for both of the teams. And unfortunately, DRILLAS obviously didn't have an awful lot of room to maneuver with getting onto their own T side. So it does make a very big difference. MongolZ, some time taken to close things out, but really, really good stuff from them to just remain cool. And I think, yeah, showing their class moving into the follow-up maps. They started a bit slow, looked kind of cold, maybe not giving full respect across to DRILLAS at the start of Mirage, but then moving into map 2 and of course map 3, but in particular map 2, they came alive. And I think the break in between, they were like, yo, we've got to really just play an A game here, adjust into the way that they are. Yes, aggressive, unafraid to take fights, unafraid to push smokes, and maybe get a taste of their own medicine. I'm sure it's a little bit similar what it's like to play the MongolZ at the, you know, deep end of a big tournament like a Cologne or indeed a major. And I think that they get a taste of their own medicine against the DRILLAS ever so slightly on that first map.
Absolutely. The DRILLAS have a hell of an uphill battle now inside of this lower bracket. They've got to go up against FlyQuest early doors tomorrow morning to be able to, well, see if they can make it a step closer to the major. After winning their best of one, they were almost there. They could taste it, but the MongolZ shut them down and are your first team qualified for the Asia-Pacific, from the Asia-Pacific RMR to the Shanghai Major. Senzu being our highlight player here, the standout for that final map, and understandable as well. I was a little bit harsh about him considering what we saw on that first map, and well, he made me eat my words coming into map number 2 and map number 3, and it's from a place of love. I promise you, Senzu, we just want to see you perform to the best level that you can, and what a hell of a level it was across those 2 maps.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, man, if he'd performed better on the first map, it would have been a 2-0, to be honest with you. I think that that's never a guarantee, but certainly when there was only one round in between the overtime and, of course, the loss on map 1, I think that Sensu's performance over there is absolutely objectively going to make a difference. So it's worth, but again, speaking to the level of the player and the fortitude of such a young player as well, he did very, very well to bounce back in the series and, yeah, eventually have the impact. Obviously, not going to be too unfamiliar with those types of big games and the stakes that are on the line there. But I think that ultimately they did indeed have a little bit of that kind of vengeance about them, where it's like they have to shut down the DRILLAS. They were not expecting to lose a map to them, I would argue. And there is obviously kind of this energy around the DRILLAS coming into this tournament that, you know, are they deserved of an Asia RMR spot? Potentially not. You know, just because of the way that the rulebook has sort of worked in their favor. And the MongolZ, I think, yeah, have to shut them down, have to shut them out. So it's good to see Sensu and the rest of the squad bouncing back very, very well. If I had to give it to a player overall, as we've got a bit of time to sort of fill in here, I think for me, it probably has to go across to Mazzinho for the entire series itself. Just because he really, really did step up into that second map and very quickly made his presence known and set the tone for the game as well. So, yeah, and again, you really do have to look towards a 17-year-old player to be able to step up in such a fashion like that. There's not many that do it. You know, Donk and maybe Munisi alongside him as being the sort of backpack players from time to time. But it just goes to show some of the versatility that the MongolZ have available as well.
Yeah, versatile is definitely the word. I mean, it's all these bloody sub-20-year-olds is what it is. It's your Mazzinho at your 17. It's your Senzu at 18. Techno at 19. Just pulling out frags out of their arse, honestly. They pulled it out of absolutely nowhere. And when they do it, it looks effortless as well. I'm glad you highlighted Mazzinho. 52 kills to 31 deaths across that best of 3. The most positive player at a plus 21 KDA, which is insane coming into a BO3. The next player behind him, of course, being Techno at plus 17. Very, very close in frags as well. He was only on 51 to Mazzinio's 52. So a lot of fragging power between these two young members of Talent. 910, Senzu and Blitz, honestly, not that too far away either. It was certainly a full cohort of affairs on all five of these players from the Mongols, but of course you've got to have a little bit of a standout, and yeah, Mazzinio's certainly a good one for him. A 1.46 rating across that entire series as well, so clearly goes to show that even if you do have a subpar map number 1, you can still bring it back across the rest of the best of 3. New heights here for the Mongols. They're going to be a static that inside of their region, they are going to be the first team to go to their regional major, the first one in Counter-Strike's history. Really, really cool. And now we're chucking over to the majors, James Banks.
They did it in a way that I would say was expected for them to be the first team to make it through to the major. Techno first though, I just want to ask you, this Mirage, what was going on, especially in the first half of that game? We looked like you guys were sleeping.
I think on the Mirage we were not ourselves, yeah, and almost a little bit surprised. And their playstyle, we just lost some rounds, the unlucky and the window boosted, and they maybe it affected the mentality, I think so, because of we're a young team and young guys. Yeah, I think it is.
You're young guys, but you have been lifting trophies, you have been finding some success. Coming on to Ancient, you guys looked like the Mongols we know. Did you just feel like, okay, we cannot let this happen, we must win for the region, especially facing DRILLAS?
We just woke up on the second map, yeah.
Just woke up, that was it? Not something more, did you feel maybe more fired up, like more you had to win this, you could not lose like this?
I think it's just woke up and feeling a little bit frustrated. Why we losing the first map? Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so the frustrations helped you work that out. Then we come on to Anubis, and it's very strong still, looks really good. Did it feel like you had that map under full control all time?
I think it is. Yeah, Anubis were that or I think the 5 or 6 months before it's the worst map of us, yeah. And now we're playing in our own, playing like our own. Yeah, I think I'm so happy for that one, yeah.
And just how happy are you to once again qualify through to the major? What does it mean to you?
Every time I qualified, we qualified this major. It's the honor to our home country, our home region. It's honor to be Asia region, of course. We should go far as we can, do some damage. Yeah, it's a really meaningful thing for us.
And with you guys making it to the major this time, I think you are a better team than we have seen at past majors. You've just lifted a trophy, you've been having more success at events. Do you feel like you can make to playoffs here in Shanghai? Do you have that belief?
To be honest, we can maybe we can win this major, maybe, yeah. But we should play really, really good. And every time, for me, every time I played the major was every tournament. It's a great experience and really, really good experience and something to give us and our coach, our agent, for me and our team. This time, I hope it will be different now because of we got more experience from the last major, yeah.
A lot more experience. Lastly, anything you want to say to all the Mongolian fans out there?
Yes, always. За, дэмжиж байсан хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. Тэгээд манай баг Контра 2-ын 2 дахь мейжерт Шанхайгийн мейжерт шалгарч чадлаа. Тэгээд утгатай одоо бүстэй те Аз бүстэй болж байгаа мейжертаа бидэд одоо шалгарсандаа амар их баяртай байна. Ер нь бол гэртээгээ жойрхон нөгөө тийм дотнд байгаа. Баярлалаа. Биднийгээ дэмжээрэй.
Thank you very much, Techno. Mongols, the first team through to the Shanghai Major. Let's see how they get on.
Slight nerves off the server, but ice in the veins on the server for Techno. I mean, statements galore from that interview. Thank you very much, James. They feel like they can win the major, Scriv. And honestly, if they continue being on the form that they are in international competition, I feel like they can go pretty deep this time. The experience from majors gone by and events gone by is starting to build up, and this squad of very young players is looking dominant.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think it's good to see some confidence coming out from them. Definitely lifting a few trophies this year has helped with that, and a pretty legitimate one, you know, coming into the major, right, in terms of the teams that were there and in terms of the prize pool given and whatnot. And, you know, we've seen it a little bit on social media. We see it there. Even from Techno, I think, is fantastic. He's very reserved. That's why they give him the interviews. You know, he doesn't say too much. He's very calculated with what he says, but, you know, just little bits being dropped there of the confidence. And I think that, yeah, when you've got the major in your region and you will be the primary sort of representative that a lot of people are looking towards, you absolutely have to have that confidence. And it feels like an event indeed. I think that they could win. I don't think it is totally out of the question, totally out of pocket. And majors always deliver in terms of the unexpected victors, you know, especially in recent years. So I certainly could see MongolZ making it very, very deep and maybe taking the whole thing.
Absolutely. Honor to play at a major, honor to play and represent the region, and especially when the major is in your region as well. Great words there from Techno. Congratulations to the MongolZ, our very first team here at the Perfect World Asian RMRs to qualify for the major. Guys, we're going to be chucking it to a very short break, and when we are back, it is our final best of 3 of the day. Another qualification game this time round. It's going to be Rare Atom versus Talon to see who's going to be joining the MongolZ at the major opening stage. It's going to be Yumi and Tea Time. We'll let them handle the rest of it. See you in a bit.
Welcome back to the Asia-Pacific RMR for the Shanghai Major 2024. I'm T-Tommy's Mikey Yumicaster. You already know this, but you also know there's another qualifying match on the line. It's going to be Talon versus Rare Adam coming up as our second of 3 for all of this RMR.
Yeah, already being able to see the Mongols go through after a bit of turbulence in their opening best of one does have me shaking in fear of favorites and those opening round, I guess, best of ones we had in this first day of the tournament. You know, obviously we saw Talon take down FlyQuest, who are another one of our big RMR favorites, and for them to have found themselves in a position where they can potentially take that next step into the major, being a brand new team, could be something quite substantial for not only the Australian scene, but also could be a marker for what's to come for the rest of the world in Counter-Strike.
And listen, when we talk about the rest of the world in Counter-Strike, I think it's interesting to see this Rare Adam side as well, right? Because for both of these two teams, Rare Adam and Talon, it feels like so much has changed since the central figures in their team were sort of on there, right? You look over towards people like Summer and Somebody. They were at a major in 2021 in Stockholm at the return of the CSGO majors once upon a time. Now you're looking over towards Asa. He was at a major in 2019. Both of these teams were earmarking such different eras, both of these leaders, all of these veterans on the servers. It's interesting to see them come back and fight in 2024 in CS2 for the first major in their region ever to try and qualify. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the first ones to do it, you know, in 2018 are Somebody in Summer, you know, to have made it as far as that. I mean, Kaze as well, in the same year, able to get himself to a major as well. And I think there's a lot to be said about the veterancy that this Rare Adam roster does bring to the table, while also mixing in with some of the young blood that they have within the scene. I think when we compare that to the likes of Talon, you know, they've definitely got pieces that can show up, but this Rare Adam roster are going to be fierce, and they are going to be, I think, less predictable than that opening game against FlyQuest. This Rare Adam squad have a lot of, you know, explosive firepower between Summer, Somebody, Child King, and, you know, if Kaze is feeling confident, he can also be a bit of an X factor himself.
You can't forget Li Hang, Michael. He's one of the big boys over here. Sure, he might be one of the young ones, but he is one of the big guns. Li Hang and Child King obviously headlining the rifling department, where everyone else is taking a step back in old age, perhaps, but not to say they can't take a step forward in the server itself. On the other hand, though, Michael, a very young team, at least as far as years of experience is concerned on the other side. Talon really only has one veteran.
Yeah, and it's Azur. I mean, being able to get himself to 8 majors, he was there at the start. You know, when we're thinking about the emergence of Australian Counter-Strike, I mean, we had Azur, we had, you know, Sponge, we had Top Gun, Sniper. You know, these are guys that you don't think about or don't even talk about anymore because they're not in the conversation. And the ones that have stuck around, I mean, the only one that we have remaining is Azur. And as we see these maps come through, we are going to see a Vertigo as the pick for Talon immediate in the Veto. Rare Adam leading into that Inferno, and it should mean that we have an Anubis Decider. I'm a little surprised to see that Vertigo taken by Talon, but I think they also understand that this is the best map in the pool to sort of punch up. It's one that's fallen out of favor with Tier 1 Counter-Strike. It is still a map that the Asia region as a whole is a little bit hesitant on its approach to. And I know Rare Adam do get their reps in on this map, but there's not a lot of variety that we see from teams on Vertigo at the moment because it's seeing limited play even domestically in Asia.
Rare Adam must feel so lucky that they boot camped in Serbia for a month before this, because otherwise, I mean, look over towards the vetoes that historically these top Asian teams have had in Asia, right? MongolZ bans out Vertigo, Lynn Vision bans out Vertigo, Atox bans out Vertigo. If I remember correctly, I think even Tyloo bans out Vertigo. So you're right, Rare Adam, the only way they're prepared for this is what they could put in from their European boot camp, and of course, that's what Talon is bringing to the table over here as well. You're surprised by the Vertigo pick, Michael. I'm surprised about the Inferno pick coming out from Rare Adam. I know it's a map that they're very comfortable on. I know it's a map that they have a, you know, Stratberg that they feel happy leaning into, as well as individuals that they feel happy leaning on. But it's also where we just saw Azur call a masterclass yesterday.
Yeah, I know. I think that would definitely be a worry. I mean, I think there's layers to the way that Azure was calling it against FlyQuest. I don't think there's going to be the same familiarity maybe for Rare Atom and how they're going to play, because I think Rare Atom come in with an informal kind of game plan to a lot of their games, where they'll maybe understand your tendencies, but it doesn't affect how they're going to approach the opening stages of rounds. You know, it might give them an inkling as to which angles they have to face first or what util they have to deploy, but they will fight you. They are willing to challenge for that territory. I guess I do share that same fear that, you know, Talon have shown the ability to not only be able to clap back in those situations, but also be able to read those mid rounds quite substantially as well.
Look, at the same time, I also do have to wonder about, hey, sure, was it maybe just too much leaning on Azure's calling yesterday, right? Because obviously Talon getting that big win out, we commented so much about how Nedig is playing really well, how MHL is looking effective as time goes on as well. But that is also all within the system of what the IGL is able to put up, within a lot of good rotationary calls, within a lot of good points of late round aggression. If those aren't there, these individuals are very new to being at a place like this, Michael.
Yeah, I think the inexperience for Talon is also something that, yeah, absolutely could weigh them down in a series like this. You know, most of the players, I mean, outside of Azure, everyone on this roster, they've competed at RMRs, you know, bar MHL. You know, I guess Enetic has played in RMR tournaments when we had, you know, a circuit that was to get you points back in the day. But now, I mean, actual landed events where this is the main point is to qualify directly to the major. They haven't been in this type of a pressure situation, and that is something that can affect your decision making as much as you wouldn't want it to. I think they also understand that this is a team that they can beat, but maybe on paper shouldn't, given the lifeline of this roster. So whether or not those nerves play effect, it's all about, you know, I guess their outlook on this situation that they find themselves in, because they don't want to have to make that lower bracket run. They don't want to be left in this conundrum where, I mean, there are two Australian teams that could, in theory, make it to the major, but there also could only be one, or hell, nil, if that lower bracket run doesn't work out for either of them. We're not trying to end up on that long road.
And look, when we look over towards sort of what Talon has to do if they go down to the lower bracket, you have to potentially compete with either FlyQuest or DRILLAS. You also have to go up against Lynn, a Chinese side that, you know, it has so many question marks around it. There's so little preparation you can do for them. For Talon, it does feel like it's now or never. And Rare Atom, of course, they want to go forward now, but they are the favorites here. They are the ones who you would expect to be able to make a better showing of a lower bracket run, but they don't want to get there.
Yeah, first map in the series between Rare Atom and Talon to make it into the opening stage of Shanghai. We start on an unlikely battleground. It's the 51 floors of Vertigo.
All the way up, but who's going to be falling down? Child King hoping that he can take down a couple of the heads from the Talon side as a leads a charge. Child King avoids a charge. Sometimes the best thing to do when there's horses running at you, run away.
And he didn't fall back into the sandbags angle. Would have been met by double nades. Talon not finding anything for that util, but all this space has been taken over towards B. Rare Atom, after the util's been thrown, heavily rotated in support of that A bomb site, so it's free for the picking.
Somebody's trying to round the corner around Generator as they push forward. Addict is also waiting for it, but he's not going to find anything. Li Hang and Summer dismantle this offensive start for Talon. It's only Nedic left alone, a 1 versus 3. Rounded on all corners, bullets in the face, and it's Kaze to put him down.
Yeah, it might have been free getting in, but it wasn't free leaving this round. I mean, Rare Atom coming guns blazing, realizing their mistake. I mean, they get a flurry of frags so rapidly, just as Talon were setting up in their post plans. Just as they got that bomb down, there were players still segmented or trapped in the site, still playing in angles where they could support that planter. And yeah, I mean, Rare Atom surprisingly just deal with that pistol very effectively. Because they didn't have kits, you know, they didn't have retake utility. They did have to just kind of swarm and flood back into the site, and it was very successful.
This was one of the worries that obviously we came into yesterday as well, which is that no matter what you can say about Talon, hey, they don't play EUCS, this and that, firepower can sometimes overrun them, and that's what hopefully Rare Atom are looking to do. Summer responds to an early aggressive start from Netic, who was one of the main firepower pieces for the Talon side yesterday. Him and MHL would be no surprise to say. Flash forward from Lihang, finds himself the quick headshot. Moving in is somebody as a second prong, but turns out Kaze is a second swing. That's what you have to be more worried about.
This is a good reset from Hazard, not sticking around and forcing isolated fights. Hazard has got himself some position over at B, and if they're able to get that bomb back over, you know, 2 players breaking into the bomb site will be harder to handle. Given that Rare Atom are a bit segmented, it's going to be difficult for them to find the right time to deploy utility. They're not going to be able to get these smokes out to stall out Talon.
Nade to the back of Azza's behind. Somebody trying to push forward. Azza had a chance to turn it back to a 2 versus 1. Now instead, Hazard all alone. Mac 10 good for 1, but none beyond that. Azza and Hazard in a clutch together, isn't that annoying?
Yeah, I mean, to find them on the same team is a little bit of a coincidence, I suppose, but that's a really close shave for Adam. Somebody almost could have dropped that ball as well. I mean, used up quite a lot of bullets to clear out the Jet player. Didn't commit to the reload because they wanted to fight on a double swing. I think on his final bullet, able to piece it all together. Still, from a man deficit, back-to-back rounds where Talon have had an uncontested bomb plant on B, but they just cannot finish these rounds.
Can't say.
The extra plant money does go towards an AK, so Hazard is a weapon that Talon can maybe use to pry bar their way into a site.
Love the angle from Lihang, just playing it very conservatively, not giving them any opportunities at all till the double swing can present itself 1 for 1, and they're happy with that for Rare Atom. That incendiary will be running out very soon. A minute 20, you can see how many of these CT players have started to gravitate back into middle already. That's all because of where Summer is aggressively postured right next to Bridge in A, and he's the key to this entire round.
I didn't actually see that everybody on Talon had invested in armor and pistols alongside it. You know, that's the courtesy they have with the extra bomb money and the accruing loss points. So this has the lethality of a force buy, and yeah, somebody gets absolutely blasted. I mean, still SMGs around here for Rare Atom, but they lose their effectiveness when these guys have armor. Problem is they're missing health.
MHL spots out another one, but he's waiting for a peek that's never going to come. Child King takes the elevation, and MHL taken down. At 3 versus 3. Time now low. The commitment towards B has to be made. Talon realized it. AK not recoverable, so you can't be continuing to juggle the hero back and forth. It has to come down to the Deagles, and a slow peek forward from Lihang gives him 1. Could be more to come. Around the corner of the smoke, Nedic gets himself outside of it, and that's where his demise awaits. Addict all alone. No time, nothing to do but accept his fate and request death from the Rare Atom side.
Yeah, they'll oblige. This time able to keep 3 alive, so a round in which they end up in a net neutral in terms of their economy. Of course, you know, coming down to 1 player in the round trying to deal with the actual full force plan by Talon did damage their funds quite substantially. Had Talon been able to do more of that damage, you know, for this oncoming gun round, it could have left Rare Atom in a bit of a precarious spot, but able to wrangle it with 3 up. Does give them a substantial buy moving into the first full investment round from Talon. Been really prioritizing this mid fight in the past couple of rounds.
Goes both ways. Sama picks up 1. Lihang has been a big man so far. Unfortunately, he'll be taken down with just a single kill as well. Talon have plenty of time to reset and move back, and as you mentioned before, Michael, mid has been a priority, and Rare Atom is showing us that it will remain so, reasserting back over to make sure there's no lurkers or anything of the sort. Somebody has given up position as he moves back to get utility. Spots out, but Child King's been taken out. Somebody all alone on this B bomb site. It's a one-on-one at least, but not something that Nedic is going to be giving up.
Yeah, I mean, critical kill there for Nedic. MHL low HP, other side of the map. Had Nedic gone down there, that clutch is incredibly winnable there for somebody. But it is sadly not to be. Both Talon and Rare Atom have been on a collision course on mid, and it's been about how they've vary their setups. I mean, you've seen now 3 different looks from the mid hold for Rare Atom, and you know it is still a fairly linear path that Talon would have to take if they continue to try and find that opening through mid. Scrappy
Should Rare Atom
investment.
lose over here? Yeah, scrappy investment. Should they lose over here, they will have their money pushed down.
Have to be pushed in that direction.
I think good for that first.
Yeah, the aggression in from close short is not to be underestimated with that 5-7, but you can see Rare Atom were trying to jump spot, pull out any trick they could to gather information. This is the first round we've seen, a proper slow A-side default from Talon so far.
And despite that, look at what Rare Atom are doing. They're gravitating back to mid. This is the power of conditioning. Right here, of course, Summer's always going to be in position to quickly rotate back over and provide support onto A. And they are going to have a faster flank theoretically available from somebody, but it's all about when the triggers will be pulled. Smokes come out, utility is there. This should be the hit from Talon. Double flank being set up from Rare Atom, but Summer's already found the one through the smoke. That's exactly what they needed. A boost up might give him another opportunity, and he doesn't take it. MHL wins the duel. Bomb now down. Flank soon to be sussed out. Somebody reveals with the quick kill. It's still commitment further on from Lihang. MHL and Addict. MHL fighting back. Addict still full health, still unnoticed, trying to reroute backwards. MHL giving him time and space, but it still comes down to the Australian man to try and win this round. Addict hidden away behind a smoke, nestled true inside CT spawn. As he peeks forward, he'll find them both.
I mean, that is fantastic. I mean, the positioning is incredibly strong for a default plant like it. He could have taken a small timing towards gap as well. There were many possibilities that were running through the Rare Atom heads, but just as they tap it, Addict, the perfect lineup. And this round could have fallen away from Talon. The fact that Summer is able to get 1 kill to stall, I think that really did help in sort of disabling their check at the flank. And, Lihang has just continued to be on a tear, but his kills are of no importance if the rounds cannot be won. Addict has been, just that the positioning is flawless, didn't lose control of the spray. Exactly what you would want.
Full execute coming out towards the B-bomb side, but somebody in Lihang going through with big damage. Kaz is the one to actually finish off as his life, and suddenly the T side is wondering, do we go forward? There's clearly a stack over here, but we don't want to let them get our AKs either. That's why they're going to settle for something in between. Netek stays behind, waits for the kill. Shard King next to the bomb as well. I didn't even notice that it didn't drop. Netek brings it right back, but it got a little bit sweaty.
I don't know what is happening with the calling, but right now it feels like almost every round they're calling almost the mirror of each other. This is the first round that Talon commit to almost a full side B attack, and that's where Rare Atom have gone with a 5-man stack. That could have been disastrous, because that's the only time they've gone an accelerated schedule, and where you can lose your head is going too quickly into pistols and not clearing all these angles. They dodged that bullet.
Rare Atom will be without an ult for a very long time, by the way.
This is how the game is going to play out. I wouldn't be surprised if Talon have the same problem. Assuming MHL wants it.
Yeah, I don't think MHL wants one, to be honest. He's been killing it with the rifle, T-side vertigo as well. Obviously, a lot you can do with the AWP, but with how comfortable MHL looks on the AK, I wouldn't blame him. Rare Atom again, 2 players out towards middle. I think that might have actually been a stack attempt over there as well. Not sure, can't tell. It's just a radar. But they disassemble. Information will be gained for the fact that there is no one on ramp. That's definitely a stack going on A. Reinforcements in B, Kaze alone. 40 seconds left. This is generally when the trigger is pulled by Talon to go hit a site. Instead, it's to try and retake mid. Summer, right, open arms, open fire, but open mid-side as well for the Talon team. Liang waits for the crossfire. They're ready. Kaze and somebody tearing them apart. And Talon has been taken apart.
Yeah, as much as somebody gets completely caught, they had already cheated a third player towards that B-bomb site. So, in a way, it serves as a poison chalice. 40 seconds by the time you're starting to set yourself up for that B-side split. Talon were almost certainly going to fall into that trap each and every time, whether or not they, got a clean kill on Summer or not. This was a great bit of coordination between the two of them, understanding that they had that trap lane, and it was just all about who took first contact. All words being exchanged after a round like that. I mean, basically perfectly read by Rare Adam. After some initial presence over at A, they don't make any following steps. Not too dissimilar to the slow A default, but this time they didn't show that presence towards short. And so Rare Adam felt a little bit more comfortable to lean B. You just cannot really separate these teams as of now. There's been so many collision courses.
Can't separate them on the scoreboard, you can't separate them on the server.
Somebody needs to get between them and pull them apart.
It's like, guys, don't get a room. Come on, you're playing against each other.
Yeah.
What could have been an early probe out towards B has been dissuaded by utility from Rare Adam. Child King, in the meanwhile, just holds on to A. He's had a quieter start than maybe some of the Chinese fans would like to see, but they have plenty of champions standing up on Team Purple for now.
Well, he will be tested. This time, Talon send their sights towards A. Good smoke. Small gap that Kaze can play around with, but it can serve both ways. The fact that Talon are contacting in, I mean, Kaze's position just becomes so much stronger because of it.
Child King hoping to play off with Kaze. He's lost his life. Kaze picks up 3 with a farm. How has he done that? Even the P2K immediately after. So much damage on the Netic, he's wondering where his life and where his teammates have gone.
I mean, that's a beautiful round from Kaze. Full exploit of the smoke. And Talon try and contact back up ramp. It goes terribly wrong. They didn't have the util to flush out all the segments of the map. They came in with a bit of a broken buy. Sure, they had rifles, but they were missing out on grenades. And with 10 seconds left, no health to make this feasible. Netic will try and get that plant in, and he cannot secure that extra money. Rare Adam, a great shutdown, but it's Kaze on the FAMAS. A little help there from Child King to pull attention, but great control from Kaze.
Honestly, it even looked like at time Child King was the one being set up for in this situation, but no. Kaze is the one who steals away those kills. And Rare Adam have consistently been calling themselves to be in the right positions, right? To receive Talon aggression. It's really been the 2-3-man setups that have maybe been the problem about, okay, who's got the better setup in the crossfires? Who's got the better flashes coming through? These past 2 rounds, they've just been impeccable crossfire from Rare Adam, right? You look over towards that late mid-B hit, they've got somebody in Kaze waiting behind heaven.
I mean, just back-to-back rounds,
Yeah.
that Rare Adam have built these crossfires ready to greet the pack of Talon.
And where we were looking for separation, now it should be at least 3 to separate Rare Adam from Talon. Liang. Has been a very strong hand over here on the B-bomb side, but Addict somehow with the Glock comes out with 2. They can recover this AK-47 as well. There's another one not too far off. A smoke down, but it's too late. Netic gives up his life to the Molotov HE combination. Addict still very healthy, waiting for the peek out from Kaze. Good for another one. Somehow has come through in this round with 3 kills and a bomb plant. How's he done that?
It's a lot. It's a lot more than you would have expected, but Rare Adam is just satisfied with rounds. I mean, they've had a couple now where they've been able to accrue some cash, so they can take these losses, especially as we approach the end of this half. Talon just need to find some kind of winning formula, something to crack in and get more rounds on the board. Because this OS mixed bag finds itself meeting wall after wall. It doesn't matter which way they go. Most rounds of separation we've seen so far in this map. A lot more of a concerted effort here for Rare Atom to contest towards ramp. Maybe expecting a difference in approach. Talon have played a pretty conservative game on these extremities. When they've been hunting, it's been typically through middle, but they do not want to give these fights over too early.
Yikes.
But Rare Atom are using a lot of util, and Talon are missing theirs.
Yeah, that's all where the flashbang's supposed to go. Some nerves, perhaps.
It looks to be an A-side finish. Unless Addict's able to fish out a kill at B somehow.
They're not giving it to him. Look at where Rare Atom is playing out towards, but no, look at where Rare Atom is playing out towards, Michael. A word's applicable, but in a very different sense. Starting to lean back over towards B, but with that Molotov positioned reveal, Child King once again goes back to his favorite pillar on the map. Somebody still waits for what he is assuming will be a late lurk. Child King will have his chance. Utility in the hands of Azza. He's now pulled his gun out, but it will not matter. Beautiful spray down on two. Spots up the hip of number 3, Kaze. There to cover it off. An Addict. That one only kill he was looking for, well, it's instead a lonely save that he will aim towards.
Well, he threw the util. I mean, he sold the idea of a B-side assault, and Rare Atom bit down. That's why they gave up all that space at A. But Talon massively misread how quickly Rare Atom are going to react. And by the time they actually get back into that A bomb site, I mean, Child King's position is super strong, but there was also presence inside of the site. Where once they left Child King on that island, by the time Talon are up the ramp, there is more than enough stopping power here for Rare Atom. And that's just a bit of a mismanagement of timings. You know, Nedic has already, Addict, sorry, has already thrown all the util. He's trying to run that interference, and after they try and make that rotate back, Addict is waiting for a sound cue of some capacity to instigate his next move. I mean, he got smoked off at the front entrance to B. What is he going to walk through when his teammates are collected together in what should be a lesser contested site? It would have been contact made by his teammates first. And, well, Child King just plays spoiler. You know, he said he got off to a bit of a slow start. Didn't exactly get the most duels. Everything's been sort of mid or B. And now when they've come A, you know, I mean, Kaze did take 3 in that direction, but Child King getting his own multi-kill now.
Remember that inseparability we were talking about, Michael? It's becoming a gaping chasm.
Yeah, it's been very separable.
It's been super separated, actually. And Kaze likes it that way. Will be given a chance to make it perhaps even more so. As I spotted out, Molotov to try and segment off the push on either side, but somebody has been made a little bit all on his lonesome. Good for 2 kills, swings out for maybe more, but MHL shuts him down, recovers the M4A4. A grenade at their feet would have made things difficult, but it doesn't sail far enough. Netic and his shots, however, do. They've taken them the distance, and Talon might be given a chance right back into things. With that fast B-side push, Kaze, who was unable to prevent it, must now contemplate the retake. Money's not great for the CT side either, but they should be able to get a buy together in the next round, I think, nonetheless. Kaze certainly does seem to think so, but now with this many players close by, there's still a reason to turn back, a reason to save. He doesn't find it. He's looking for the kills, but he's traded away instead. It's tough days for Rare Atom in the last round of this half.
Yeah, and this was Talon just honestly making a great buying choice. They don't just continuously snap into force buys. I mean, with the amount of rounds that they've lost consecutively, they could have gone Galil armor, a bit of util, but that's just not the ideal scenario. You want to have good resources, so they go in with this half buy. And this is one of the few moments where Rare Adam haven't been able to forecast what Talon are doing. They haven't been able to build that crossfire. And as much as somebody was able to run some interference by getting his kill towards B main and keeping himself alive, forcing Talon players away from the site itself just to hunt him down, it still didn't serve to be enough. I mean, Netic with those 2 kills from the players emerging from the generators actually just swings the round entirely into Talon's favor. So I think the fact that Talon went with that buying choice changed the internal timers of Rare Adam, where they thought they might still be on rifles. They might be fishing for kills. And that change of pace works to their advantage. Like you said, Rare Adam's money is not an ideal spot for this last round of the half.
Oh my goodness, that's why MHL did want the op. I take my words back. Talking doesn't feel very good about that at all. Felt like he was getting a resurgence, felt like he was finding some form after that one good round on the A site, and he's gone.
Yeah, that also might be one of the worst jump spots he's ever done. So, jumping straight up.
I've seen some bad ones from him, I won't lie to you.
You just jump straight up. You're not making it very difficult for an Oper to hit that shot. The important part is that MHL did. So massive punishment. Rare Adam's gonna have to find something to compensate. They try and find this fight in mid, and the damage is good, but Lihang empty-handed.
Was that a CT incendiary? Why was there a CT incendiary there? Well, we might never know. Kaze, with the Farmers, has made magic happen before as well, but now it is, it's a lot to ask for. Azer's already pushed forward aggressively. He's moved past what should be the first line of defenses and going back to block off rotate. Summer's demise makes them turn around. And, well, that's where Azer is going to find somebody. Kaze, 1 versus 5, triple kill earlier on. This should be impossible. Good for the first. Azer coming around, waiting for the swing. MHL provides assistance. A distraction is all Azer needed. Talon find 5.
Yeah, Kaze would have had to show off a FAMAS masterclass that I don't even think the FAMAS knows it's capable of. I mean, this was a great set of couple of rounds from Talon, from the low buy investment in the penultimate round of that half, and also just allowing MHL to slow work on that AWP into the A side attack. Just picked Rare Adam to pieces. So, a road to salvation has been carved. 7-5 is respectable enough, and you win a pistol, the conversion round, and the game is tied. The pressure gets raised towards Rare Adam.
Bomb has been planted.
Seems like we might be entering the realms of inseparability soon enough again.
Terrorists win.
That's the thing with the way that Counter-Strike can sort of swing in your favor. All it takes is one of these rounds, one of these moments, and you break the money. You maybe even damage the outlook for your opponents on how these rounds are going to play out, and you've got a full-on comeback going your way. But Yo's boys need a pistol.
Rare Adam are not making it complicated. They're running up they're going to the bomb site and they're trying to plant the bomb. They've got a smoke, they've got a Molotov, and they've got that twice over. It's an execute, it's exactly what you want to see, but that's not what you want to see. Netic's demise, but a Molotov miss. That means Addict can scale back up, and he's scaled into death. Child King, where he couldn't defend, he will offend on the A site instead. Summer traded away, rather he's got his life. Kaze doesn't. 1-on-1. Just how you would have it. Summer's got the bomb and a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, and he's also got access to this B bomb site. I mean, the routing is really good here for Summer. Immediate recognition of where Hazard was last located, but also anticipating the fact that he could rotate through spawn and be on that collision course. Hazard is sticking by and committed to this angle and gap, but he has to consider the possibility of that B-Rap at some point.
Oh, timing is perfect. Couldn't be better. Hazard with 3. That is beautiful stuff coming through. Good recovery from Child King and Summer there on the bomb site itself, but that failed Molotov does seem like it'll come back to bite them just a little bit. But even so, a winnable situation, Hazard is the one to take it home.
I mean, I think it did bite them. I mean, you saw Child King get a couple of kills, and then Addict was still able to play from that headshot angle. Had the Molotov hit, then, you know, Addict can sort of transition into that angle out from elevators. So, you know, it didn't have immediate repercussions, but it's that reinforcements from Talon where, yeah, miscue kills will bite you. Beautiful shot from Hazard. Got a triple in that round. And a clutch on top. A very clear intention force buy here from Adam. Didn't even get the bomb plant down, but understanding how many kills they found and the likely scenario here for Talon, but pulling together a round like this can be quite troublesome. The angles of Vertigo are long enough, especially when you don't have, you know, a deagle or something of that nature. It can be hard to dislodge these CT defenders. That's only if they commit to those long-range fights, in which, right now, Talon are starting to cede a lot of that control, and Rare Adam actually have quite a bit of open runway towards A.
It is the Tech 9s that gave Talon a chance. It could be the ones to take them away as well. Somebody good for one, and as it trades, but Li Hang trying to play the late game with the Mac-10. Always a difficult move to make, but he will be having a chance to come through with a flank in time. Finds Hazard, takes him down. Kaze loses his life, and so does Child King. Li Hang still in a flanking position, but can also try and take the fight from the front. In the meanwhile, Summer does his job, makes quick work of the opposing IGL. Life has been lost, but Summer's been given so much to play with. Another 1v1, another chance for Summer. And as he starts to swing forward, Addict's got the defuse kit. It gives him too much confidence of trying to go for that stick.
Oh, he really just thought he could call the bluff of Summer in that moment, but Summer wanted the fight. As soon as he knew he was close enough to that ramp, the Tech 9, the lethality of it just increases tenfold. And it is a misread. All this given ground. Talon get haunted for it. And Li Hang played that perfectly. I mean, got his one kill, held his spot, didn't try too hard or too desperately to save his teammates in that post plan. And he kind of teed Summer up for that that triple kill that he's able to bring across the line. Oh dear. Winning the pistol's not enough. Needed the conversion with it. Talon will buy themselves. But is it a forced buy war? Or would this investment from Talon maybe contribute to their undoing on their map pick in the series?
I mean, their setup doesn't look conducive at all to being able to get an upset out, right? Like, there isn't a stack going on. There isn't a flash play being lined up by MHL. Unless in the late round, Rare Adam overthink and move into what could be a later assembly of one, it would take purely individual skill for Rare Adam to walk away with this.
It's a very good move there from Addict. Beat past the timing on the Molotov for the re-clearing of the B steps for Rare Adam, so had he stuck around and tried to make those dualies work, it could have spelt his undoing.
HIS space UNDOING. There you go, his undoing. Addict taken down. And Summer wants to accelerate. These CT pistols will not be in time to receive only the one to welcome guests, and it's not a very good welcome at all. Hazard unable to find the kills.
Yeah, Talon will try and save what little they have. They know that they don't have much of a claim to this retake. MP9 in Azur's hands. That does hold quite a lot of value. But I mean, Rare Adam just got some clean kills on B, and they needed a bit more to incentivize this force buy to get the engine roaring. Nicely handled, though, by Rare Adam. Slow, concise, cleared those B steps, and immediately tried to make use of track laid out. And, you know, there's a possibility they could have fallen into a stack, but they got confirmation of a couple numbers trying to contest at the start of the round. And as much as there could have been more behind it, they heard no grandiose rotates or anything of the sort after Rare Atom cut sound. And so they just reworked that area of the map. The call is simple, but sometimes simple works.
Yeah. Most of the time in CSGO, but, you know, he had a good few maps.
Yeah.
Look, maybe something we made of this one, but Summer's Mac 10 has been overrun. That's where Kaze is supposed to come into play. The Galils are good at dealing with this kind of buy, and that's exactly what they do. MHL adding a bit more damage to the fray, but the grenade from somebody will finish things off. They keep 3 alive. Rare Atom very content with how this round has gone, and Talon will still be unable to buy an op.
I mean, all things considered, that was still very uncomfortable for Rare Atom. I'm surprised as soon as, you know, the Mac 10 leads and they see as many numbers as they do at B, that I know Rare Atom were pretty close to those B steps as well, but the fact they all swung, that could have been terrible.
Could have been worse if only half of them swung. That's the thing. Yeah. So, you know what? Appreciate the consistency.
There's another one of those mirror calls, but this time it's much further away from the site itself.
He's gonna have his position revealed. They're ready for this. Hazard takes him down. His footstool still around is Summer, but he is all alone. If he gives up his life, that'll be middle gone, and rotations made easy. Hazard doesn't need those rotations. Good for the first. So waiting for somebody to come through and give him the swing. In the meanwhile, Hazard falls, but MHL will compensate nonetheless. Offensive utility present for Azar. If he deploys it, then Kaze will feel incredibly uncomfortable deploying the bomb down, but will be allowed to dial in those digits as he moves back. 2 versus 4, and they're still afraid about what Summer could be doing in middle. Of course, that's his last known position. But instead, it's fighting from inside the site with Kaze. MHL brought down low. Summer spots out the one. Freebie found. Summer has to make it quick, but it can't be crisp. It's only one left. Netic saves the day, but boy, was it long.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have kits, so they had to try and trade successfully, and all that damage that Kaze found at the start of that retake attempt from Talon actually almost allowed Summer to clutch again. I mean, it is so damn close. But these rounds can be troublesome, they can be turbulent, but so long as you get them on the board, that is all that really matters. Talon get another one past the pistol round, but it does come at a heavy cost.
Good thing for Rare Atom is they only lost 2 players in that previous round, so they should be able to buy up as well. None of those potential D-side problems that come up when you've walked into a 5-man CT side stack and lost 4 players.
Yeah, DJL expressing some words to this Talon group. When they pick into this Vertigo with expectations. Right now, those expectations currently not being met. I mean, double-digit scoreline here for Rare Atom, but there are ways that Talon can maybe find the right approach, a gap in the T-side default that they could use to their benefit. Rushing down towards the entry to ramp, but the one on Rare Atom is actually challenging around the back of it. So it's a lot of utility, a lot of shots fired downrange there for Talon with very little information gained. And you see after that progression, I mean, they pulled some rotates away. Netic and Azar are challenging around these smokes. Flash through, Child King, an offering, and a headshot found as well. Azar will not stick around to see if he can find that trade. He knows that he's that last bastion that stops them from taking this A-bomb site, and Addict has the prospect of a flank.
So does MHL. This is scary. They could end up going back towards B. The bomb's being dropped. Summer has as well. What was a done deal ends up being overthinking from Rare Atom that has lost them every advantage they had. No longer with the bomb, no longer with the time, no longer with the numbers, and definitely not with the positioning.
Yeah, I mean, they thought they just reinforced traditionally, but there's a double push through mid, and they take different routes, but MHL's at the forefront of that action. I mean, there's just not enough time to play it as slow as this. If Rare Atom really wanted to contest, they would be making noise, they would be making sound cues. They have decided that this round just blew up and fizzled up before their eyes, and so they will save.
That's insane. I mean, you know, where you're mentioning that Talon aren't able to get too much information out towards A, they send these two players consistently probing forward, and MHL and Addict out through middle instead. MHL even finds the AWP in the end, by the way. That's huge.
Yeah,
He'll get that one for free.
Child King died after time to a Molotov as well, so his money is very, very bad.
Whatever DJL said, it worked. And he didn't even give him the old Cody Cos approved clap, clap, clap.
Might be clapping in rhythm. Some coaches beatbox. DJL doesn't have time to drop beats.
The only DJ in him is his name, unfortunately.
Yes. Yeah. I'd love to know if he DJs at all, actually. You know, I feel like that'd be cool lore to add to his already impressive resume.
It's true. He wants an Australian team being taken to the major in his resume, though.
No Shiania too.
Yes, that's true. My bad.
Too.
And a pole.
Yeah.
Don't be so dismissive.
Because I know I have a bad habit of doing that too. I see roughly the Australian flag and I'm like, yep, Australian. And it's like, New Zealand exists. And they're present in the server. The first step to bridging that gap once again, but Rare Atom do still have their hands on rifles. They just have limited resources. Talon fell into this problem once upon a time too, but Rare Atom will not fall victim to the timer. They try and take that space. Child King loses his life, but there's a gap in middle, but MHL's AWP is there to plug that, no problems. Even reinforcements being applied from the B side as well, so Lihang can't really get much accomplished with his position. This is ending up to be kind of a non-starter round. It's not really building in any significant way in favor of Rare Atom, and given the limited time again, unless he makes a drastic move and finds a pick, Rare Atom could just save again, if I'm being completely honest with you.
Kasi getting the kill doesn't really help his case. He's going forward. The bomb is going to be so far off. There's 18 seconds. There's 3 people effectively behind that generator. If the bomb gets planted, that'll be a miracle. But no, maybe the miracle is here. Their hands together, they pray. But it's Kaze who sprays. He taps. He shoots. They're all falling down. Kaze gets the ace to save it all right here, right now.
How on earth has he done that? He's on 20 health the entire time. And when they tap that bomb, Talon want to flood it. They want to stop that plant. They knew they had numbers to play off of, but they didn't expect both heads to be ripped clean by Kaze immediately. They couldn't cancel that plant. Every time they face Kaze, it's just another between the eyes. That's the AWPer of Rare Atom.
Kaze wants that major.
It's a 20-kill Kaze on map 1. Here to qualify to Shanghai, and now they just brute force the approach on A. They run Talon over. And it was a low investment, maybe even an absence of such. But if that Kaze ace doesn't get you fired up, you know, all guns are blazing now here for Rare Atom. Talon have some hard decisions to make as they try and claw to an overtime.
I don't know what you say. Internally, I don't know what the call has to be. No AWP out for MHL. Nothing of the sort. Provide that big old stopping power. Mid setup has been enabled despite the incendiaries out. Li Hang will be able to get boosted up top. Not taken down either.
Somebody trying to force the fight, and he reads it wrong. Hazard does not play close to the gen. Tried to fall back into spawn, wait for reinforcements. Kaze has that bomb on his back, but drops it for someone else to do the dirty work. Well, Kaze tries to get his hands dirty. Gap in the smoke, barrel spotted, knows MHL's on that high ground, but he just cannot convert. It's decent damage by Hazard in support. Kaze cannot continue to run interference, but he did secure enough room for this plant.
And reloads galore. Chalking, even thinking about getting ahead of the smoke. As his numbers whittle down, he feels the desperation. Talon, they just want to play it patient. Last time over, it didn't work out too well, rushing down the Chinese side, and maybe this time they'll see some of the same. Kaze, similar position, but with the smoke blocking him off, it doesn't make it any more easy. Kits on there, Kits on there, they've won it!
Got the kill!
They've taken it away! You can't get the defuse in time. Talon will lose once again at the hands of the Malaysian AWP turned rifling god.
Absolutely miraculous stuff from Kaze. I mean, I am talking pure miracle moments where he has just honed in, either found instant headshots or come in with just the most unlikely rounds, all on the lowest health as well. I mean, 22, 25, it doesn't matter the numbers ahead of him. He's winning these rounds for Rare Atom. That's the type of star power you can't even put a finger to. I don't know what overcame them. I mean, I think both these teams actually called a pretty significant, solid game. But when it comes to those critical moments, I mean, we had the Hazard clutch, where we had these small glimpses of Talon breaking through, finding momentum in their favor. But at the end of this game, it was all Rare Atom, or rather, it was all Kaze.
I mean, Kaze coming out of the last few rounds, of course, but even before that, you're looking at the summer clutches as well. You're looking at some great late round decision making in these 2v3s, 2v4s. Look over with that summer Li Hang round as well. There's so many positions where it felt like Rare Atom, even in a disadvantaged position, just take it away. And on top of that, the CT side crossfires that we're setting up as well. This is fantastic stuff. And Michael, obviously, we've had this conversation a lot that, hey, Kaze without Advent, what's he going to look like? Kaze with Advent, very often choking at a lot of these consequential moments, not really able to show up those star numbers. Right now, he has been unleashed.
Yeah, and listen, we didn't really get to see him up in this entire map. And, you know, it was a lot of rifling work throughout it from Kaze. But I think, you know, the presence of somebody as sort of fearless players, you know, they like to throw themselves in the mix. I think there's a bit of active encouragement that Kaze joined them in their endeavors. And, man, is it working. Like, when we get this type of Kaze, I do think he is, I mean, quite genuinely one of the top players we have in the Asian region. It's just so fleeting that we get to see this type of fire out of him. But first map of immediate qualification to the opening stage of Shanghai, Kaze definitely showed up.
And for Talon, now it's a conversation to be had in the back rooms. It's Azure and DJL to get together, put their heads together, and explain to these young players who've never been in this position before, like you mentioned, Michael, that, guys, you know what? Shit happens. We need to move past it. 5-on-2s that we keep losing, 3v1s that we keep losing, 4v2s, that means we're in a winning position. But can these young players get that into their head?
I mean, they're going to have to. I mean, we can see turbulent starts to serious hell. I mean, the last qualifying game with the Mongols, they looked a little asleep at the wheel, right? I think some of the consequences of what this game could mean, you know, going through in that lower bracket, only one team can emerge from that lower bracket, where, you know, you have this open opportunity to make it here and now. And there definitely has to be a big discussion between, you know, Azure, DJL, you know, these are the guys with the most experience on that Talon roster to be able to reset and just not focus on these moments that got away from them. Because I think, like I said, they called a good game, but unfortunately for them, they didn't have a player that was able to contribute in these massive man deficit situations, pull them back into rounds, quite like Kaze was able to.
Any surprises that he's our standout player? I don't think I'm surprised.
Absolutely not. I mean, 4 multi-kill rounds, but one of them was definitely the bigger one of any that anyone had on the map. I mean, an ace, a clutch on clutch on top of that the round afterwards. I mean, significant ADR, all while not wielding his main weapon. You know, he's got a few tricks up his sleeve. It's clear.
Well, let's find out how many of those tricks will be ready for Inferno as well. Talon hoping to fight back on the map that got them here in the first place. Can they do it? Let's find out.
The world is changing quickly.
Clear.
Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Down a map, Talon look to fight back against Rare Adam as we continue on with the qualification match number 2 of the Asia-Pacific RMR for the Shanghai Major. I'm T-Timmy's Michael Human Cassidy, and it's time to find out whether Inferno is going to be a one-sided affair. Is Rare Adam going to run away with this one again, or maybe Talon fight back?
Yeah, I don't think either team called a particularly bad style throughout that map. I think there just were these key moments that turned the influence of their sort of ability to fight back economically in some of those rounds. And, you know, Vertigo and Inferno are both maps where, you know, the styles are fairly similar. You know, there's a lot of slinking between bomb sites, a lot of probing on extremities, there's a lot of kind of default utility that's kind of thrown immediately to dispel those early aggressions. I think that Azure is probably going to feel pretty confident given the form they showed against FlyQuest as well. But given the level that we're seeing out of the individuals on Rare Adam, I do wonder whether that experience gap and the hopes as well of being able to play a major in your home country will be something that is empowering Rare Adam more so than it is Talon, given that they're a newer roster. They're a mix of New Zealanders, Australians, a lonely Pole, and this is one of the few instances where they've had a chance to make it to a major opening stage. Azur's the only one that actually has that experience under their belt, and so you can only hope that the pep talk between him, DJL, and the rest of the squad has been able to inspire some extra confidence coming back into this series.
They're going to need that confidence. I mean, you look over towards the individuals that were performing. Li Hang started off very strongly in the initial portion of the game for Rare Adam. In the middle game, it felt like Child King had his moments. Summer had his clutches. Somebody came through a few times as well. And then in the end, how can we forget the Malaysian man Kaze picking up, you know, clutch on clutch. It felt like he was just running away with things. On the other hand, sure, consistent effort from MHL, from Nedic, from Addict as well coming out in times. But consistency isn't all you need. You need that explosive energy, and I don't know who's going to provide it.
Yeah, and, you know, I guess when we reflect on that FlyQuest game, it was Netic as sort of an instigator. I mean, he had a massive multi-kill round on the entrance to Banana that, I guess, inspired the rest of Talon to start playing with a little bit more confidence and a bit more strut and stride, and it did serve as a catalyst to what ended up being a map win for them. So if there's anyone on the squad I'm looking to, it is probably Netic, touted as one of the emerging talents out of the region. I mean, he definitely showed that against domestic opposition, but he has to be able to show that level where it really matters in moments where you are qualifying, you're trying to get yourself away from a position where your life could be on the line as well. And, you know, for a younger guy kind of entering that space and new levels of Counter-Strike for his individual career, it could be an important step for him to take.
Could be the only chance to take that step as well, in case everyone has forgotten. FlyQuest, DRILLAS, Lynn Vision, all await down in the lower bracket. None of those names are fun to go up against. Feels like every single one of those names comes through with a reason to avoid them. Lynn Vision, maybe their history, maybe their clutch factor, maybe their expectations upon them. FlyQuest, clearly second best team in the RMRs going into it. And DRILLAS are obviously the villains from the West come through, and they have come through with big old muscles.
Yeah, they're the wild card, I think, for this event. You know, just in general, you don't kind of know which style of Counter-Strike they're going to play. Are they going to disrespect smokes like they did against the Mongols? You know, that they are a pick-a-mix, a variety bag. You are going to be either pleasantly surprised or be oddly disappointed at what you pull from it. But there's a lot of contenders in that lower bracket already that could be as deserving as Talon to make it to the Shanghai opening stage. But Rare Adam do come into the second map with a map to the good. They only need convert their own selection in the series. It is Inferno as our second, and Talon want to avoid that lower bracket. We need to see a resurgence from this oceanic mix plus MHL. And MHL will get the ball rolling at the start of this pistol. CT defense is where Talon will try and make their mark, and it's both the important pieces finding activating kills.
Flashbang forward, MHL peeks out into a fully blinded Li Hang, but doesn't want to contend with a Birthfire Glock. Summer will fall, and Li Hang follows through. Listen, this is where they did have some of their struggles in Talon, and Child King is left alone. 1 versus 5. Can we see another ace? Of course not. But this is where Talon sometimes have their struggles, you know, fighting out towards brackets. Vexite very often was the one to exploit them on that CT side. It's good to see them get off to a great start in the same respect.
I mean, just nice smooth kills for both MHL and Evan. Even though it gets a little turbulent, you know, a couple chances there for Child King to that CT economy. Didn't fall too far out of their graces. Immediate snap into the force buy here by Rare Adam. Tech 9s and a decent amount of utility. I find it curious. Not a single Deagle enthusiast on the side of Rare Adam. There are some teams,
I like
some players. Yeah, I mean, it definitely serves them good. You know, they play with pace. But there are so often teams where the star player is so clearly defined, and, you know, the Deagle probably better suited in their hands.
It's one of the things that I've always felt like, if I see a team going for Tech 9s and utility in their force spy, I'm like, okay, this is a team that's clearly practiced force spies. Deagles are much more, hey, let's see what we can find. But Rare Adam practice might make perfect, but you still have to overcome a lot. On the other side, it's sure SMGs, but SMGs can be pretty scary. Flashes galore out from Chimney. Somebody will still have to face into an Addict who is very prepared. MHL loses his life. Addict pushes into the smoke, right back out of it with a double kill. Can't take down his primary target. Somebody will trade it away, but still a 2 versus 3. Talon in the lead. Hazard and Hazard will be the likely prospects to charge forward with the MP9. Netix Farmers will be hoping to trade. Kaze cannot recover a weapon. They're going into the smokes. They're taking so much damage. Somebody will look to finish them off. Kaze's Farmer strikes in one more time.
I mean, that was perfect. Smoke down towards Moto, and the fact that refreshed, Talon did not have the extra time to spare on that retake. So they barrel straight through it, and that's where somebody had played close enough to that smoke. And to be honest, I mean, he was kind of the one set up for all those 3 kills. Instead, it's Kaze that is able to collect on the double. That's another breaker round there for Talon, where they win the CT pistol and they lose the onslaught afterwards in the following force buy. Having the second half of Vertigo, and he plays here now too. Force buy for them. Child King will be relatively unscathed in his kill to Netic. Trying to reaggress, and Child King pounces on the opportunity.
Well,
just lapping them up.
There you go. Isn't that just what you want to see on an anti-force spy?
That's what Talon would have liked to have seen, that's for sure. But it has not been so kind to them. God, I mean, I think this is the problem. I mean, we talk about it pretty consistently, but for those that may be interested in, you know, the emergence of the major for the Perfect World Shanghai, or just a curiosity to see a team like Talon in the mix, you know, winning CT side pistol and then losing the subsequent round is about the worst way you can start on a defensive half. You lose out on the loss bonus, I guess, booster that you get from losing the pistol. You move one stage up further than you would typically, and so a lot of teams will feel like they kind of have to force buy in response, given that you're on 1400 loss bonus. And then if you get nothing from it, you just end up in a bit of a rut where, you know, there are effectively 2 rounds that can be dismissed if your force buy isn't, I guess, up to snuff.
Yeah, getting force spot is it's a bad time.
It's a great building block as well for T-sides to build some early distance and honestly build up a buffer for when rifles do come out on that defense.
Not to mention more than that, whenever you're in this 2-1 situation, very often you're going to see this many USBs come out. The MAC-10 just feast. And that's exactly what they will be looking to do over here. Still, at the same time, let's not forget, this is a buy with some teeth, but those teeth have now been plucked out. Turns out there's dentists on the rear Adam side, and they are expensive. That's what the MAC-10 comes in for. Pay those bills, damn it.
Man, Child King just felt like he was in the way, or someone was in his way. He blocked the smoke at the entrance to Banana, and then he gets these 2 kills, and he's trying to reload retreat, and, you know, Summer also wanted to swing out and feast with the MAC-10, and it kind of got Child King killed, so...
Nedic's trying to show off his swag. That tiny little CT was your only friend there, Nedic. I'm sorry to break it to you. It's not going to help you get more headshots. The dink is nice, but Adam still keep 4 alive, and the only one they lose is the MAC-10.
That's the thing. If the game plan heavily revolves at any point that Kaze should have an AWP, they can have that discussion. They can even go for it if they so please. But given the economy for Talon, it could also prove to be a liability if Rare Adam don't win the round, and then suddenly they can retrieve an AWP off of their corpses. So they will not take that plunge. They will keep everything that they have in their hands. And Talon going in with a probably identical amount of weaponry. SMG still frenetic. Somebody's very quick to scale into the apartment. The Molotov, or smoke actually, a little late, but the damage is good onto somebody.
MHL's backing away. Summer's just accelerating forward. The flashbang will not really give MHL too much space to try and locate anyone, but look at the rotates backwards. Azure will receive Child King, and there's 4 CT players here on the A bomb side. Rare Adam are in for a rude awakening should they move forward, and even if they don't, Azure's peeking out. Damage there, but not the kill. That's what Azure is here for. Where one Azure fails, just add an H and another one can succeed.
Well, the Counter-Strike were so simple. All these players just tagged so low. Kaze somehow able to weasel out a kill. Does eventually get dispatched of, and Leon getting a counter onto Hazard. Addict is playing around the edge of that smoke, but there's no serious commitment. This deep angle from Nedic, given the low health, this SMG is absolutely lethal. High mobility, Nedic can get out of there all the same. But they are heavily segmented, they are split, and there is a timing that Lihang's hoping to hit in towards long. That smoke just masking his presence. The timing could not have worked any worse, but Addict is very suspicious.
He might be suspicious, but he can't do anything about the bomb being planted. There's a Molotov here for Lihang as well. Addict now, position revealed. The molly goes the wrong way. The bomb's being dialed in. Addict worried about a quick duel being taken forward. Lihang now it just has to play out the 1v2. Both players coming in from short. Lihang, an angle where he will be allowed to reface, but that's only if Addict doesn't take his time and pull out the Molotov. Addict, first contact, will not be given an opportunity to do so, has to do it with gunpowder instead, and that's exactly what they'll find. Talon, get the second.
Yeah, I mean, the post-plant position there, I mean, Lihang was so low health, he had to try and play one of these headshot angles, something that could give him an edge, and, you know, the angle he chooses is not exactly conducive to dealing with multiple players up short. If there had been some presence in the apartments, had he been able to read a slower approach from Talon, that could have worked to his favor, but, yeah, that clutch was incredibly trying, unless he took a risk towards long somehow, but, again, a bit of a gamble. So it's a nice effort. Got the bomb plant down. So again, still more money being injected into the coffers over Adam, even though they had a decent amount of funds built up for this reinvestment. It's a beautiful.
That's a nice way to start.
Kill.
Yeah, even better response. Kaze finds Nedic as he's trying to fade away. If this is going to be a faster B-side execute, it's still going to be finding 2 players. Great grenade. A lot of Talon's strengths yesterday on Inferno came down to good late round movements, not over-rotating, very often having the right numbers at the right place. Where Adam have shown a propensity to go slightly sooner, though. I don't know if the late round will be as relevant over here.
Nice silent descent there from Addict. Had he given over a sound cue, somebody would have almost certainly tried to hound him down. But it's set up for an apps burst. And someone could get caught with nades out if he's not too careful. Yeah, starts deploying those flashes, so they know exactly what the call is here from Rare Atom, and they have full control of brackets.
Flash overhead. Addict wants to stop the crossover, dodging flashes that are popping behind him. It's Lihang to punish. MHL does get one in return, and there's a push being planned out by Azar. He wants to go forward, waiting for Hazard's Incendiary to be deployed, and that's exactly the cue he will take. Azar gets one for free, swings out for a second, and he will collect. Talon equalize.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great decision being made there from Talon. You know, not prioritizing, especially with one player towards long, one inside of the balcony of the apartments. They're very segmented. There's no way they can sort of link up and support each other. And so what do? They slink together and actually find this great timing in middle where they can play for an afterplant scenario where they know Rare Atom will have very limited options to escape. So they get completely trapped inside of the bomb site as they get that bomb down. But Talon were very organized about their approach. It is well read by the O squad. For Adam now, those coffers are waiting. Still 4 rifles and some util to run map control. Azar almost getting caught with a nade out. A lot of damage, but he is still afloat.
I thought MHL was gonna hit that. Flashbang, dodged, Netic, ready, boost, prepped. Heikaze, completely caught off guard. Priceless.
Yeah, just didn't clear for it. I mean, didn't consider that Netic would be playing a close range angle like that. And not something we really saw him do against FlyQuest all too often. You know, frequently was trying to take fights and hit spam timings. And talk about spam, that's right on the mark there from Liang, just as the smoke blooms. There's a small gap for somebody to keep information on any progress, any extra rotates here for the CTs.
That's a great grenade, though. 2 players inside the bomb site, no one in pit. Somebody scaling up is worried about the ladder, and not the former. Addict doubles up, wants to swing, but nowhere to swing to. 2 versus 2. Talon in these retakes of the A site have been incredible, but with an AWP, will be slightly more difficult to find anything of the sort. Flashbang, unsuccessful. Incendiary to the back of the bomb site, starts to burn up Child King, but that is a CT Incendiary. He can just reposition very easily, so not too much damage either. The grenade is critical, but so is Lihang. MHL has only 1 place to go. It's back home. Needs to go to CT spawn. There is no way to win this round with an AWP, and Child King shows us just that.
Yeah, I mean, the immediate fiending, but, I mean, they had a flash lined up. That's what Lihang was turning for before MHL decided to swing. They had a couple of plans lined up, but the contingency plan was always that they simply trade that all. They start off with a deficit. The fact that Lihang's able to get a clear kill through that smoke just as it popped. It's really well done. You know, it's another one of these moments where Adam have... I mean, they frequently had to fight from behind on Vertigo. They're finding the same success here. Good util. Hazard able to segment Banana, but he gets his one and does get traded. Trying to be tricky, but
lost.
Yeah, Talon are very aware of the possibility of him creeping that smoke ahead of the molly.
I don't know how he lives there. Well, gets away to safety. Yeah, okay, we are seeing the stack back over towards the ace. I was about to say, I am surprised that Talon hasn't prioritized more numbers in a single area with the way this spy is looking.
Yeah.
And they'll pick the incorrect site, but at least they can save.
The thing is, they pick the incorrect site, but they're hunting for information. You know, this round could definitely still be on if they clear out middle and find out that it is likely to be a B-side finish. I mean, they hear the util blooming at B, and so they'll have a fast flank timing, and if it's not considered quick enough by Rare Atom, then things will get very hairy very quickly.
Shocking turns around to throw that flashbang. There's an AK recoverable over here as well. And as the scale up comes through, Child King takes a more passive angle, spots out the one, should be overrun, misses the second shot. And now with the bomb going down, Addict late to the party, no utility to be picked up, so they have to go through the smokes dry, and that's a bit too much to ask for, especially when they could be saving an AWP.
Yeah, I mean, even before that smoke bloomed, I think there was a good argument to be made about whether or not they just grabbed that AWP, given that it was undefended there from Rare Atom. It was left to its own devices at the top of Banana. I mean, they could have tried for it, but they didn't have kits. They have barely the util to flush out all these deeper angles in the B bomb site. This is definitely the smarter approach, if not a little boring, I suppose. But Talon understand that economy is the main thing that has kept them out of some of these rounds. So a free AWP is always nice to find.
Hopefully the AWP doesn't stay free. Hopefully MHL can make it expensive for Rare Atom over here as well. This is very similar to the start we saw on Vertigo. 5-3 before Rare Atom felt like they ran away with it. A chance of AA for Talon to fight back, but not with proper money behind it. It is still not around to be discounted. MHL getting aggressive out towards that B-bomb site. Dodges the initial utility. Scope forward, waiting for Child King to make a move. Reveals his position and fades away.
How brave is Child King feeling? Because if he actually starts to clear things out towards B in any capacity, I mean, this could be a free bomb site for the taking. Talon show that appearance of the AWP towards Banana and immediately rotate everyone in support of A. This will again be another great decision here from Rare Atom to dodge a stack if they continue on the path that they're carving out.
Yeah, Summer is just in Azur's head right now.
Felt like they were both kind of in each other's heads on Vertigo, so that weirdly doesn't surprise me.
Only one of them chose to vacate. The other's still trying to skirt tenancy laws. That's a comfortable casualty. Don't really mind losing him nor Hazard. Hell, even Hazard. Don't feel the worst. And it gets a quick kill. They will be recovering that Galil, forcing the T's to fight further if they would like to try and take it back. T-side money isn't really settled so far either, so any kills that Talon are able to find, presuming that they can save the AWP, will actually be pretty consequential. Lee Hang tagged up by that very AWP, and in the meanwhile, that's where Hazard comes in to finish them off. Hazard could do more damage as well if he chases after them in Banana, but they've instead been distracted by the Child King. Where Adam contained their losses.
But the buy will be significant here from Talon. I mean, 6 rounds on the T side of Inferno is enough. You would certainly want more, given that you still have 3 more rounds of play in the half. But even if Talon are able to come back and bring this to a 6-6 scoreline, it's not as though either team would be, I guess, clear of the woods just yet. But I think with the decisions that Rare Atom have been making and the inability to find any major multi-kill, outside of a couple instances where, on that A bomb site, we've seen a pretty solid defense. Where are these stars that we've touted so much about, whether it's MHL or Netic? Both these guys are massive instigators, multi-kill machines. When they were playing in some of these officials in EU, I think there was a propensity to, re-peaking and over-peaking maybe for MHL, but he's clearly reined that in. He's picking his fights a bit more sparsely.
Well, that's a great fight for him to take. Addict backs off. Oh, they completely concede apartments afterwards. They're not ready for another. MHL, there's that re-peak, but it's false information. And that false flag could come back to bite them. Smoke forward. It is MHL to continue watching out. Addict will collect on Summer. Refacing back out is dangerous for him. That's exactly what he does. A flashbang would go a long way, but there's not one to be thrown. Hazard doesn't feel comfortable revealing the fact that he started to rotate. All of the CTs will be here at this A site where Adam still have a world where they re-navigate to B, but not anymore. The bomb's been dropped. It's Child King to concede it with his life.
Loving the choices here from Talon. I mean, even in some of the lower buy rounds, they've decided to just totally cede that B bomb site, and it can come back to bite you, but especially with all the utility, the confirmation of players over towards A, they just move to reinforce and flood with numbers, and they do so with great effectiveness here. I think Rare Atom were a bit one toe in, rest of the foot out about whether or not they continue with the A side siege, especially when they couldn't tie down MHL after he kept challenging from the balcony. Had that extra reinforcements not arrived, I think it's very likely the A defenders just have to kind of play a more passive game, but because they knew they had that safety net behind them, they could take those challenges. They're rewarded for that risk.
Gotta say, I'm really enjoying the Addict MHL show on the A side in general. Great coordination between them as well. And sure, they've been overrun a few times, but that's not to say that you don't see the system in place. Yesterday, so much of what Talon's success was, sort of what Medic found over towards the B-bomb side. Hazard as well, having his big moments. Rare Atom, though, it's a weaker buy, and it might be an accelerated schedule for them. Nades to their bums is not going to be helping. Medic lies in wait. If he wanted the spotlight, he's about to have it. Oh my goodness, a missed shot.
I mean, it's a leg. He's down to 16 HP. Nedic is not healthy, but neither is Kaze. It's a pretty much equal damage exchange.
Oh my goodness,
But
the nades are
util-
making it a little bit less equal.
Yeah, I mean, the util has taken Child King down to 3 HP.
Where do you go? What do you do? I'm not even joking. If they lose a player, Rare Atom might want to save here. They don't have money. If they lose a player fast enough, that is to say. But once the train to B begins, there really aren't many breaks on it. So if you want to make that decision, make it now. The smoke dissipates at that 30-second mark. It's a bit late to go through, but at least it will not be reinforced. MHL's rotation still far off. Re-smoke, my god.
Yeah,
they have to go through. But they found the kill. Lihan good for one. Crosses over as well. Azur forced to reload as he can't find any of the low players on the spray down across the smoke. He's still hunting. He's still searching. But advantage Rare Atom.
That couldn't have worked better. I mean, that smoke hadn't bloomed as of yet. Still util in the hands of Hazard. And now for this retake, sure, they've got kits available, but all they've got is flashes to section off this site, somehow break back in. And you can see those Talon members starting to draw back away from this B-side retake. They are calling it quits. This is a 7th round here for Rare Atom, all off the back of a brave Lihang entry.
And Michael, I mentioned it yesterday, funnily enough, in the GR game, that I thought Talon on their CT sides might be prone to getting caught out with utility in their hands. I didn't think it would be happening over here, but where else for it to happen? This is always the problem of having, such good conservation of utility on that B bomb side. You just kind of want to have that incendiary in your hand, just kind of want to make it more difficult for the T side. You're just thinking, wow, I bet they'd hate to run through this Molotov, and you're right. And that's why they'll run through the smoke before you deploy it. Fantastic kill from Lihang.
It is absolutely, I mean, it's picture perfect. And it came at a time where Azur actually couldn't help him out. The smoke that bloomed is far too disruptive. Pretty much the only real saving grace in that round. It wasn't building great for Rare Atom. Nedic is tired of these shenanigans over at B. Just asserts himself down the bottom of it. A nade to blow open the bottom side of the smoke, and Nedic won't stick around to at least consider those close-range fights, but after showing that aggressive stance, Talon once again are reinforcing the A play, just leaving MHL to section off B with the AWP. I think this looks to be an incredibly strong decision here by Talon. But Nedic's starting to make his move back as well. I mean, some util thrown by Rare Atom at the mouth of B, or Banana rather. MHL will deal with one of those troublesome players, but now that MHL has found that kill, it may actually keep Netic nearby as a Molotov to try and disrupt any execute that Rare Atom have planned. Oh, well, the hit's happening, though.
Alec is more than happy to take these nades, these utility. He's going to be able to find at least one, you'd think, maybe more. While Blind can't put the spray together, Rare Atom will have to be content with 7, though. Talon, another great hold on that A-bomb site.
Yeah, and a decent read on the situation. I mean, a very slow approach from Rare Atom, maybe expecting something a bit more aggressive, especially with how Netic was posturing at the start of that round, but it doesn't continue with aggression on aggression. You know, it's show that deep presence, immediate rotations, and so Rare Atom have a bit of a misread on how how Talon, are going to approach that round on their defense, especially as they're entering the end of the half, where they kind of desperately needed that 5th round to feel confident going into their own T side. So it is a clever call at the end of the half. But now they're gonna have to put things together on the offense, where Rare Atom, I think, have shown and expressed a bit of that individual star power throughout this series. And maybe not the same explosive performances, but you know, Li Hang is someone that is newer to this kind of a level, and may not always have been in, I guess, star or spotlight positions on his previous teams, but has been consistent on both the maps in the series so far.
Kaze would like a highlight, and he will at least find a headshot. Let's see if it can be completed into something more. 3 players going in from apartments. The Snake will not have too much of a tail, though. It is very far off for Hazard. Great flashbang out, but an even better shot. Somebody doubles up. Hazard's response seems futile. Hazard coming back into the bomb site. Summer just strafes out with the USP, evades capture, and takes down Hazard and Hazard.
Yeah, someone didn't even kill that guy inside of the site. You know, he had that kill nabbed by somebody, but able to get his hands on the kill in the apartments. A bit of run and gun action here for Rare Atom. They're the ones kind of aggressing into Talon just as they're making their moves either towards Banana or the A-bomb site. Just no fear in the eyes of Rare Atom. They wanted that pistol over and done with, and they disrupted Talon before they could get all of their resources in the right place. And this time Talon will not commit to the force buy. In a 7-5 kind of game, you do want your hands on weaponry as fast as possible, but this is also a map where, you know, you kind of need the resources to take over Banana, brackets, you know, flash players out of apps or past boiler. They decide to kind of shortchange themselves on the utility end, or they shortchange themselves weaponry-wise to compensate. Unless they somehow win on Glocks, in which case, you know.
Yeah, you never know about that, right?
All of that goes out the window.
Well, I don't think this window is open right now, so you should be pretty comfortable. Child King, as he is fading backwards, has got Kaze to cover off his behind as well. And yeah, he does it. Pretty much no casualties at all for Rare Atom. Lots of money made as well. 3 kills for Kaze, so if he wants to bring out the early AWP, he'll have that option. And to be honest, on 9 rounds, I would actually really like to see that early op coming out. I know normally you treat this as a bit of a bonus round, but also at the same time, it could just be the closer. You get this one, Talon's going to be on poor money. Realistically, you're looking at 11, and a 6-round lead feels like too much to give up.
on the inverse, by not investing in the AWP now, you all still have money for a full investment in the following round, and you can still get the AWP out. So, kind of made enough money where that's the justification. They will continue with this bonus round. Lihang trying to take the fights towards the bottom of B, but Netic already made his way past his vision. And the damage is good. It's significant onto Azure, but he survives on 1 HP. Both him and MHL within an inch of their life. But it is a man advantage by Talon.
Watch out for Kaze. He's thinking about getting aggressive into apartments. Should Addict fall, this entire offense falls apart. He is the linchpin. He has to let the rest of his teammates connect with him before contact is made, and he's done a good job of avoiding it. Now Kaze knows what's coming over. A flashbang to try and delay, a grenade still in his back pocket that could do a lot. Just let me remind you, Summer's got the freebie, at least the first one. There's still another one roaming around. MHL hoping he can be a bit more deadly. Time's ticking down low, and Talon is running out of opportunities. What are they going to choose? It is MHL to find the first. He collects very quickly, and suddenly this A site feels a bit less protected. Kaze almost finding an opportunity to pick up more, but the healthy player is too much for him to chew off and get another.
Bomb has been planted.
MHL has to be the one that serves to support. Kind of missed the timing. Child King's already closer than he anticipates. Up close. A chance there for MHL, but can't quite control it. It's Child King from a 1 versus 2, now 1-on-1. Addict at the back of the bomb site. Headshot offered up. A chance. The elevation there from Child King, and Addict jumps atop the box, and that will serve well to Child King. He will have this defuse, the clutch on top. And Rare Adam find themselves double the score of Talon, even with MHL getting 2 kills on his low HP. It is not enough to find the round in its entirety.
What more could you ask for? Netic gets a kill while fully blind, swinging out. Sure, he gets traded away. Azir gets a trade, but he's also been dinked down first. It's everything you could ask for when MHL also shows up somehow with 2. But at the end of it all, Child King, 3 HP, that's all he needed. Talon counter out with a half-light. They have a game plan. It is back to Banana, back to B they go. Acceleration, the only hope that they really have with this buy, and that acceleration will give them nothing initially. It was a buy not too different that gave them the win. Up against FlyQuest yesterday, finding that initial kill onto Dexter, although I think that was even more sparsely populated with armor and weaponry. Kaze's up.
Adam.
He's ready. But then to start swinging out, MHL good for the one. Kaze misses out on a second opportunity. Still swinging, still fighting. It's a lost fight. And will Talon be doing it again? Will they have found a pathway back into this game off the back of a half-buy?
It is certainly seeming that way, unless Child King has another clutch in him. Had a 1-on-2 before, now 1-on-4. And Netic able to take the AWP out of the hands of Azure after it had fallen from Kaze's. It is another half-buy here for Talon. They just break into that A bomb site. And the reason I thought that was a dangerous move for Adam, they're one dry contacting down the bottom of Banana. They're trying to hunt for that information, but Kaze inside of this pit, you can see the vulnerabilities that are opened up by a swarm out of the apartments. If you're unable to get enough support from your sight riflers, that AWP is a sitting duck. It cannot fire fast enough to deal with the numbers. Or Adam were too disconnected from one another, and Talon fully exploited that with their heavy swarming.
Oh my. Addict is in for a good time over here. A freebie found, makes it look easy. Trade from the farmers, though. Summer swings out wide, never one shy of doing just that.
That's going to be such a nuisance for Talon. I mean, you kind of needed this follow-up kill onto Summer because now they have to worry about being contained from the apartments, you know, possible flanks from the underpass, the possibility of him even making it into T-spawn. These are all things that Summer could have done instead of just simply falling back. And so they'll push forward. Maybe serve to try and bypass him in some capacity, but Kaze is here at long to greet them.
This time it's not going to be too good for him. No, what? Kaze gets Azure as well. I can't believe it. I thought he would be caught off trying to move back, and now Summer caught trying to move in. MHL's AWP shows itself off with a shadow, but MHL's speed is what gives him the dual win. Talon once again scale onto the A-bomb site, and they're going to take this 1-7.
And if they had never seen that nameplate, if they couldn't have found Summer, they would have been conscious of the possibility of, you know, flanks and all these different opportunities that Summer could have gone for instead. But once they deal with that, they're more confident in proceeding with the A-bomb site, and they have picked correctly. No one on Rare Atom could have cheated over quite quick enough. So a dangerous round, but one in which Talon make a good counteraction. You know, they don't sit by and think, oh no, we're boxed in, we have to proceed with the B play. Instead, they go back to address it, and they're rewarded for that risk. Will be saved over here by Rare Atom. No chance for Talon to hound them down, nor much interest. They find themselves trailing. Their money is as important, if not more so.
You're right, if Summer had just been able to stay alive, if anyone else had died in this place, it could have been a very different round. Even so, not to say that Talon couldn't have taken it away regardless. And Rare Atom money has been pushed down to pretty much nothing. If Talon avoid this one trap, it's basically a gun round that separates them from equalizing. Molotovs, flashes, the full works thrown out, and it is Netic to take advantage of them. It's a quieter game for him so far, but he's brought himself back up to even 10-10, and his banana efforts have not gone unnoticed.
Well, there's 3 players to try and protect this rifle. Somebody is standing stalwart with that one weapon. There will be chances for him to be able to perform. I mean, fresh smoke that's down. It is a tall one. A flash was lined up, but a second one is primed here for Summer. Azure should get caught by this if they're not too careful. Yeah, but Azure does retreat around the corner in time. Chalking will try and hound him down, and while somebody does get that frag, it pulls all the attention of the remaining Rare Atom members, and that's all the info that Talon needed. Bomb will be planted at A, and this round will be a done deal.
It's a nice setup from Rare Atom,
yeah,
but even better play from Azure right there. I mean, Azure starts to move forward, spots out the first player inside the B bomb site, moves back, anticipates that, hey, there could be a response over here. If there's going to be a stack that's likely facilitated by something, you know, maybe a flashbang, anything like it, gets flashed, fades away, stops the push from coming in and overrunning him in a way where maybe, you know, if they have 2 rifles and a USB, things can get dangerous. If you're leaving someone behind to safeguard, they fall as well. A lot of damage to be dealt, but instead Talon contained.
Yeah, and the players that threw the utility over at B were already starting to slink away from Banana, so it's not as though that wasn't kind of a part of the plan anyway, but yeah, Azure played positionally very well in that circumstance. I think there was more of a justification for Talon to hunt aggressively when they have a bit of a buffer now built in their economy. They had a lot of numbers up as well, and you know there was the possibility of taking away the prospects of, you know, full rifles for the Rare Atom squad. They might have had to make a couple consolations just so they could have full utility to stop some of these more aggressive plays.
The triple high five. Some believe that Goku's Spirit Bomb can only be replaced by the 555. Let's find out. Azza, you got a world-saving big old ball of energy inside you?
I know, but he looks like a ball of joy.
He does. And he would have even more joy if they can come closer to equalizing. This round could be the difference maker. No AWP out for Adam. Kaze will have to go dry, not just in the AWP department, but also in utility. Nades are very well placed as there's a dead man walking.
Yeah, I won't be smiling about that. I mean, it's just a perfect nade stack. I mean, to open the round in this manner and to lose out on a player, hell, Nedic, your, I guess, ability to control the banana will be somewhat hindered by also now being in one-shot headshot territory for these M4s. So we'll definitely slow Talon down. I mean, they're ground to a halt. Waiting to see if Rare Adam are still fiending for that information or not. Addicts will be put on notice. He's trying to find a timing, some way to organize into a level of a B split, but smoke down it long, a chance to clear it, but Kaze deals with him, and so now it's a one-pronged assault here for Talon.
Incendiary flashbang combo is going to be devastating to this push out. Somebody needs to deploy it, will do so, but Talon yet to pull the trigger. Wait for Lihang to peek out. Lihang taken down. Somebody repositions. He's got backup coming in. Kaze trying to avoid flashes of his teammates and opponents at the same time. MHL will shut down just the one, but now he's got 3 more. And he can't even get a single. Somebody's quad kill takes Rare Adam to 11 after an early nade stack. Forced Talon down.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautiful stuff. The flash, I mean, even the fact that he held his molly for that extra second. Sure, he loses his teammate inside the site, but he also recognizes that him fighting is kind of the worst thing that he could do in that instance when he's got teammates en route with util to boost. So he waited for those flashes, and while not everyone was fully caught by it, you know, MHL was blinded, Hazard was blinded, and those were the important ones. Even though MHL still hit his shot while blind, somebody's able to collect on all those kills. And still claps for DJL, but
yeah,
it is. I mean, that round blew up very quickly, and quite literally for Azure.
And it would be maybe a little bit ironic if that's how Talon end up losing the momentum, because that's it. I mean, they blew up their opponent IGL yesterday on Inferno and Banana. That's how they got the momentum back in their favor. Rare Adam now giving a maybe bit of that same medicine over. Talon still have a chance to fight back. They have a good buy. But that gap seems a bit more daunting now.
Now, even if to fight off match and series point, they'll be able to muster together a few rifles at the very least, but you need a haymaker, an uppercut, something that can bring you back into the fight. Good blow in the smoke. Lihang trying to be aggressive. There's damage done to somebody. All the meanwhile, Lihang is incredibly disruptive, but he's eventually found through those smokes. I mean, the damage has been accomplished here by Rare Adam, but they lose a body for it.
Well, Azure doesn't feel too happy.
He got spammed through smoke and then naded.
And while Addict tries to get a bit more real estate out towards apartments, he gets taken down by a stray Kaze P. Child King taking a position where Kaze found success in the previous round, and he's found 2 players moving through the smoke. Everything breaking apart for Talon right now.
And they're trying to find a gap. Trying to take that risk, and when they are going for it, it's not like they're not being given the prospect of those chances. They are identifying a possible weak point, but then you're getting a quick deliverance of a headshot from anyone nearby. I mean, Rare Adam have been on point this series. Talon have shown an ability to shoot just as hard, if not harder in some instances, but there have been some great calls, some great decisions, some quick builds on crossfires. This is a well-rehearsed looking Rare Adam coming into this matchup, and Talon will now need 4 rounds straight where these have been fleeting in the second half.
And it's not like these are situations like what we had in Vertigo, where Rare Atom are winning disadvantaged positions, they're winning out clutches. It's really not. What do you look towards? Who do you look to? Quiet consistency, like I said, is not what you need. You need explosive firepower, and ordinarily MHL is the one to provide. But on this T side, on the rifle, a role that he will take, but not always willingly so.
You can see this is still a fairly strong buy for Talon. Only one that's really shortchanged is Addict. You know, Nedic's on a Galil, but this is enough to win you rounds. But Talon have to be able to make the right call. They have to be able to dodge that AWP Kaze. Cannot give him an easy fight. But they also have to just not lose a player at the start of the round in Banana. 2 rounds back-to-back where the util has been the undoing of at least one player.
For Rare Atom, it is 1 round before they are at the major confirmed. A journey 5 years for Kaze, 3 for Somebody and Summer, and forever for Liang and Child King, but it is a journey for which they still need 1 more step. Talon's A-side assault will meet fierce resistance. And they realize it as well. They've slowed things down, but in doing so, they've lost all flashes. They've used all utility. And they rely purely on hands now, nothing else. And Liang waits, hopes that someone's going to sneak through the smoke, hopes that someone's going to come over his way, but that will not be the case. Instead, the pop forward will be met by Child King. Kaze picks up the first. Child King another found. Continues to spray down inside the smoke. Liang traded. Netic and Hazard all that separate Rare Atom from their major. The bomb recovered, looks to be planted, cannot be done. Netic goes down and the streets of Shanghai will sing as the old dragons soar in the sky one more time. Rare Atom represent China at the Shanghai Major.
When you needed a representative, a hometown hero, someone the people could rally behind, you bring back old dogs with new tricks. You bring back experienced veterans to lead the new abroad and to fight off some of the teams at this RMR that may feel like they have a staked claim to it. Rare Atom have been through turbulence. They've been through moments where the bedding in of these new players, hell, even the veterans looked a little inconsistent. But when it came to these qualifying games, when it came to these maps we got to see in this RMR, those pieces delivered consistently and far more well-rehearsed than we've ever really seen Rare Atom. And so now they come in as a threat, the second to make it out of the Asia and APAC RMR. They're playing to a level that is sometimes so fleeting for these players to witness, but such a brilliant opportunity for these newer players as well as the old to get back in front of and on a main stage in their home country.
This was a team very much a free checks. This was a team where, you know what, they weren't picked up by Talon. They weren't really given those offers over by Lynn. Kaze said himself in an interview he felt like he'd lost some motivation before Rare Atom came back to him with the offer. It's getting the gang back together, and like you said, Child King and Liang's presence in the server cannot be understated. It is fantastic stuff. Rare Atom. I mean, I can't believe this is a lineup as well for the organization with which they make the major. They have been trying, they have been on the cusp as a team of making it for so long. They have always been the analyst favorites in Asia, only to crumble, and now they do so in style.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe you just needed a couple more veterans on rosters with Kaze to finally make it. It has been a long time coming for many of these players. And as much as you maybe would have thought, yeah, some of the best years for Summer and Somebody are behind them, they've still got it. You know, these guys are still up to their old tricks, very disruptive, good multi-kill potential. And then, like we've been saying, Liang and Child King are kind of the new wave where they've yet to experience those types of stages. Hell, even this level of a tournament is sometimes so sparsely involved in their careers. And so for them to show a level where they can deal with one of the new threats that the Oceanic region has to offer, it's an incredible opportunity and a great level to see out of them. Clearly, the time that they spent boot camping ahead of this tournament was well spent.
And how cool is it that, you know, from our first two teams qualifying forward, we have the first ever Counter-Strike 2 team to have made a top 10 in the world rankings going forward to the first ever Asian major. And of course, Child King, I think over here, no surprises, has got to be our MVP overall. For maybe not for the series, but for the map for sure. 20 kills, fantastic stuff from him.
Yeah, no, I mean you have the Mongols as a top 10 team, but it's all about Rare Adam right now, and I think we've got some words ready on the sideline.
Well, Shanghai Major opening stage. How does that sound?
Disbelief, tears of joy. It's been 5 years. I haven't qualified to the major, so it's very happy for me.
I saw one of your staff as well crying. It's obviously very emotional for all of you to make it. Is it a big relief to have gotten to the opening stage?
Yeah, we've been practicing very hard since 1 month for Serbia. We've been day and night practicing very hard for this, so eventually we managed to qualify the major. So our hard work have prove us that we can make it. Yeah.
Kays, now I know you're the only Malaysian on the team, but I have to ask about, you know, Chinese org, 4 Chinese players. How important is it to have this Chinese representation at the first Asian and Chinese Counter-Strike major?
It's very big for us in China since the major this is the first time the major happened in China. So qualifying this is really huge for us and important. So it's really, really big, I would say. So yeah, that's all.
It's huge, brother. Let's talk a bit about the best of 3. So Vertigo and Inferno, I think both went relatively smooth. Kays, you were going off on Vertigo. Why were you so switched on that skyscraper?
It's just happened in the heat of a moment. It's the 2v5, and I think they eventually gave a chance since two person rushed to the bomb site. So I managed to kill 2, and the other 2 was behind. So I have a time to reposition to kill the other 2. Yeah. So it gave us an opportunity to win that round.
Did the best of 3, generally speaking, play out how you and the team thought it would, or were there any surprises?
We kind of knew they will pick Vertigo because mostly Australians really like Vertigo. So we've been practicing that map a lot in the Serbia bootcamp. So nothing surprised, just play our own game, and we managed to go through it.
Now, Kays, up next is a bigger challenge, the opening stage. How do you rate the team's chances?
The team chances for the performance we pulled this Asia RMR, I think there will be a chance to make it through.
I like that, hearing some confidence. What's the plan now before the opening stage? Some rest and relaxation, I'm sure some practice as well?
Yeah, definitely we'll celebrate this win because it's huge to go to the major, and maybe a few days later we'll be practicing as usual. Yeah.
Kays, final thing, anything that you would like to say to the fans watching at home?
I would like to thank the fans for supporting us through hard times, and also we make it to the major for you guys, China fans. So thank you very much.
There we have it, everybody. Rare Atom going nuclear as they head into the opening stage.
Thank you for making it there. After all of these years of being on top, after all of these years of, you know, maybe even the two of us sometimes saying that, hey, we're disappointed, but today it was your show, it was a Rare Atom show, and for good reason.
Yeah, the first major that Kaze got to play at was with Summer in 2018 for the Boston major, and you know, after leaving Summer, he made it with Vici and Kato 2019, but that was the last major he'd attended since then. So it has been 5 years in the making that he's now able to get to that stage. You can tell how much it meant to him. You know, it's kind of hard to not kind of emotionally get invested as well when you can see how much it clearly is affecting him and how much of an importance that is. Because you're right, you know, they were analyst favorites. They were the big dog, the big talk of the town for a long time, ahead of the Mongols even. And then they got superseded by that rising force. Now the Mongols are the talk of the town. Kaze was left in the spotlight for Chinese fans, but they couldn't make that next step to the major. And so for him, relinking with Summer, back with somebody as well, you know, this little triangle of interplay where they've all had major attendances in their own right. It is poetic that Rare Atom are going to be able to have that opportunity in China itself.
Poetic, absolutely, but maybe some of the series from today were released rather than poetry. Of course, earlier on, Mongols qualifying forward, we did see them beating out the DRILLAS after an initial map that looked more hiccupy than not. Lynn Vision keep themselves alive, and FlyQuest do the same in the lower bracket. They will be moving forward and still have a way to go before they can even contend for that third spot. Of course, Rare Atom and Mongols, we've already covered their qualification. Michael, anything else from today's series for you?
I mean, the Lynn Vision series was definitely, a little close for comfort, but I think it's hard to not say that the other two series we had between the Mongols and the DRILLAS and FlyQuest and GR weren't, you know, assertive displays of force. You know, the first map for the DRILLAS in that series, definitely very close, very strenuous affair, but the Mongols kind of breezed past the following two in that series, and FlyQuest showed up all guns blazing. So, you know, that FlyQuest DRILLAS matchup will be interesting, because if we get DRILLAS from map 1 across this series, there could be an upset within that lower bracket. And, you know, as much as we've had a couple contentious games today, I think Talon also played a very solid game against Rare Atom today. So them against Lynn will also be quite an arduous affair.
Well, listen, it's not to say that we don't have one more team to take care of going through from the lower bracket. It is tomorrow that you find out who that'll be. First of all, we're going to finish off the lower bracket matchups. Then it is a very important upper bracket ranking match. It is a best of one, guys, not a best of three. Just making sure you guys know that as well. It'll be to decide who takes the upper seed that has been gifted to the Asian region by the Mongols. They will have to fight to reclaim it. And then soon after that, we'll have one final best of three, which will be the lower bracket finals. And that will be the decider of team number 3. Mongols and Rare Atom have already made it forward, but if you're a fan of Talon, if you're a fan of the DRILLAS, and I know there's plenty of you, well, don't worry, your teams aren't out just yet. There's still one more slot in the running. Michael's, any quick calls on who you think might be contending for that one? I mean, FlyQuest is the obvious one, isn't it?
Yeah, FlyQuest is definitely the obvious one, but they need to come in with the same power against GR. And listen, GR are a team that have a lot to prove, but FlyQuest should be beating them handily. There are teams in here that should run a closer game versus FlyQuest, and so if they don't hit that level, yeah, things could get very interesting, I'm sure.
Things will be interesting nonetheless, and that's why you should tune in and find out who that last team is going to be tomorrow. For now, we're sending things off. We're going to see you guys again for that last qualification spot tomorrow.